what American voters think. We are going to be watching those election results in real time. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But as always, Richard, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have to step away for a 2-minute break.
Delight seeing you. I hope everyone goes to vote.
Absolutely. And we are going to step away for that 2-minute break. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We'll be right back.
All right. I voted for Tony Hawk. Oh, bro, like, yeah, from the game? Yeah. Hell yeah. Off script, Richard? Yeah, sure. You didn't praise Lord Trump? Sorry, you're out? Ooh, true. Richard off of the closing statement? Yeah, I'm just, obviously, like, he's not a fan of Trump, right? It seems kind of obvious. Trump tweeted on True Social, there's cheating. Wait, there's already cheating? A lot of... Uh-oh. Ooh, already? Damn, bro, this shit's all... Oh, man. Oh, fuck, bro, are you kidding me? Oh, this is bad, bro. They're cheating. It's not even the evening yet. They're already trying to cheat.
Already trying to cheat.
That's bad, boys. That's real bad. He was never going to win Philadelphia. Well, I don't know. And, thoughts on a bomb threat in Washington? I think bomb threats are bad. Yeah, I think bomb threats are bad, and the people that do them should get in trouble. Yeah, that's my take on bomb threats. Yeah. L for bomb threats. Not so good, right?
There we go.
I mean, a 10-year-old kid's going to be a president? Maybe, right? I mean, there's a good chance. I mean, like, most people right now...
Oh, man.
He's ramping. 62%. Oh, my God. Yep, there we go. Oh, boy. He's getting up there. Refresh Twitter. Okay. All right, let me refresh Twitter real quick. I'll take a look at it. Trump. Not yet.
Closer to election night. So I want to share this look with you. And
Damn, why does she...
One of the polling sites that is happening right now. This is live right here. This is some live coverage as we're taking a look right here. You're taking a live look from El Segundo, California, as folks are still casting their ballots. But now that we are close to those polls closing, I did want to just share with you when polls actually close on election day. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see, of course, all eyes are on those battleground states, those 7 swing states. We're talking about Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Now, for the state of Georgia, polls are going to be closing at 7 p.m. Eastern time. For North Carolina, those polls are closing at 7:30, so half an hour later. And in Pennsylvania, those polls are going to be closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we were talking with political analyst Richard Gordon, saying that he expects those first results to come from Kentucky and Indiana. That is because those polls close at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So those are the states that we are going to likely hear from first. Florida and Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, those are going to be at 7 p.m. along with some of these others, right? And then 7:30, of course, North Carolina. 8 p.m., there is a massive number of states that are... Those polls are going to be closing, but I'm going to focus in on some of those key swing states. Michigan, those Eastern time counties, that is going to be happening, and Pennsylvania. So those are the swing states at 8 p.m. At 9 p.m. Eastern time, the swing states of Arizona, the central time counties of Michigan and Wisconsin, those are when the polls are going to be closing there. 10 p.m., Nevada. That is when the polls are going to be closing in the swing state of Nevada. 11 p.m., no swing states there. We're talking mostly, Western California, Washington, Oregon. Midnight, Alaska and Hawaii. So
nobody
I did want
gives
to
a
go
fuck
over those with you right now. And also,
what are we
it's
talking
interesting
about?
to note because these states have different rules and regulations as to when they can actually start counting their votes. So states that do not allow counting to begin until polls close, 14 states plus Washington, D.C. There are states that allow counting to begin today on Election Day, but can also do so before polls close. Those are 24 states. And then there are states that allow processing and counting to begin before Election Day. Those are 12 states. So if you're curious, Pennsylvania, we keep talking about Pennsylvania, the critical swing state of Pennsylvania. That state allows counting to begin on Election Day and can do so before polls close. So I did want to just recap that with you. What we're going to continue to do is we do have access to our Fox O&Os, and I did want to head to the swing state of Atlanta, as all eyes are also on Georgia. They have their Fox 5 Atlanta coverage right now. We're going to pivot to that and listen in.
She tried probably saying Georgia, but yeah.
15 minutes after the polls opened, so around 8:15, police immediately moved in, checked things
the
out.
state of Atlanta. She just fucked up. It's not really that big of a deal.
Turns out we talked to one woman who watched it all unfold.
Yep.
State Representative Lydia Glaze says she drove right into Union City Police evacuating C.H. Golan Elementary School after the bomb threat was discovered Tuesday. The state lawmaker says she was trying to drop off voters to cast their ballots. Election officials say it was a similar scene at the Itris Community Center on Lakeside Drive. Both locations were temporarily closed, evacuated, and a security sweep done.
This is shenanigans. The fact that we had two major voting precincts in one city with bomb threats is, for me, strongly concerning. I see it as a way to oppress the vote in this area. People were waiting in line.
100%.
People were inside ready to vote.
Yep.
And a lot of people concerned, Fulton County election officials tell us they were working on court orders to try to expand the hours at those two polling precincts.
Well, is their audio bad? I don't know.
Whether they have been able to do that.
That's a good question.
Reporting live in Fairburn, Angelique Proctor.
All right, Angelique, we'll keep watching it. Thanks for that live report. Meantime, after history-making presidential campaigns, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are waiting anxiously along with millions of Americans.
And that is to find out who will be the next president of the United States.
I'm back, guys.
Fox's
Sorry about
Rebecca
that.
Castor reports from Florida, where former President Trump is watching the results roll in tonight.
Oh, there he is.
Courtney, Tom, we are at the Palm Beach County Convention Center where the Trump campaign is hosting its election night watch party. But the former president will be watching the returns come in from his home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of...
I'm going to try and refresh this shit because this audio is fucked up. Like, I don't know what's going on with the audio. It's annoying.
Optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into.
Maybe,
the only
I
one
don't
who's
know.
putting
I'm trying to
America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly trickle in, and there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over, something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19 electoral votes, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's the state both candidates spent the most time and money in and see as a must-win.
The reality is whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be president.
Vice President Harris keeping a low profile today, speaking with several radio stations in a last-minute effort to get out the vote. She says Americans are ready for a fresh start.
Frankly, I think people are exhausted with this spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other. I think people are done with that.
When asked if he would accept the results of the election if he lost, former President Trump said if it's a, quote, fair election, he'll be the first to acknowledge it.
If
Tom,
it's fair.
Courtney, back to you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so if
many
he
of us
wins.
just anxiously awaiting some results that we will be starting to get soon. Rebecca, thanks. On the other side of the aisle, Vice President Harris and her supporters spent the day working to get out the vote.
In just a few hours, Harris supporters will gather at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta to watch the election returns. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is there tonight with the Harris campaign.
After months of heavy campaigning, numerous visits by VP Harris and her surrogates, final preparations are underway for tonight's watch party here at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta.
I'm gonna see how I fix this with this fucking audio, man.
Already have, you know, the examples. Of
Yeah, this shit's fucking
Republicans,
annoying.
Like Governor Kemp in Georgia, who spoke out as a Republican, saying
Wow,
there was
Trump's
no fraud in the
65%.
2020 election. So people are prepared, and
Damn.
I think hopefully this election will go smoothly.
And this is on CNN.
So let me get Professor Kuznick in.
Yeah,
you
damn.
know, the contrast in both the candidates and their closing messages. Kamala Harris seems to have gone back to her original theme, which is of joy and hope and optimism. This whole joyful warrior thing, we saw evidence of that in the last few days and last few of her rallies. In fact, I don't think she even mentioned Donald Trump by name, even though it was very obvious the choice as she laid it out before the American people. Trump, on the other hand, has been a bit negative. After all, I mean, he's running against the incumbent, and he's painted this picture of everything going bad and everything going to the dogs in America, and he's the guy to fix it. The question is, which of these two messages is resonant? And in that, I also want to ask, you know, Trump doesn't seem to be making...
The garlic chicken strips. With give me some extra ranches if you don't mind. All right, love you. Bye.
Message, I think, is resonating. And she also talks about solutions to climate change. She talks about women's health issues, reproductive rights. She talks about a much more inclusive message about immigrants. So I guess we have a real choice. Some of Trump's former top supporters and generals, Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Kelly, Kelly, who was Trump's personal chief of staff. Milley, for example, says, now I realize he's a total fascist. He's the most dangerous person to this country. And Kelly said similar things, as have Esper and other top officials in the Trump administration. So that message is also getting out there that this is not a normal election. That Harris, for all her faults, and I'm very critical of her, especially her foreign policy, is going to abide by the Constitution, is going to maintain American democracy, and will concede if she's defeated. But as we were saying before, Trump was not going to concede. In fact, it's very likely Trump will claim victory tonight, even though there is no basis for doing so. and he is not going to abide by the Constitution. And as Professor Painter was saying,
he should claim victory right now.
Do what he did in 2020, in January 6th,
yeah, bro,
and try to overturn the results
immediately,
of the
bro, like right now.
His choice is clear as can be.
Come out, do his victory speech in like an hour.
Mostly in the consensus about this.
So I already want Ambassador Romo back because we've been here for the last 3 days now, and you speak to people, they are willing to say that they think Trump will win. They are willing to say that they have voted for Trump in a way that I didn't see in 2020 or in 2016 because of two reasons. One, they feel like
COVID.
These two wars that are going on, it takes a strong man to stop them, and they think that Trump is the one to do it, not
a
Harris
woman
or Biden. And the other one is the economy. People feel, even though the top line numbers look great, the stock markets are going through the roof and stuff.
Yep.
People feel like inflation's really biting them, and the only person who can fix that, whether he can or not, we don't know. But they feel that because he's a businessman, he can somehow fix the inflation and cost of living crisis.
That's true.
How do you speak to that?
Accurate.
Speak to specifically those two concerns, ending the wars and fixing the economy.
Well, both good questions, and I did get a lot of those types of questions up in Pennsylvania in the rural communities and up in Pittsburgh in the city itself. I don't think most Americans are focused on foreign policy right now. For better or worse, most of the concern and most of the questions are about the economy and inflation.
That's probably true.
Costs.
Yeah.
Are about reproductive rights and freedom and protecting our democracy.
Yeah.
They're about immigration and border control.
Yeah.
Very few people are asking those important questions that I wish more Americans would spend time thinking about.
What?
Is how will these two candidates approach Ukraine and the war in Ukraine from very different perspectives? I think Harris's approach would be more along the Biden approach, to continue to have partnerships with NATO, to continue to be proactive in trying to strategically arm Ukraine to protect its sovereignty and its freedom, the courageous fighting that the people are doing, and to continue to encourage people like Prime Minister Modi, when he meets with Mr. Zelensky, to be a peacemaker, to be somebody who can be in the middle and encourage both the Russians and the Ukrainians to peace. So the foreign policy issues are just not at the tip of people's tongues, nor as important. And
that's probably true. He's right.
The case with the bilateral relations between the U.S. and India. I think Mr. Trump would probably reinforce more tariffs and possible, increasing those significantly on India. He tends to look at a country with the basic trade deficit,
right back. Yeah, let the dogs out.
Strategic relations and the importance that India brings in balancing China, our economic growth, and our democratic.
I think Americans care about America.
Values.
I don't think they give a shit about Israel or Ukraine.
Vice President Harris is
not
probably
as much as they care about here.
Going to be a better friend in the U.S.-India relationship than Mr. Trump would. We do have bipartisan support for the U.S.-India relationship in Congress. Both Democrats and Republicans support that strong relationship.
All right, we'll see how this plays out. I want to thank all our guests, and I'm sure they'll be with us through the night and through the next few days. The important things to watch out for tonight, like I said, 6 p.m., most of the East Coast states shut, but they're not as relevant as the battleground states. 7 p.m. is when the first big battleground
Why do you think Trump would win this, considering how almost every candidate and some rich person openly supports Kamala?
Eastern, which would be 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning in India.
I'm going to go and move over to this one. The reason why is I don't think that anybody really cares about celebrity endorsements. I think it makes a difference, but it doesn't make a big enough difference to matter. Because, a lot of people, this is the way I think a lot of people see celebrities. It's like, oh, celebrity. Oh, you mean the people from, the Diddy party? Oh. I don't, obviously, it does matter and it does move the needle, but it's probably not as big as people might imagine. But, of course, it does make a difference. And I also don't think that millennials care, I actually think that young people care less about celebrity culture than people did whenever I was like growing up. I was in like middle school and high school. I think celebrity culture is like kind of dying out compared to how it was. I'm not saying that like there are no more celebrities. I never said that. But I'm saying like it's not as it's not as universal as it used to be. So that's the way I see it. Wrong? They're called influencers now? Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely been more democratized, for sure. They care less about TV and movie celebrities and more about me. True, brother. What's he talking about?
Again, back to... Nope, we already covered that.
We got less than 2 hours until we start getting the results.
A little bit of what we understand. A couple of reports of some misinformation going on.
Misinformation.
Particularly in Coconino County as to student voters. Unless you are registered to vote 29 days ahead of this election, you are not eligible to vote, not even for president in Arizona. We do not have same-day voter registration. Some students, as I understand, are being informed otherwise, and they're being told that they can vote for president without being registered in Arizona.
Turn on that
this
shredder.
is not true. And so if there are folks up there in the Flagstaff area, please understand that we're doing what we can to share on social media and in other ways to discourage this practice. But no voter can be turned away. And even if you vote with a provisional ballot, that's perfectly legal under the law. That doesn't mean it will necessarily count, and frankly, usually they do. But if you are not registered to vote within 29 days of the election, you are not eligible to vote.
Why do you need to register?
Even if you are registered outside of Arizona. You've got to be an Arizona voter.
I think it's so people don't vote in 2 different places.
In Arizona. This is an unidentified group that has been telling this to voters, saying they can use a Fed-only ballot or just vote for president. Neither one of these things is true. And voters across the state can verify their voter registration status at my.arizona.vote. I'll repeat that website, my.arizona.vote. At this time, that's the update. We're doing it in this format because we've got a lot going on, and we wouldn't have had time for questions anyway, although I've been given a high sign that we may have a question or two that have popped up on YouTube, which is the only channel through which, for this briefing, we're going to be taking questions.
They're using this excuse so they can cover their ass when they purge the votes.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and leave the briefing at that stage for now. I just want to run back through here. I apologize and make sure I didn't miss any important points. If you'll bear with me, folks.
Yeah.
I do appreciate it.
I'm not even 13 yet, and I still support MAGA.
All right, looks like we're good. I just want to close on this point, and again, to explain very quickly how our results come in Arizona.
Oops.
Just imagine 3 buckets. The first bucket is your 8 p.m. bucket. These are our early
Ain't
ballots.
that something?
Everything that has been processed up to the point when the counties are ready to report at 8 p.m. That's bucket number 1. Bucket number 2 is election day voters, not the voters who bring their ballot on election day, but the folks who actually vote on election day, filling out their ballot in person. That number, that set of numbers will be revealed through the evening tonight, starting sometime well after 8 p.m. Now, as a caveat there, most of our counties in Arizona are central tabulation, so the ballots have to be transported to a central tabulation location to be tabulated, and then those numbers will come out. Even our counties, however, where tabulation happens on site, those data cards or the USB sticks or whatever the technologies they use have to be transported back to the disconnected server physically so we can get those numbers up. That's bucket number 2, election day voters. And of course, the third bucket is all of the early ballots that are either handed in on election day or which have not been processed yet.
You know,
bucket number 3 will go on for several days. We expect we expect official results to be prepared 10 to 13 days, and I think I'm getting the high sign over here. Are we done, or do we have
10 to 13 days?
Sir, they wanted to know how you know it was Russian on the bomb threats, so maybe just clarify.
Yeah, how you know that?
Yeah, we're not going to reveal that at this moment in time.
Okay.
We're still making sure to be as clear as possible with that, with our federal and local, our federal partners on that specific. But look, Russia wants to show a lot of mistrust and distrust. They've been increasing their
Russia bad.
Her easiest path tonight.
Sort of directness in these attacks.
Give a fuck about this. Let's watch this.
70 that gets her right to the White House. But if she were to have a terrible night tonight and the blue wall were to collapse and Trump were to win all this, she has another path. Nevada, Arizona, hold Georgia, and flip North Carolina. She gets to 275 there. Again, if this is the night for Democrats, Hallie, as you know, they'd be having heart attacks all night, but she can still get there with that path.
Talk about then former President Trump's clearest and cleanest path to 270.
The easiest way to remember this, Hallie, for President Trump when you're watching election night tonight, if he kicks it East Coast style. Pennsylvania, he wins Pennsylvania, flips that, holds North Carolina, and flips Georgia back red. If he does this, look at his number, 270, he gets there. But if something were to happen and he doesn't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. This is important. There is no Sun Belt strategy for President Trump. He has to win somewhere in the blue wall. He has to break through. If he can flip North Carolina, hold North Carolina, flip Georgia. If he wins Michigan, if he just picks off Nevada or Arizona, either one gets him there. Even the 6 in Nevada get him there. But if he can only win Wisconsin, he has to win in Arizona. He needs those 11 electoral votes to get to 270.
Let me ask you about a possibility that
is this really
anticipating necessarily, but
this
could
is really
happen, and that is, what if nobody gets to 270 and it's 269, 269, it's a tie?
Watching the results.
So listen, let me give the blue wall to Vice President Harris.
Listen, I have a life outside of live streaming.
Hold on, I'll give you
sometimes I gotta get up and take care of the dogs and all that type of stuff. So
you can't get there with that.
He's at 268.
So we come to Nebraska. Nebraska has that Where's Waldo effect right now on our map, and that's because
then everybody
Nebraska gives out the
entertained.
electoral votes by total vote, popular vote for the state, but also by congressional district. Maine does this as well. So there's 3 congressional districts. They each give 1. CD2, that's a battleground district in Nebraska. That's Omaha. Trump won it in 2016. If he wins it again, look what happens. 269 to 269.
Damn.
And you know what happens there? Do we go down that road?
We don't have to go all the way down the road, but we can say that road leads to Congress.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
the new
gonna happen.
Congress will essentially pick the president, the House, the Senate would pick the vice president.
You heard Tom lay out the importance of Pennsylvania. We're going to take you there when we come back, breaking down how voters all across the country feel about some of these key issues you've been talking about, like the democracy, immigration, abortion night.
Until it's
it is
over.
election night here on NBC News.
All right. Damn, what's the fuck? Yeah, turn that shit down. Way too dank. Yeah, gamification. No, this is just the way it is. Damn, this dude loves to fucking talk. Shut the fuck up. I'll wait for this. Who do you think is gonna win? I think Trump's gonna win. I said it before, I say it again. Let's see where we're at. Ooh, he building up momentum. I think Trump right now, like what he should do, he should go out and do an acceptance speech, do a victory speech right now. Like before the polls are even closed, go out and do a speech.
Do it.
Yep, go up and just say that, yeah, we got 350 votes. It was crazy. Good job, guys. That's it. That'd be hilarious. It would be really fucking funny if that happened. Like last year? Yeah. Bush and Cheney did? Yeah, smart. If Trump gets 270, I would bet everything the Republicans going to file a lawsuit against Census Bureau and have this Supreme Court hand them the election. Ooh. Bro, if they try to pull in some weird extra rule to get Trump to win, people are going to lose their fucking minds. Oh, people are going to be so mad. I would look at other sites in Polymarket? No. I only look at the places where people put their money on the line. If people not willing to put their money on the line, I'm not going to listen to them. No. That's the way I see it. This song's annoying. Yeah, Robin Hood, I don't know. Elevators, yeah, I turned the shit off. Yeah, we're going to get back to it in a minute. They did that for Bush versus Gore, maybe. Other markets, yeah, I'm not sure. Trump is back-to-back president? Oh, right, because he's been the president the whole time, right? The census has already admitted that New York should have at least 1 electoral college vote, and Florida should at least have 1 more. Maybe, I'm not sure. Trump is going to lose? Y'all think he's going to lose? Ooh.
I already have the door open.
I mean, the thing is, if Trump loses, it's going to be his fault. Like, I mean, there were so many easy W's that he could have had that he didn't go with. And I actually think I feel like, especially with like how people feel about the economy, I feel like Trump should have had this one in the bag. Like, it should have been like a clean sweep. But I think that he, really took some risks and made some mistakes, especially like trying to push in on abortion and shit like that. Big mistake. Did you vote today? No. Poll chat. It's election day after all. I might poll people, but it's hard really to say what that's going to be. What's this?
We are back now with our special election coverage, Decision 2024, right here on NBC News. We are just over an hour now from the first battleground polls closing, and we've got that exit poll data coming in showing what is driving voters on some of these key issues. We asked this question: which one of these 5 issues matter most in deciding how you voted for president? You can see it there. State of democracy at 35%. The economy following.
What does that mean?
Abortion access after that, followed by immigration and foreign policy.
Yeah, and an interesting note that Chuck Todd just brought up, that in the state of democracy, when you dig a little deeper into that exit poll, it actually splits almost 50-50. So essentially, whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, the way you look at this issue is different. And that doesn't tell us too much, but it's interesting that it's more important than the economy at this point.
Yeah, and again, these numbers are early. They could shift a little bit, but there's some other pieces to this as well, including on abortion.
Yeah. So let's take a look at abortion, which comes closest to your position on the issue of abortion. This is what we asked. Should it be legal in all cases, legal in most cases, legal in some cases? The first question was, who do you trust more to handle abortion? 50% for Kamala Harris, 44% for Trump. That's not a huge surprise. She was closing with abortion, traveling those battleground states with women, talking about the access to
Showed up in Texas, a state that has a very controversial abortion restriction law. Not because Texas is necessarily a battleground they think they're going to flip, but to be able to have that stage for that issue. Of course, former President Trump closed largely on immigration.
Okay, let's go to Pennsylvania right now. It is the key maybe to all the battleground states, the Keystone State. Jacob Soboroff on the ground for us in Pennsylvania. Jacob, tell us exactly where you are and what you're seeing tonight.
We're at Temple University, Tom, at a polling place that's got a 2-hour-long line. These folks have been waiting for 2 hours. I'm just going to make this short and sweet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different election machines over here. Let me split this line and tell you a little bit about what happened here. Earlier today, we reported how long the lines were. Well, the city of Philadelphia has showed up with 2 new election machines right now. These are going to get set up. The voters are going to be able to vote on them here. And hopefully those lines over there are going to go a little faster, guys.
Okay.
Jacob Soboroff live for us there in Pennsylvania. Are we going to be saying the word Pennsylvania 150 times tonight?
I think we're going to be saying it all night, maybe into tomorrow. That is for sure. So the first battleground polls close in about 90 minutes. We're going to take you there live as the key states start voting and we get the results in.
Then we're going to see 7:30, of course, polls closing in North Carolina, Ohio, and many more throughout the
Yo, just got here. How's your day? Hey, what's up, guys?
Right here, Decision 2024
stuff, dude. Nice. I'm doing well.
Oh boy.
Excited to be watching the election results. Especially with my boy Asmongold, dude.
Wait,
and my wife just got home. How
good by the Kamala Harris campaign? Wait, what? What do you mean it deletes your vote if you click on Trump? What? It's not a voting machine, it's a pinball machine. Yeah. Oh God. Okay, I turned this shit down. Where's the rest of these? I'll look at some more. Damn, everybody's on a fucking commercial. It's annoying as hell. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. But yeah, I think it's really going to become... all
right, guys, I'm back.
It's going to become contentious, I would say.
I'm going to go by. All right, see you, dude. See you, dude.
There's only one button on the machine. There you go. And what's this? Red
Girls
Mirage. Look it up.
It's
It's a real effect. You typed that 2 or 3 times. I didn't read it the first time. There's a reason for that.
Hole's a hole, huh?
Yeah, there's a reason. Everybody knows what that is. People think it's going to happen. Here's the way I see it. I mean, it's going to be whatever the fuck, right? I mean, we don't really need to do a lot of projections at this point, right? I mean, it's literally going to be a few hours and we're going to know who wins. I personally think that it's going to be Trump for sure. You think that Kamala calling fake numbers and showing the camera out? No, I didn't see that. Reason for might be that missed. To be honest, don't be so strict. No, it's not that I missed it. I read everything in chat. People that type the same message regularly, more than once, it's annoying. That's really it. Pretty sure it's rigged for the first female president. Yeah, well then why didn't Hillary win? Yeah, I mean that's not true. That's stupid. Like I get that people like to make up bullshit, but like it's clearly not true. I mean, Hillary had way more clout than Kamala Harris, right? I mean, people hate Hillary Clinton, but also like I mean everybody knows who she is. So like if that was going to happen, it would have already happened. It's so weird to me. People vote on gender and shit. You think it's weird that people vote on gender? People vote on all kinds of stupid things. Also, like, identity politics are really strong. Like, because the reason why identity politics are so strong is because it's something that everybody, like, fundamentally has, right? It's like you're either white or not white. You're either black or not black, right? Everybody can define that you're a woman or you're a man, right? And, like, people figure it out. And they're like, okay, well, I'm going to vote based off of this. So, yeah, I think it absolutely matters. Let's see this.
Again. We are not going back.
An unprecedented campaign.
I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys.
It all comes down to tonight.
The key contests.
Pennsylvania will be key.
If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing.
The biggest issues.
I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders.
The government should not be telling her what to do with her body.
Oh.
Now, America decides.
That's right.
From
We're gonna
NBC
figure it out.
News, this is Decision 2024. Here are Hallie Jackson and Tom Yamas.
Pretty cool, guys.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to an NBC News special report.
Like
we
HBO
are less
drama?
than 90 minutes
true.
away from the polls closing in that first key battleground state of Georgia. And we've got breaking news right now. New exit poll data just coming into us.
Okay, let's see it.
And I'm Hallie Jackson. And listen, this is our first look at some of the numbers on who is voting and what matters to the people who are voting, even with some folks, maybe somebody you know, still out there in polling lines in every state across the country.
And this is really significant because this is the data we're just getting from actual voters as they leave those polling places. So it tells us a lot, more than any of the opinion polling we've seen in the last few weeks. So let's talk about the issues, right? What's taking voters to the polls? Here, voters were asked about the most important issue to them: the economy, abortion, foreign policy, immigration. And look at that, Hallie, 35% saying the state of democracy, 31% on the economy.
I just wish I knew what this means.
On abortion. Again, we want to say this is the first wave of exit poll data. We want to be real careful about this. This was in 10 battleground states, but this is huge.
600 polling places across the country, early, in-person, mail-in, and election day of. That grain of salt is well noted, Tom, because these numbers could shift a little bit. But here's why this is so surprising and why we're pausing on that 35% on state of democracy. Because all along, and you know this for months, the economy has been the top issue that voters said would be driving them to the polls. And usually immigration was right up there in the top two, followed by abortion access. You can see here, abortion there, 14% of voters say it was the most important issue to them, with immigration trailing. Now, again, these numbers could shift a little bit, but one other note on state of democracy, Tom, that can cut both ways. There are Republicans who are concerned about state of democracy. There are Democrats who say they're concerned about state of democracy.
Let's talk about this other exit poll. Who do you trust more to handle the economy? And remember, the president, he closed on immigration and the economy. 51, former President Trump, 51% saying Trump, 47% for Harris. We thought this divide might be bigger, and this may change as the night goes on, but that's not terrible news for Democrats right now.
No, the other piece of this is the issue that Vice President Harris largely closed on, and that is abortion access. Who do you trust more to handle abortion? It is no surprise here to see that she is leading on trust on this issue over former President Trump.
100%.
Yeah, it was a big issue. She was traveling with women all throughout states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, to make sure she got that message out as well. Again, not a huge surprise here. And again, this could change, but this one right here likely will stand.
Donald Trump, of course, closing on immigration. This is a message that he has hammered now for months with his rhetoric on migrants in this country and on trust on immigration. Here he leads, again, consistent with the public polling that we've seen. But I want to bring in NBC's Chuck Todd now, because Chuck, there's some interesting stuff here with all of the noted caveats, with all of the warnings. We don't want to overread into it. Like, let's be super clear on that. But talk me through your takeaway.
Well, look, I think the biggest thing is the fact that when you take economy and immigration, which are the two strongest issues for President Trump, and the fact that they're not, neither one of them's the top issue. if you're in Mar-a-Lago right now, that makes you a little bit nervous. And I look, state of democracy.
Although I bet Mar-a-Lago would tell you we're not too super worried about it.
Of course, because that's you always have to always be projecting confidence on there. I get it.
Yeah.
But when you look at the fact that obviously abortion rights ahead of immigration.
Yeah.
That had not, by the way, that has been going back and forth in all of our polling. A lot of times it's how do you ask that question? And of course, when you ask, when we had been asking voters if there's a single issue you would vote on more than any other in polling that has been abortion rights, we didn't ask a question like that. But the state of democracy question is interesting to me because look, I'm going to confess here. I don't think we're asking the right. I think we're giving the right punch to voters.
Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Correct. Because if you think about it, we've offered them 5 specific issues, 4 specific issues: foreign policy, immigration, abortion, the economy, and then we say state of the democracy.
Yeah.
So if you're
who doesn't want democracy?
Correct. So if you're a voter that says, I'm really motivated by sort of the current climate. Right, whatever that is, it's there's so many different ways you could describe it, but that tells you it's not a single issue that's getting you to the polls. You're reacting to the climate. There's a
dude, your first time voting. Congratulations, man.
Is on the ballot, right? Who are we as Americans?
How'd it feel? It feels pretty cool to get to go out and vote, man.
This is not to be dismissive of.
Let's go, Trump. Save America, man. Let's go.
There's a micro campaign specific on those issues, and then there's the macro. Who are we as Americans, right? And I think what we're finding out here is that. Maybe we need a better punch for people, but that's the way I view it. And when you look at the splits on this, not to give away too much, but when you look on the splits and you realize that it's a 50-50 essentially on which side of the aisle you're on, it tells me that's who those voters are. These are my way of life is on the ballot.
We've been talking about the gender divide since we've been talking about early voting and how voters may break for either candidate. Here we have it right here, Chuck. State of democracy, 36% for men, 33% for women. The economy, 34, 28. Abortion, 8, 19, and then immigration, 12, 10. Again, this is early. This might seem a little odd to viewers at home watching and looking at this thinking this is the most important issue, but this is the data we have right now.
Yeah, it is, of course. And, early data.
I could easily see that.
There's a running joke on Twitter already. This is the 20th anniversary of John Kerry's inauguration. Right? Early exit polls, were so sunny for him. So any of us that have experienced that, you take it all with a grain of salt here. But if this is how voters were thinking
for America,
this election, if this is the makeup,
dude.
He's
already got it all figured out.
The Team Harris, this is what they would want to see versus what Team Trump is
Keeping
saying.
in mind, both candidates, right, over the course of the last month or so, nodded to this issue of who we are fundamentally, with very different visions that they had, right? Former President Trump, the country is in a dangerous and broken place, and he's the person who can come in and fix it. Vice President Harris, it will be more dangerous if Donald Trump is reelected, and she's the one who can represent that fresh start for people who might be exhausted.
Well, and it's interesting, if you want to look in the exit poll and say, boy, what is the evidence that Trump's doing well? Well, by the way, Joe Biden's job rating is really low in here, 41%. That's very low. People are dissatisfied with the direction of the country. But just like with state of democracy, you can view the direction of the country negatively because of Donald Trump's existence, in the political scene. And that may be why you pick that number. And I think we're seeing some evidence of that, too. So, look, I do think
too broad of a question.
What this exit poll is saying and what I really believe this election, this is a macro election. This is an election about who we are. This is not about the economy and inflation. Certainly, they've been the mood music of the conversation, but the voters are what this is telling me is they went in there with a much bigger concern about the direction of the country.
Yeah, and it's still very early. It's actually just getting started. But we do have some interesting data on the economy. Christine Romans has been digging into that, which sort of gives us a better idea of what voters are thinking.
That's right. It is early. Think of these as breadcrumbs. And way down the line, we're going to know how this election is going to turn out. But these
anyone else felt like that was a reality show?
And they could change and we could get more of them. But the bottom line at the very early hour here,
see what prize America wins next. Yeah, man.
Not so good, 35%. Poor, 34%. That is a big number on the condition of the U.S. economy. When you ask people about their family finances compared to 4 years ago,
in a lot of ways, it is a reality show.
The question you ask every 4 years, right? Also, think about 4 years ago. 4 years ago, there was a pandemic.
20% differential, that's
people were wearing masks to vote. People were changing how they voted and how they lived their lives because of a public health crisis, right? So very different scenario this time around. Only 30% say it's about the same today. 24% say better. 45% say it's worse today in terms of their family finances. So we know there's been this negative mood music, Chuck, for months now about inflation, about the overall feeling of the economy, even as all the top line numbers Hallie and Tom, have remained really strong.
Christine, but before you go, do we know if Harris was able sort of to detach herself from President Biden on the issue of the economy yet? Do we have
Probably
that data
not.
yet? Do we
I
know
don't think
anything
so.
about that?
I don't know that yet, but I'll tell you something.
Yeah,
when
I don't
I
think so.
see such a big spread between the good and bad for how people feel about the economy, and then you see who's better to handle the economy,
Damn,
Harris
look
or
at
Trump with only a
inflation.
4-point spread. That's interesting. That's tight in terms of what voters are saying about
It's like
who can
over
handle it best.
50%.
Otherwise, with a
Damn.
moderate hardship to a severe hardship, that is
Inflation.
remarkable. 74% saying
That's a
that
big number.
inflation
Combined,
is a
yeah.
big number for them. So we've been hearing people complain about inflation. Voters told us inflation was a hardship for their family. But you look at who's better to handle the economy, only a 4-point spread. It's early. Things can change. We're going to get more data, but these
I
little
think people will
breadcrumbs are
perceive
awful
Trump to
interesting
be
watch,
better to
aren't they?
handle the
Christine
economy.
Romans, we thank you for that. Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Because the economy
Thanks, Tom,
seemed
because
better
we've got
under
Peter
Trump.
Alexander and Garrett Haake as our campaign correspondents
Yeah,
covering
that's
both
what I
Team
think is gonna
Harris
happen.
and Team Trump out in the field. As we're just getting that exit poll data showing the favorability for each candidate. And I
Okay,
want to
here we
start
go.
with Vice President Harris. 48% see her favorably, 50% unfavorable. Peter, let me ask you, what's the sense you're getting from the campaign as they've been watching not just the exits come in, but also some of that data from precincts, folks reporting, et cetera?
Yeah, well, certainly the favorable number is a number they feel good about, that they perform better than former President Trump and Joe Biden right now. Obviously, there was some concern that Joe Biden could be sort of a weight, an albatross around the neck of Vice President Harris, but she's outperforming him by 7 points in terms of favorability right now. That's something that the folks in Wilmington or the folks who will be here at Howard University tonight alongside the Vice President feel good about. I'll tell you what else we're hearing from a senior campaign official within the course of the last several minutes. They're saying one thing they view as encouraging right now is extremely high turnout among college voters. Particularly, they give us the example of what they're seeing in the state of Pennsylvania, pointing to the campuses of Lehigh and Lafayette. They say at least at one of those campuses, there are lines that extend for up to 7 hours right now. They say the campaign is sending support and surrogates to keep students in line. A separate senior campaign advisor telling me just moments ago that support comes in the form of some of the stars of the films from the Avengers series.
See the Facebook
Paul
post I
Rudd,
posted?
Mark Ruffalo and Don Cheadle, among others, will be heading to campus to try to energize those students, to keep them in line and to make sure they stick around, to make sure those votes are cast over the course of the day. A separate number we're seeing about another state that's going to be one to watch today is North Carolina. North Carolina is interesting because it's a state that obviously Donald Trump has been putting a lot of energy into, a state that he claims publicly that he is going to win right now, but he has been there many times, many more than Kamala Harris, which may be an indication that they're not quite as confident by their internal data as they are projecting publicly. The campaign, the Harris campaign, telling us that according to their numbers, the numbers they're seeing right now, rural Republican turnout is, as they say, lower. It's based on a small sample, they say, of rural voters at this time, but they say they're seeing a much larger turnout than they may have expected in cities like Durham, a big, dense, bluer part of that state that could be a positive sign early on, at least, for the Harris folks. Hallie?
North Carolina is an interesting one, Peter, especially with Team Trump dumping a lot of money into that state late in the game. Peter Alexander, thank you very much. Tom?
All right, Hallie, thank you. Let's take a look at the favorability for former President Trump. So here's what we have from our exit polls right here. Unfavorable, 54%. This is the opinion of the former president. Favorable, 44%.
Orange man,
He's unfavorable,
bad.
slightly higher than Vice President Harris. I want to go over to Garrett Haake
Not good.
at Trump headquarters in Palm. Okay, we had Garrett Haake. It's his live broadcast. Some things happen fast. Sometimes we have people, sometimes we don't. Things are changing on election night. But
y'all think, wait, is that one
say
fake?
goodbye to Garrett Haake, and I'll say hello to Hallie Jackson.
Hey, friend, I'm here. I've always got your back.
So listen, it's hard to kind of parse those numbers. Yeah, 54% unfavorable for Trump, about 50% for Kamala Harris for the vice president.
Yeah, more
Still
people
early
hate Trump,
in the night,
definitely.
but a little bit better for Democrats in that poll.
Keeping in mind that both of these candidates are trying to say that they would be the better one for the country over the course of the next 4 years. Can I ask you, Tom, since you're here at the big board, which is going to be your sort of dancing partner throughout the night, to pull up the road to 270? Because remember,
people on the news talking out of their asses, of course, dude.
First one to 270 has it in the bag. Talk us through the dynamics here.
Yeah, so we're going to start.
Wish you knew what the statistics mean.
In 2020, right? This is the way the map.
They don't mean anything right now.
7 battleground states aren't penciled in. A reminder: President Biden, he won 6
Give it a couple
of those
hours,
7
they might
battleground
start
states.
making
The
some
only one he
sense.
didn't win was North Carolina. So let's talk about Kamala Harris's path tonight. Her easiest path to 270. She wins Pennsylvania, wins Michigan, wins Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. Hallie, you see the number right there. She gets to 270.
It's over.
But if she were to have a terrible night and she were to lose the blue wall, say it were to collapse and Trump were to win all those states, she has one more path, but this is going to give Democrats heart attacks. Nevada, Arizona, holds Georgia and flips North Carolina. She gets there at 275.
What about former President Trump's cleanest and clearest path, Tom?
You know, for former President Trump, just think about this when you're watching tonight. Remember the East Side, right?
Let's go, Kamala, save America.
If he flips Pennsylvania, holds North
Hey, there you
Carolina,
go, man. If that's your opinion.
Georgia, he gets to 270 right there.
Damn.
But if something were to happen and he were to lose Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He doesn't have a Sun Belt strategy. He has to either win Michigan or Wisconsin if he's holding those two southern states. If he wins Michigan, either Nevada or Arizona do it for him. Nevada, even with just 6, gives it to him. But if he can't win Michigan, if it's only Wisconsin, he has to win in Arizona. This is where the GOP really has to fight hard to get those votes. 272, he gets there.
And depending on the spread, Tom, in other words, depending on how close or not this
I think
race
he'll win
is,
Arizona.
if we're waiting on Arizona or Nevada, everybody wants to know when might we know the results. That could be the scenario in which you and I are sitting for the next 4 days.
Well, 4 days, maybe even the weekend. You'll remember
Trump
2020.
wins,
We're waiting a long time for certain states. Arizona, look, everyone is telling us this time around, and again, take this with a grain of salt, that the states have improved, that the reporting has improved. We should get things sooner. We're hearing about states that took a long time in 2020. We may get them earlier tonight, which is going to make for a very exciting election night. It might make for an earlier election night, but you never know what can happen.
Something else that would potentially be exciting and rare would be if this was a
Hey, thanks, Adam.
to
Appreciate it, man.
269 tie. If nobody got to 270.
People's political minds, if they're political fans, their minds would explode. So here's how it happens, the easiest way. She wins the blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. You'll say, Tom, 270. She goes to the White House. And I say, hold on, Hallie Jackson, hold on. And I give Trump the Sun Belt, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. He's at 268, and you're like, Tom, did you go to school?
There, dude.
Yeah, did you get that? No. Okay, so Nebraska, it's got that Where's Waldo status. And the reason why it has that Where's Waldo status is because it gives away electoral votes through popular vote, the whole state. If you win it, you get 2. Each congressional district, though, you each get 1. If Trump were to win that, like we said, if he wins it, it goes 269, 269. He won it in 2016, that congressional district. It could happen. It'd be very hard. But if this happened, the new Congress, the House would pick
you're
the
stacked
president,
on cash. This election doesn't affect you at all. We need Trump to win this.
At least, kind of complicated. Yeah, exactly. One of the things we were talking about, too, the favorability and unfavorability for both Vice President Harris and for former President Trump here. We now see those unfaves for the former president. And again, underwater, 54% unfavorable, 44% favorable.
And we were talking about him all night.
I feel like inflation is because of COVID.
The unfavorable favorables are in. Donald Trump
that's my opinion.
Manifest when it comes to unfavorable, so you wouldn't be ahead. I guess you'd be under. But I do want to ask you something. People were watching former President Trump today when he was voting in West Palm Beach with his wife, Melania. He sounded a little tired. He sounded a little hoarse. He had been talking nonstop for the last 4 or 5 days on the campaign trail.
Because he's old and fat.
Should people misinterpret that? Because I know there was some sort of Monday morning quarterbacking saying, oh, he's tired. He doesn't look positive. Maybe it's the body language. What are you hearing from the Trump campaign?
Look, Tom, Farmer's older than me. I was on that same overnight flight with him last night from Michigan back to Palm Beach. Landed about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was tired too at that voting place. So I don't know that I would read too much into that as any particular signal. There was a brutal schedule here the last 24 hours of this campaign with Donald Trump trying to do something not about those unfavorability numbers, which the Trump campaign has long understood are kind of baked in. There's not a person in this country who doesn't have sort of an already pretty well-established opinion of Donald Trump. They were trying to attack Kamala Harris on the issue sets rather than make him more popular, except I would say on the edges with some of these podcast interviews that they were trying to do, where they thought they might be able to introduce him to young men in particular who didn't already have fully formed opinions of Donald Trump, convince them that maybe he was a more normal guy, sort of a more laid-back guy than the public perception.
Dude, I'll be honest. You telling me that Donald Trump is the one that stopped oil production is the first time I've ever heard of that. Unless you're talking about like overseas oil production and buying that.
Significant majority of Americans saying
because I think Trump is all about oil production in America.
To the countries that they came from. Tom, this is a staple of every single Donald Trump rally, interview, press conference appearance for the last 2 years. His idea of the world's largest mass deportation program. The voters are telling us in those exit polls they don't agree.
Garrett, just before you go, give me one data point you're hearing from the Trump campaign that gives them hope tonight.
Fake news. Hold up. What?
It's rural voters, Tom. They think there's a landslide out there and rural voters coming out from. If that's true, we'll see it one tiny county at a time across the country tonight.
It'll be a rural-urban divide tonight, all those battleground states pretty much. Garrett, hey, great reporting as always.
That's fucked up.
Great work on the campaign trail. All right, Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Tom, thanks, because we are just over an hour
Yeah, I
away
think he
now.
got other
Everything
countries to
everybody
stop
has been waiting for. Actual
buying
vote
oil
counts
from
in the
Iran,
battleground states, 7 o'clock.
which we
Watch
don't
for
agree with
Georgia. That's
politically
when
or
Iran goes there.
culturally in a lot of
7:30,
ways.
it's going to be North Carolina. It's going to be Ohio. And then
So
8
that could have
o'clock
been
Eastern.
there could have been a
This is the
result
big
in
one
some
because
price hike
is
from
when
that.
polls close in
But I don't want to do
battleground
business with those
Pennsylvania.
fucking
You see
people
it there.
anyways.
As Tom has laid out, that could potentially be ball game.
Especially if they've been supporting Hamas, which is bullshit.
Right here on
I know it's not all Palestinians, but
new data out on these exit polls on how you, the American public, feel about issues like abortion and the border.
Stay right here with our special coverage of Election Day 2024 continuing on NBC News.
I'll turn this shit down a little bit. Yeah. And so anyway, this feels dystopian, like the way everything is presented. Nah, why? I mean, they always done it like this. You know, conveniently 2016, when everything went downhill, was completely uncontested. Everybody agrees 2016 is when the world started going to shit. That's right. I'm talking about Harambe.
You know, the only way to be know if they're being honest.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't give a damn about abortion. I feel like abortion is, you know, like, obviously,
Just
like,
to listen, man. Go listen to their talks. You know, Joe Rogan had on Trump and his vice president.
You know, we'll just have to wait
Kamala
and see
didn't want
what
to come
happens.
on. He doesn't seem to want to do any like long form interviews,
Wins,
which
be respectful and kind.
you know,
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know
I'm sure
why
that's gonna happen. Yeah, that'll be okay. Show Fox.
I wish he
CNN.
did.
What else are they doing? What are they doing over in CNN? A bunch of fucking nothing, like just doing whatever. First projections, just some random ass shit. I don't even know if this is actually CNN, but yeah, it's just like this random guy. And what's this? This guy, I remember this guy came up, started talking mad shit about Russia. He's got 192,000 people watching this on Fox. Like, this one's got 72,000 right here. Now, Peanut is 2024's Harambe? Maybe. 2016 was the year for video games. That's why Trump won, bro. It was the gamer vote. That's it. If Trump wins, he'll be 2-0 for denying women the presidency. Actually true. Yeah, you're right. I never thought of it like that. I didn't, but yeah, that's a good way to say it. Wow. You think Trump can affect Russia and Ukraine war? I don't know. Probably, but like, I'm not sure. It depends on, like, I'm sure, could he? Yeah, but like, would that be a good thing? Maybe, maybe not. It's really hard to say. I'm not really sure what's on the table with that. Yeah, I don't know. So many chuds in chat. Well, I mean, I usually let people, like, in my chat, like, I let people say whatever the fuck they want, right? And so, you know,
the way it should be, boys.
Or bad or anything like that, I kind of just let them go and say whatever they want. That awkward moment with a coworker who said he never voted before. His girlfriend, mom, pressing him to go with him after work wholeheartedly. I'm the only person that said to him, "Bro, it's your vote. Do whatever you want. It's yours. Let him be pissed." Yeah, there's always people that think that they have, this is a big problem. People think they have like a moral authority to like tell you what to do with your vote. Like, it's crazy. But that happens from everybody. It's not like just Democrats that do that.
No.
Everybody does this.
No.
Yeah. Sorry.
No.
Jesus.
Oh.
And welcome back. We are back now with our election coverage. The country in a lot of places still voting, but we have some breaking news, which is our first exit polls that have just come out.
That's right. Remember, the first sense that we're getting, early sense of what the top issues are for voters. And you can see the pie chart here, right? 35% say the most important issue to them is the state of democracy, followed by the economy at 31%, then abortion,
Boys, if you don't have dogs, get dogs.
And foreign policy following. Interesting here, because remember, for months, that public polling had suggested that, in fact, the economy was the biggest and most important issue to voters, especially with those inflation numbers, Tom.
Yeah, and also, you know, we have to tell our viewers, state of democracy can break both ways. It depends if you're Republican or you're Democrat and how you look at that issue.
What a stupid question, state of democracy.
The second issue, the economy, but not as high as maybe Republicans wanted.
That's exactly right. Of course, Vice President Harris, Tom, closing on abortion.
Okay, yeah, and let's talk about abortion, right? And this is which comes closest to your position. Abortion should be illegal, 30%, legal, 66%.
Yeah,
That's a
huge number for Democrats.
I
The
was
vice
telling
president
y'all
had
this
made this a
shit.
key part of her platform.
I kept
especially in
telling
those
y'all
last
this
couple of
shit. Like,
months here,
nobody,
traveling
people
to
don't
states
want
like
this.
Texas, Georgia, Florida, where access to abortion is front and center after either controversial restrictive laws or the proposal.
And it was somewhat a gamble, right? Because abortion wasn't necessarily in the news at the time because it was way past Roe v. Wade, but it was something Democrats knew would drive voters to the polls.
Well, they saw it in the midterms in 2022, and they did better than expected, largely on the back of course, that decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. And we have been talking all night about these key battlegrounds. You are going to be talking about those key battlegrounds. One of them, of course, North Carolina. This is a state still reeling from Hurricane Helene, which has been the center of a major misinformation campaign, in part amplified by former President Trump. Our exit poll asked, is federal hurricane aid going to people who need it? And you can see the numbers here. 49% said yes. 46% said no. I want to get to Sam Brock, who's in North Carolina. And a question since that hurricane had hit, Sam, was going to be, will this affect people making it to the polls, getting their ballots in? What are you seeing?
They'd probably still be able to do it. That was a while ago.
Sure, let me start with part A, Hallie and Tom. Good to be with you. I'm in this tiny precinct right now, about 15 or 20 minutes outside of Ashland,
fake news?
County. And what's amazing is they just celebrated 1,000 people voting just in this tiny precinct. Guys, the reason that it's relevant as we see the last voters here that are lining up, we have about an hour and a half left, is the fact that you had another location where this was supposed to be that's still having helicopter supplies dropped in for victims of Hurricane Helene. As officials here are trying to coordinate and figure out where people will go to vote, and yet despite all of that, you only had about a quarter of all the election sites in this entire county that were impacted in some way, whether it's combining with an existing polling site or having to move it all together. But folks seem to be finding where they need to go. The early voting numbers in Buncombe were at about 58%.
That kid's voting? Yeah, he just voted for Kanye.
So we are, in fact, Hallie, to your question, seeing people come out and actually exercise their civic duty and be able to vote. As far as the misinformation component of this is concerned, though, I did have a conversation recently with a young couple that just voted for the first time. They are, in many ways, emblematic of how a lot of folks feel. It's not necessarily that they think that FEMA was only giving out $750, as was that first lie, frankly, that was out there for a couple of weeks, or that FEMA was redirecting funding from, disaster relief to the border, or any of the other things that were out there. They said that they didn't think that the community was doing a good job of disseminating water and food supplies to the people that need it. And that was a real tangible impact that affected their votes. And I'm hearing that not just from that young couple, but people who are voting across the county, guys.
The state where you are, Sam, there's also another race that a lot of people in North Carolina and well beyond are watching, and that is NC1, the state's first congressional district, which could not only be a factor for the balance of power in the House of Representatives, but could also give us an early look at some of the trend lines as far as who is turning out and where, right?
It could. So we're talking about Don Davis right now,
bro,
who
see
actually
that guy?
won that previous congressional election. By
They
about
got
5
Bigfoot
percentage
out
points,
here
but there was a
voting.
mid-cycle redistricting, Hallie, and the reality is that there were fewer black voters in the district now. More right-leaning parts of, say, the Outer Banks area of North Carolina were added, and suddenly he's in a dogfight with Lori Buckout, who's a businesswoman. And the question becomes, how does this speak reflectively to what's going on across the country? Well, certainly in terms of younger voters turning out, that's part of it. But also, North Carolina is a state where there are more registered Democrats by about 100,000 than Republicans. And yet redistricting, especially when you're talking about the House, matters a whole lot because there is a supermajority of Republicans in the state legislature. This, in some respects, is a reflection of that.
Sam Brock, live for us there in North Carolina. Sam, thank you.
North Carolina is going to be such a big story. We are tracking the latest exit polls as they come in, and the first polls in battleground Georgia are set to close soon.
Stay with us for our NBC News special coverage of Election Night 2024 tonight, even into tomorrow morning.
1 hour,
Savannah
gentlemen.
and Lester are going to take you all the way through right here on NBC News.
Dude, it's gonna be so interesting what happens.
Oh boy. Trump is announcing his victory? Damn, what took so long? Yeah, man. Finally. Remember a South Park episode about the douche and a turd?
Hey.
Yeah. Man, this is going crazy. I do think a lot of people are kind of expecting to see some kind of crazy ass shit happen. Yeah. Cinema already stolen election? Yeah. That's right. Google Trends show people searching, looking up the term, did Joe Biden drop out? Now, I don't want to say I told you so. I told you. I said people didn't want to believe me. Everybody thought I was lying. They were like, "There's no way this shit's real." I said people like y'all don't know how stupid people are, man. Yeah, I called it. He said people will be looking for Biden on the ballot. Yeah, it's sad. People don't want to listen. That's the reason why. That's what it all comes down to. They're afraid of knowing the truth. It's not surprising anymore. I know. What the fuck happened? I went to vote for Biden today and he wasn't on there. Yeah, it's that voter fraud shit, man. Like they're trying to get in on it again. That's what it is. Check Twitter. Trump deleted his tweet about cheating. No, he didn't. It was on Truth Social. It wasn't on Twitter to begin with. Yeah, Philadelphia and Detroit, heavy law enforcement is there. Uh-oh. Yeah, I bet. Ooh, they cheat. He coping already? Yeah, no, I'm waiting to see. Massive cheating? Oh, yeah.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation.
I see what's happening in the UK.
NBC News Now.
I just think it's so funny, man. It's so funny that did Joe Biden drop out as trending?
Night on NBC News.
I tried to tell people
right now.
They wouldn't listen.
The race, a dead heat.
Make America great again.
We are not going.
Yep.
An unprecedented campaign.
Oh, shit.
I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. It all comes down to tonight. The key contests. Pennsylvania will be key.
If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing.
The biggest issues.
I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders.
The government should not be telling her what to do with her body. Now, America decides.
Yeah, I think if Trump loses, it's going to be because of abortion.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024.
I think that's going to be the reason.
Hallie Jackson.
I'm Hallie Jackson, and we are coming on the air here on NBC News with brand new exit poll data. Our first early look at what voters think, what matters to them. All of it as the first battleground polls are closing less than an hour from now in the state of Georgia. That is going to be crucial. We're going to take a look at some of this exit poll data as it's coming into us. We've got our team in the field spread out across campaigns, coast to coast as well.
We're taking a look there.
I think that was Erie County, Pennsylvania. The idea being,
like that McDonald's
what do people think right after
like...
they cast their ballots? They come out at some 600 polling locations across the country, and they tell these exit pollsters how they voted, why they voted, and when they decided to make their decision. So let's get into it here. The issues that are driving people out. We asked voters, what is the most important thing to you between foreign policy, abortion access, the economy, immigration, and the state of democracy? And you can see it here. The top issue, again, based on these early exit poll numbers, interestingly, is the state of democracy at 35%. That is followed by the economy at 31%, abortion 14%, and then immigration and foreign policy after that. Why?
Sorry.
Why is this so interesting? It's because for months now, voters have consistently been telling public pollsters that the economy and inflation were the most important issues to them. So let's take a look at who these voters said they trusted more on each of these issues. On the economy, it is...
We already saw this 50 fucking times.
Fall the way that we expect them to. How about Trump's path? Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. That's all it's going to take. Those are the easiest paths for both candidates. Of course, like you mentioned, though, that's not going to be the only story.
This is Fox News.
Tracking the balance of power in both chambers of Congress as well. This is going to be pivotal. We also got maps to show you for the Senate and the House. This is how we're breaking down the Senate. We just want to illustrate here that all these darker colored pips, these are seats that are not up for grabs. Everything in the center, these are the seats where we're seeing challenges. As you can see, many more blue seats on the defense compared to red. Democrats have a slim majority in the Senate right now, 51 to 49.
That is a majority.
It's pretty much all but guaranteed at this point that West Virginia, Senator Joe Manchin, who's not running for re-election, his seat is going to flip independent to red. Jim Justice, the popular two-term governor in West Virginia, likely going to be flipping that seat. So that is already going to be one seat that the Democrats are going to be losing. There's a number of other competitive Senate seats, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Those are pretty much seats the Democrats are going to need to win if they want to maintain their control. There's also some seats where the Republicans could be on the defense. There's been a lot of chatter about whether or not Colin Allred can actually outpace Ted Cruz in Texas. There's an interesting race in Florida with Rick Scott. And then an independent challenger coming out of nowhere, giving us an unexpected challenge in a state that nobody expected a senatorial challenge to happen. So that's what we're tracking in the Senate. Finally, before we go, Andrew, let's talk about the House here. Again, a lot of gray. 218. That's going to be the magic number. This map is much more complex. We're starting to see every single district. There's competitive districts from as far east as Maine to as far west as Alaska. So many competitive races on the West Coast, including in southwestern Washington, Bend, Oregon, the Central Valley in California, Southern California. Those are House races that could determine the balance of the House, and those are races that may not be called for a long time. So I say all that to say, Andrew, that this building is important tonight because it's going to let us know just how powerful of a president we're going to be talking about.
You know, that's so true, Austin, depending on who wins the presidency tonight. You know, will they have a unified government on Capitol Hill or a divided government on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, that's true.
You
If
know,
Trump
will Chuck Schumer in the Senate keep his job? Will Speaker Johnson on the House side keep his job? All of those questions remain outstanding right now. Austin, thanks so much. If it's election night, you do need a map. You got a map, and we'll check in very soon here. In the meantime, though, so many of these storylines will be happening on social media, particularly. We're going to get a lot of our news there, because even on election night, breaking
social
news
media
will happen
from the
live,
social
raw,
media,
and unfiltered, as it usually does.
Fox
and to join
is getting
us,
their news from social
to
media
track
too.
All things on social media. My colleague there in the Live Now newsroom, Christina Evans, and Christina, what are you watching for tonight on social media?
Yeah, Andrew, it's great to be here with you guys on election night in Live Now's Social Center. That's what we're kind of calling it at this point. So if you do have a phone that's next to you, as many of us do when we're watching television, pull it out right now. Download some of those apps that we're talking about. X, also TikTok and Instagram. You can find us there at Live Now Fox. So on those social media platforms, I'll be guiding you through some of those other top headlines that we're seeing pop up on social media. I do want to show you just a look now as what we're dealing with here in our social center. Here's the look. We've got all of our boards in here pulling in these posts from X as well as Instagram and TikTok as things are starting to break on the internet. And when it comes to some of those storylines, an example of one that we're going to be following right now, I want to show you here on your screen a look of a story that's now coming out of Milwaukee. So this is some breaking news that we did just get into our newsroom as well. The city of Milwaukee says that it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators here at Central Count had an open door. Right now, officials aren't sure of how that happened. They will zero out those machines and start again.
Is it
now, this
rigged?
is according to our news partners there at Fox 6 in Milwaukee. But again, another important storyline that we're covering there in Milwaukee. So what we have learned is that the city spokesperson, Jeff Fleming, said that those tabulators were sealed. But the doors to those machines were not properly closed. This issue, though, involved early absentee and in-person ballots and has affected all 13 tabulators. Live look that we have there in the city of Milwaukee as we're continuing to follow some of these breaking stories. That's just an example of some of those storylines that we're going to be following here on social media. Again, as you're stepping away from the TV, maybe you need to go pick up your kids from school or run a quick errand to the grocery store. Pick up your dinner tonight. Make sure you have your phone with you. You can follow us at Live Now Fox. I'm going to push our TikTok platform right now because we'll be there very active giving you those latest updates. So, Andrew, sending it back over there to you. But again, you can find us on Live Now socials as well throughout the night.
All right, Christina Evans, thanks so much. You're going to be very busy. We'll be checking in with you periodically here.
Stop the count? Yeah.
All right, in the meantime here, we are well underway now in our election night coverage. And
oh my gosh, I was on mute.
A few states, not a lot.
Oh no.
About to some parts of those states polls have closed there. I'm talking about Indiana. I'm talking about Kentucky. So we will get some of those results in.
I told you the machines
here,
was
of
rigged.
course, at the top of the next hour, some of these major battleground states, polls will close there. North Carolina and Georgia will have our eyes on that as well. Let's just give you a sense of what we're watching for right now. We have all of these live pictures. And
Just
that's
the
what
way
we
it
do
is.
here, of course. You see there inside of the Trump campaign watch party as well. And that's in West Palm Beach, where this will all unfold tonight. Now, for the other campaign, the Harris campaign, this is at Howard University outside the nation's capital. Of course, you know Vice President Harris is an alum of Howard University, a historically black college and university. And that is where she has chosen to host her campaign election night watch party and rally here. So we also have some of these vantage points coming to us from polling locations. We just brought you that news out of Milwaukee there. So some snafus and flare-ups. But let's take our first commercial break of this hour. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, we're gonna go over to this other shit. Give me a second. Let me look at it. Oh, sorry. We'll get this.
Harris and the Trump campaigns, as we're just getting our look now at favorability ratings for each of the candidates. I want to show you here. Donald Trump will start here.
People hate Orange Man.
54% of voters view him unfavorably, 44%
favorably.
Data. But Dasha, as you well know,
60%.
part of the strategy here for the Trump campaign is to take that 44% and make sure that they get to the polls, that they turn out and vote. It's about supercharging the people who already back him.
There it is.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Check
and a large focus for that base
61.
is men.
It went down.
Heard Christine Romans there just talk about the gender gap. I, from being out in the field, would almost call it like a gender chasm, a gender Grand Canyon. It is so stark, this divide, and it could be the defining factor for this election. And you can see that in just the closing messages that we watched from those candidates. Former President Trump last night got the endorsement of the nation's most popular podcaster, Joe Rogan. That is likely to maybe help him with men, especially young men. He's hugely influential. Not likely to help him with women. He did bring out conservative commentator Megyn Kelly, who was actually pretty critical of his approach with women, but she tried to help him make
that was
that
the one that asked about
pitch to female voters. But he's really, Hallie, been leaning into talking
Trump's
points
talking about
that
Rosie
are
O'Donnell was
more,
fat.
catering to men and platforms that cater more to men. The other thing that we're seeing from him just moments ago, he's already posting on Truth Social saying that there's a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, saying law enforcement is coming. We got a response from D.A. Krasner saying that the only talk about massive cheating has come from one candidate, Donald J. Trump, and there is no factual basis whatsoever with law enforcement to support this wild allegation. We have seen him sowing seeds of doubt about this election with no evidence to support anything nefarious, Hallie.
An important reality check there. Dasha Burns, live for us in South Florida. Thank you. Let's take a look now at the favorability for Vice President Harris.
You can see it
here now. 50% of exit polled voters say that they have an unfavorable opinion of her versus 48% who say that they have a favorable opinion of her. In other words, that they like her, that they are into her, if you will. Let me bring in Peter Alexander, who's live for us just outside Howard University in Washington, where the vice president is holding her watch party. Peter, give us a sense of what you're hearing and seeing from the campaign at this moment.
Well, I can tell you what I'm hearing right now, and it's a lot of loud music as they get ready for a celebration here tonight. They are projecting confidence and hoping this night works out very well, but we'll save that for a little bit later. To the favorability numbers right now, I think particularly what is satisfying or is viewed as a good sign among the Harris campaign officials with whom I'm speaking is the fact that Kamala Harris, the vice president's favorability, is at 48%. Joe Biden's is at 41%. She's well outperforming him right now. Of course,
it's not hard to do.
Concerns that the sense that Americans thought the country was headed in the wrong direction.
Indiana, 71% Trump.
Largely been dissatisfied with President Biden's handling of his time in office. Could have an impact on her. Ultimately, it's likely in part without him to have to get out of this race. But she is not only outperforming President Biden, she's also outperforming former President Donald Trump at 44% right now. And what's also striking to me is in the NBC News poll, Hallie, as you know, that we put out only a matter of days ago, Americans had sort of a rosier view of Donald Trump's time in office now than they did at the time itself. 48% saying that they like the way he handled his time in office, which is notable because his favorability right now, according to these exit polls, early exit polls, is at 44%. So that number has come down a little bit as well. So those are some of the things we're going to keep close eyes on over the course of this evening. A couple other things that we're watching, campaign advisors are flagging to reporters like myself, reaching out and speaking to them. They are seeing large numbers among young voters, particularly on college campuses. We were told specifically about Lehigh with a 7-hour line only a short time ago. They're sending more voting machines there, election officials are, and the campaign sending more support in the form of some of its surrogates to keep those folks in line in hopes that they'll come out in favor of Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is so critical to that campaign and to the former president's campaign as well. Peter Alexander, I hope you got your coffee handy. We'll be talking with you, I know, in just a little bit. We're also getting exit polls out of not just the national landscape here, but some of those key swing states. Remember, exit pollsters post up at some 600 locations all across the country. So let's get a look at some of the results here. And I want to start here with the blue wall. So remember, that's Pennsylvania, that's Michigan, that's Wisconsin. Favorability, unfavorability. Again, favorable. Both candidates here are below 50%. This largely tracks to a degree to what we saw nationally. Sunbelt, very similar story here too. I want to get to the fact that polls are starting to close now. Looking at my watch in just about 45 minutes in some of those key battlegrounds. We're going to start on the East Coast. We're going to start with Georgia. And you can see Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont, Virginia, South Carolina as well. But it's Georgia that we're going to be watching for, that you should be watching for as well. 30 minutes later, you've got North Carolina. This is one that is so fascinating here. Remember, former President Trump won this state twice, but it looks like it is, based on public polling, a very close race. And then at 8 o'clock, buckle up, because that's when it hits, right? Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground here, along with a slew of other states, including some with key Senate races, for example, like in Maryland. Ohio also has one.
Give me a second. Let me look at this.
In Milwaukee because of this error, and you got some clarity there from
30K ballots need to be recounted.
In the meantime, live now look there at the White House. We are waiting on some of these results here in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. And of course, we are tracking the Electoral College count. We have this there at the lower left-hand of your screen. We'll be popping that up once the races get called in certain states. Of course, has not happened yet, but that's going to be a key feature throughout the course of this evening here. In the meantime, though, we do want to bring in our first guest to the conversation, and that, of course, is GOP strategist and operative Keith Nahigian. He joins me. Keith, thanks for being with us here. Let's talk about what the Trump campaign needs to do to close up some of these gaps here. You know, declaring on who wins tonight or whether or not there is a race called tonight. Do you think the former president, much like he did in 2020, will he prematurely declare victory? Or are Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles telling him not to do that? Is that in the offing, you think?
I don't think they're talking about that from the standpoint of we're not in a COVID election. Last time they were tabulating things with COVID protocols and touching ballots and all these other things. And they had twice as many absentee and early voting ballots. They don't have that now. They have much better machines. I think you're going to see results tonight, and then acceptance speeches even tonight, or recession speeches tonight for the most part. I think we're going to get to a conclusion way quicker than past elections.
All right, of course, live look there at the White House. I have to ask, though, I mean, if he does speak, if Trump does speak tonight, what will his message be if there is no conclusion?
Which way? Oh,
I think
General G, I didn't see that you were in here, buddy.
I don't have enough
I think Asman, I don't know if he voted or not, but if he did, I have a feeling he probably voted for Trump.
In the cycle that they ran together. You just never know. It depends.
That would be my guess.
Still, if there's enough that he can call a victory because he has enough electoral votes, basically, if he wins Georgia and North Carolina,
Alex Herrera, Kamala Harris, hey.
Ballots,
I hope it turns out good for you guys too.
Win Pennsylvania.
El Pescador, Tejanaro, the hard name, Tejanano.
It's going to be a much longer night waiting for other states and other time zones to close.
Yeah, good luck to everybody.
So, Keith, though, should the Trump camp be worried about the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, particularly the Puerto Rican American diaspora here? The Harris campaign has gone really hard with that constituency over the last week in the wake of those comments that joke made at the rally at Madison Square Garden.
Not
should
that
they be
many,
worried?
right?
And
I
if
mean,
so,
I don't
are
know.
they?
Yeah, Adam, that's
I
some
don't
crazy
think they're
stuff.
even thinking about it for a minute. It's a joke of a person that said something 5 days early. If that's what things are moving the electorate is about the economy, the immigration issue.
Nobody gives
Puerto Ricans are very upset about, illegal immigration in their communities. There's other big issues that are impacting people at the kitchen counter every day, and I think that's the number one priority for them. So there's 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania.
That's a
I think
lot.
they're going to
Damn.
vote on what issues really matter to them most.
All right, Keith, I do want to bring in my colleague here, Austin Westfall, with a few questions for you as well. From the Trump side of the equation, we do have his election night watch party shot there in West Palm Beach. Austin.
We saw in the past week, Trump visited New Mexico and Virginia, Keith. We saw
Dude, I can't believe Kamala didn't visit New Mexico.
What
Why
does
not?
the Trump campaign see in those
Why wouldn't she
states,
come here and like secure some of those votes?
focusing on?
Like I would have
I've
gone
been
and
saying, I've been
watched
talking about
Kamala.
New Hampshire for the last year. When Biden canceled the primary up there, it was very devastating to the process. It's their.
I wish I would have known
main
Trump was
way of
coming. I
life
may
up
have
there
tried
in
to go
terms
up
of
there,
picking
but
presidents, and getting the no candidates. And when he canceled the primary,
Albuquerque's a crazy
it really was
place.
devastating for the economy up there. And then he also instructed his cabinet not to travel up there for nearly 2 years. So in terms of Harris, she has never really been there. Remember, she dropped out before the Iowa primaries. And then this time as vice president, I think she's only been there, a handful of times.
Did they have the actual Fox News on
They really
YouTube?
like to know who they're voting for up there. And I think there's a disconnect. I think these pollsters are missing the Democrats that are maybe not going to vote because they don't know the candidate well enough. She had a huge disadvantage of only having a couple of weeks worth of campaigning. In New Hampshire, they take things seriously. I can't imagine them going into the polls and voting for someone
Where's
they hadn't
Biden?
met
I wonder where
in person
Biden's at tonight.
because they didn't have the chance.
Probably
to.
asleep.
New Hampshire,
It
Virginia.
is 4:20.
I think he went to Salem also because that media market hits.
Where's
North
Joe?
Carolina.
Grandma's
But
asleep.
There's a lot of polling that shows it's within a couple of points. And
My grandma's asleep. Joe Biden's asleep.
In New Mexico, that was a little bit more of a stretch. I'm not sure why he was going.
Although
to
I've been getting her to stay up a little later recently.
Different polls have it.
Or not me, but a few of us have.
Ways of getting to 270. Harris is having a smaller and smaller lane in terms of.
She
how
slept
to get to
super good last
270,
night. That was like,
especially if she loses.
that was a +1 in my book today, boys.
Republicans right now and those inside the Trump camp, are they too bullish on some of these early voting
you
numbers
shouldn't have.
we've seen
That was
that
a
have
bad
trended
idea.
and have favored Republicans in states like Nevada and elsewhere here? When you compare that, which we don't know yet, with the same day voting numbers, should they keep their powder dry with that or not?
I think the number to watch is not early voting, but registrations. The registration numbers in these states have moved 8 to 9%. Registration changes are real new voters that are going to be in their column. And if you're talking about 9% in Georgia, in North Carolina, and some of these other places, 6 to 9%, those are new voters registering as Republicans. And a lot of those, that's the bigger number. So it's not it's not early vote. It's the registration changes that are the most dramatic.
Yeah.
All right, Keith Nahigian, we do appreciate your expertise for coming on tonight. I know it's a busy night. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, like I said, we're just getting started. We're going to be bringing on experts, analysts, surrogates for the campaigns themselves to help us make sense of some of these results that we're getting
French
in.
bulldogs.
Some of these themes and storylines we'll be tracking throughout the course of the evening here. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Give me a second. Go look at this other fucking shit. What is it? How much more time do we got? We got almost 30 minutes. God damn.
I do think we should pop up some of the Indiana and Kentucky results.
Bro. Did he just say, I think we should...
And accurately, 17% say not confident, but a majority, by far, 81%, say they feel good about the elections there. Blaine Alexander is live for us. You see her there, Blaine. Give us a gut check on where things stand.
It's rigged.
Well, where things stand is right now I'm standing in the
I think we need to rig the election. That's what he said.
Polls closing here in Georgia in about 40 minutes.
That's messed up.
Happens, the activity here is going to start to pick up. Let me show you a little bit of what's happening over my shoulder. Right back there, those machines, that's where we are going to see the tabulations for the votes as they come in here to Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. Of course, Hallie, you know it very well. We've talked about it plenty of times. It was kind of ground zero for all of those campaigns during 2020. I think what's interesting, Hallie, about this location, this building didn't exist back in 2020. This is something that was built new since the election last time. It's kind of a way to get all of the operations here under one roof, a way to streamline this process here in Fulton County. It's also a place that allows members of the public to come in and observe this process. We've already seen some people who are coming in to watch this tabulation from both parties, Republicans and Democrats, kind of here amongst the general population with us members of the media. So that's what's happening here. Now, just for a big picture of what's kind of happening around the state, you Most of them said that their wait was as short as
good to see you, Blue Dog.
Or so. Some people in the 15-minute range earlier in the morning.
Yeah, what do you mean?
But that really kind of gives you a sense that early voting and those absentee ballots, those are the results that are going to have to be tabulated starting around 8 o'clock because that's an hour after polls close. That's state law. So because the bulk of those votes were cast early, that's where we're going to start to see a lot of those results come in relatively quickly.
As you're talking with voters who've been in long days, who've been out there living and working in Georgia, of course, over the course of not just today, but over the course of the last couple of weeks, what stands out to you?
I think a couple of things. One, I think the increased focus on Metro Atlanta, I should say, Metro Atlanta for both
Trump said he's going to pardon Hunter Biden.
I'm putting these over here. Days of 2020.
I can't wait for Hunter Biden to run for president.
To the reliably red counties, the southern part, the northern part.
That's going to be funny, bro. I'm going to vote for him.
Everybody has been focused to
Biden.
Yeah, I'm going to vote for him 100%.
On Fulton County, or rather on the Metro Atlanta area. That really is where both of them are relying on the vote share to come in.
You crack down on crime.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Battleground, Georgia. Blaine, thank you. Let me take you back to Milwaukee now, where Shaq, I think we fixed your microphone, right? So finish your sentence, please, on the latest of what's happening there.
Yes, bottom line, downtown, those ballots are going to be recounted. Nothing nefarious happening, but because of an agreement between Republicans and Democrats, they just want to make sure that there's some transparency there. So they're recounting those ballots. That might mean a later night here in Milwaukee. But outside of that, everything has been going smooth. I want you to take a look inside this polling location. I'll tell you here at this location, the clerk says that the line this morning stretched out of the door, that it went an hour long or so. And they actually have a small college in the area. So they said that they've been having a lot of people take advantage of Wisconsin's same-day registration and go into that table that you were just looking at and actually register in person on this election day. I'll tell you my favorite story, Hallie, is that someone said he was undecided up to the moment that he walked up to this polling location, which is essentially a field house here in Milwaukee in a park. He said he didn't know who he was going to decide on, so he took 2 laps around the park and hit a long walk and finally decided he would be backing, in this case, Vice President Kamala Harris. But you mentioned Milwaukee is a place that we're going to be watching incredibly closely. It's one that has been the focus for Democrats. Saw a lot of big visits ahead of Election Day. It's one that is very important to them. So we're going to be watching these results very closely. Unfortunately, those results might take a little bit longer to come.
Dude, Trey Space, you're absolutely right, dude. That would suck.
Shaq Brewster,
it's already a pain in the enough in the neck if you want to like read everything.
In the polling place where you are now. Shaq, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are just about now 35 minutes away from polls closing in Battleground, Georgia. Not too long from now. You can see the other states where polls close at 7 p.m. Georgia is the one to watch. You've also got 7:30 poll closings in North Carolina. Ohio is interesting as well. There's a key Senate race there, and you can see the swing states that you need to be circling on your map at home, and I'm sure you have one, as our special coverage here of Decision 2024 continues tonight. Savannah Guthrie and Lester Holt will pick up right after a break. They are going to take you all the way to 2 a.m. Eastern and potentially beyond. I'll be there too with exit poll data, joined by Chuck Todd, Kristen Welker, and Tom Yamas. See you in a minute.
That's good. Crashed it? Yeah, wow. Let's see what this is. I'll pause this real quick. We go to this one.
Jennifer McCormick at 39% right now. Braun with a pretty sizable margin over McCormick. It's still early, though. But interesting, this opened up a seat kind of in the Senate for Republicans in Indiana.
Great space. Welcome back, dude. Good to see you chatting it up.
Tried his hand at Senate politics, and it's seemingly going well for him tonight as well. Austin.
Yeah.
And again, I'm pulling up Allen County behind me here. This is where Fort Wayne is, Andrew.
Oh, be
just to illustrate some of what we're seeing in these bigger counties. So far,
this time change, man, kills dogs.
36,000 for Braun.
I think it's like time to eat way too early.
But that's only 5% of the votes tallied so far. There's not
dude, we should get rid of the time change for the dogs.
Fucking washed out.
Pets, dude.
In fact, the only competitive one that we expect. 2%. And by the way, I should introduce
what a
our
fucking
map
idiot.
Of all the governor's races around the country.
God damn.
We are, of course, following North Carolina closely. That's an interesting one with Mark Robinson. We do want to bring you results as soon as polls close in North Carolina. That'll be an interesting one to watch for. The real only competitive governorship that's happening this cycle is going to be in New Hampshire. We're going to be following those results closely. That red that you see in Indiana behind me, not a shocker.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. In the meantime here, we are anticipating some type of press conference there out of Philadelphia. We don't know entirely when that's going to begin, but I want to tell you why this is happening. This is what precipitated it earlier this afternoon. Donald Trump there posting on Truth Social, saying a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia.
Ouch.
He says law enforcement coming. Now, Philadelphia election officials and the district attorney in Philly, Larry Krasner, are weighing in on this. Krasner says this: my response to Trump's unfounded allegation of cheating in Philly's general election. He says the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. He says there's no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation from Krasner. Going on to say, we have invited complaints and allegations of improprieties all day. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now. We are not holding our breath here. So, wanted to just make sure we got that in. We are waiting
this guy's like,
for this
shut
press
up.
conference to begin there in Philly. In the meantime here, let's bring to the conversation yet another one of these guests, experts, analysts who will
someone's
be
trying to steal the
joining
election?
us throughout the course of the evening to help us make sense of some of these storylines. Our friend, though, as well, former Biden campaign advisor,
just fuck around.
and that's Rhett Buttle. He joins me. Rhett, I wanted to ask, too, and thanks for being with us. Happy election night. Rhett, just your response and reaction to what we just brought our viewers happening in Philadelphia here. Do you think that's somewhat of a bellwether of how the night's going to go as far as rhetoric, as far as messaging?
Well, I hope so. But I think, we are expecting that, President Trump will, as he has always done, put out potentially incorrect things that are happening.
That's right.
But at this stage of the game, it's really important to know that this has been a very safe and accessible election. Everyone's votes have been very secure. America has the most safe and secure election system in the world. We saw that last cycle. And, in previous cycles where the Trump administration had brought forward, allegations of fraud, all of
people
those,
think
the
he's
vast majority
lying.
of them were struck down by independent judges. So, we may continue to see some of this rhetoric. I don't think that it's helpful right now. We need to make sure that as polls are open, people continue to get to the polls. The most important thing is that people be able to know that their vote is safe and secure and it's accessible to everyone.
So, Red, I want to talk about the Harris campaign and where the Harris campaign stands right now. Last night on CNN, a senior Harris campaign advisor, David Plouffe, said this to Aaron Burnett, that he believes they can win all 7 battlegrounds. He says they can, not that they will. He believes that, though. Is that feasible right now? Why is this race so close between Harris and Trump?
They're always close.
Look, we always knew that this would be a close election. That has been heavily predicted. The polls have been very close. But the vice president has said over and over she is asking for every American's vote, and she's leaving no stone unturned. Yesterday, she was, crossing across Pennsylvania from the top of the bottom of the state, talking to voters about her plan to lower cost and what she'll do as president of the United States to bring, down the cost of groceries, to make the cost of housing more affordable. And I think that is a message that is really resonating, not just in Pennsylvania, but in places like Nevada and Wisconsin. And so, I think the campaign is really focused on bringing the message to working families about how they're going to make their lives better. And I think that that's why you heard David Plouffe talk about last night. All of these states are within the realm of possible.
So I want to talk also, though, about this narrative that has been front and center throughout the course of the campaign cycle. How Harris has had to redefine herself, especially in relation to President Joe Biden. Joe Biden withdrew from the ticket in July, and Harris allegedly, you can argue, charted her own course or did not chart her own course. Do you see any Biden drag in some of these early exit polls right now? That has been a key feature, how she would distinguish herself from Biden. We know this race is going to be decided among independents and among some of these late-breaking undecided voters. Has she done a good enough job of distinguishing herself from Biden?
I think she has.
Well, look, I think the vice president is very proud of the things that she accomplished as part of the Biden-Harris administration, which are mostly bipartisan things. The bipartisan infrastructure law, the bipartisan Chips and Sciences Act.
You think
all
not
of
so
those
much?
are investments in Americans, working families, things like roads and bridges that create jobs. But the vice president has also really talked about what is important to her, right? And so she's put plans together focused on working families and small businesses. She's made access to capital and tax credits for small employers and Main Street the hallmark of her campaign. She's focused on bringing down the cost of housing and groceries for families. Those are things that are plans and that are really unique to the vice president, I think are really identifying. And I also just think, she's been very focused on building a broad coalition. So in addition to really working to, talk to the African-American community, the youth vote community, we're really encouraged by the numbers we're seeing out of Pennsylvania with the Puerto Rican community, for example, and young voters, on college campus coming out to support the vice president. I think all of that is a really unique sign to the strength of the coalition that the vice president brings to this conversation.
So, Red, I got to ask also, because issues are front and center in this campaign, including reproductive rights and abortion here. Is the Dobbs decision from 2 years ago, is that fading or is that ramping up amongst the base of the Democratic Party here? Will we see any effect, especially amongst this key voting demographic, that's suburban women and young women here? It seems like the Harris campaign has put a lot of their eggs into that voting constituency here. Will it matter?
Look, Dobbs is very important, and a woman's right to choose is a key part of this campaign. The vice president has been clear, but there's a broader narrative here, right? This is about freedom. Do you want a candidate that supports freedom? If so, you want to support Kamala Harris. Do you want a candidate that will take us forward and continue to grow the economy? If so, you want Kamala Harris. Do you want a candidate who's more focused on bringing the country together, reaching across the aisle with people like Liz?
Adam, I'm sorry, I was texting. What was
fucking musty orange bitch?
Has offered is tax.
He doesn't care. That's why. What does he not care about?
Who run really large
that
businesses?
Fat retard.
A lot of divisiveness, and I think a lot of folks.
You don't want him.
Women, but also include many constituencies, right? We talk to everyone, are tired of division.
Oh,
they
yeah.
They want to feel joy.
Dude, it's crazy how far behind
America, and I think
the stream, I think YouTube is. I wonder what's going on.
But just lastly, what else are you watching for tonight? You have such a pulse on all of this. I'm sure you're watching a lot of metrics.
Turn this dumb ass off.
Early on in the night, we're going to see Kamala Harris doing quite well and Democrats doing right well. The reality is we will see some of the southern states be called early, and those are states that generally will be favorable to Donald Trump.
Big surprise.
But I think it is likely that we probably won't know the complete results of the election tonight. We'll have a better idea, I think, early in the morning around 5 or 6.
Oh, never mind, because I answered that question pretty quick.
We have to remember that, until all the ballots are in, Pennsylvania can't start counting. And then there's several days where they can do this thing called curing of the ballot. Nevada also has rules where ballots can, still come in if they're marked by mail for 4 or 5 days. So I think, what we'll see is we'll see a strong night for the vice president in the beginning. Maybe we'll start to see some, tipping over to the Republican side. But I really think over the next few days, you'll see the vice president, as all of the ballots are coming in, begin to take the lead in states out across the West.
All right, Rhett Buttle, I can't thank you enough. You've been really instrumental this campaign cycle. We'll talk soon.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Have a great night.
Thank you. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take just another quick commercial break. The results will keep coming in. We brought you some out of Kentucky and Indiana especially. We'll be bringing in my colleague here, Austin Westphal, in the Live Now newsroom, and some more experts and analysts to help us make...
We gotta have another fucking expert out here.
So they can try to get through those lines a little bit more quickly. One thing they feel good about. Another thing that they're feeling particularly good about tonight are the favorability numbers right now. Savannah and Leicester. The numbers, according to early exit polls, show that Kamala Harris is at 48% in terms of favorability. Compare that to 44% for former President Trump, but notably Joe Biden, the current president, is at 41%. That means that Kamala Harris is outperforming the man along whom she ran in 2020, with whom she served for the last 4 years. There had been some real concerns that could have been an albatross for her, given so many Americans had indicated they thought the country was going in the wrong direction. Things we'll be watching over the course of this evening.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. And Garrett Haake is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, the former president has been posting on social media today.
He has.
Already talking about widespread cheating. What is he saying?
That's right.
That's right, Lester. And his posts running contrary to the campaign's spin, their official statements at the moment right now. Listen, they came here tonight expecting to throw a party. I'm on the floor of the Palm Beach Convention Center.
I bet they did.
Absolutely massive ballroom that they have booked out, ready to throw a huge victory party, something that didn't really happen in 2016, a race that's victory surprised even Donald Trump.
Albatross?
Didn't happen in 2020 when
I'm not sure either.
I just got off the phone with a senior Trump campaign advisor who told me they are cautiously confident in what they've been seeing across the battleground states so far today, and that the former president is trying to run through the tape, making calls to radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, urging his supporters to go vote, stay in line if they're already there, and trying to focus on an economic message, something that they've always felt is better for them on the sort of the broad spectrum of issues in this race. All of that said, the former president's social media posts seem to undermine the confidence he is projecting. Just a short time ago, posting without any particular evidence that we can find about massive cheating, in his words, in Detroit and Philadelphia. Obviously places where Democratic turnout is expected to be very high. And ironically, places, at least in the case of Detroit, where he actually performed better in 2020 in a loss than he did in 2016 in a win. Trump has said for the duration of this campaign, and especially in its closing days, that he believes the only way he could lose is if there is some kind of cheating out across these battleground states. We'll be watching to see what else he has to say about it tonight.
That's right.
Lester?
Okay, Garrett, thank you. We're going to go to battleground Pennsylvania now. NBC's Jacob Soboroff is in Philadelphia, where they've actually added 2 extra voting machines at one polling station because
the voting machines were provided by the Kamala Harris campaign.
Yeah, Lester, good evening to you. That's absolutely right. We have been here all day long. We've been watching the line at Temple University. As a matter of fact, it used to stretch all the way down to the next avenue over here. Now the line, which was about 2.5 hours long, is quickly moving inside ahead of the 8 o'clock poll closing time here at Temple University. This is one of 1,703 different election divisions all across the city of Philadelphia. That's the same jurisdiction as the county of Philadelphia, 700 polling places. About 500,000 people were expected to vote in person today. Some of those students who had been waiting 2.5 hours are quickly inside right now. As you can see, they're coming out at a pace that we haven't seen all day. After they added those 2 machines you referenced, it is, as you said, a positive sign for the Harris campaign. But of course, until all the ballots are cast and counted, we won't know that for sure, Lester.
All right, Jacob, thanks.
All right, well, we're right over here at the big board, 270. We mentioned it is the magic number tonight. That is what it will take to win the White House. Each campaign says they have multiple paths to get to that magic number. So let's get back to Tom Yamas at the big board, because this is the big picture. Here's the map. The gray areas are the battleground states, and there are various ways to get to that magic number.
And this is how we ended up at the end of election week in 2020. As you mentioned, those battleground states, we haven't colored them in yet. Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. So the easiest path for the vice president is to hold the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, Savannah, she gets to 270, she's going to the White House. But if she's having a terrible night tonight, and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, the blue wall collapses, she has an emergency route through the Sun Belt. If she can win Nevada, win Arizona, remember, Biden won those, keep Georgia, and flip North Carolina, she gets to 275. But if this is the path for the Democrats, they're going to have a few heart attacks.
Well, I was going to say that's a much tougher path, and polls bear that out. Let's talk about the Donald Trump path.
Okay, just think about the east side. This is the easiest way to understand Trump's path. If he flips Georgia back to red, holds North Carolina, and then turns Pennsylvania red, he's going to the White House again. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. Donald Trump tonight cannot get to the White House unless he makes a crack in the blue wall. If he wins Michigan, he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia. He can do it with just Nevada and those 6 electoral votes. But if he can't win Michigan and the blue wall comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down in Arizona to get those 11 electoral votes.
And that's what we're going to be doing tonight, counting up electoral votes.
Outrageous.
Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. We shall see. Lester, let's go over to you.
You two are terribly optimistic. right, thank you. Let's bring in Kristen Welker now, moderator of Meet the Press. And Kristen, what are you looking for tonight? Some early indications that suggest one or more of those paths we just talked about are real.
No.
Absolutely, Lester. I'm looking for a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the historic gender gap that could be one of the big stories of this election. We've seen it in polling leading up to tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris has a significant lead with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with male voters. So we'll be watching those early returns to see how that bears out, to see how the split actually falls. Abortion on the ballot in 10 different states. So that will be notable, could potentially drive up turnout. Early bellwethers, Lester. Virginia in particular, there's a key race for Congress there. Virginia 7, Eugene Vindman running against Derek Anderson. This was a Democratic-held seat. Do Democrats continue to hold on to this seat, or do they lose it to Republicans? If they lose to Republicans, that could spell trouble for Democrats early on in the evening. And then this is a really fascinating one, Lester. Split ticket voters. In 1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president and Senate. In 2020, down to one state, Maine. What do we see tonight? It's really been dwindling over the years.
What does that mean?
All right. Thank you, Kristen. Let's go over to Savannah now.
Poll closings are about to start at 7 o'clock Eastern time, including in the battleground of Georgia. And if you've ever wondered how we're able to call some of these races so
15
quickly,
minutes, guys.
Stay put. We're going to take you inside. We'll show you how we do it right after the break.
They know the fix is in, boys. That's the reason. Yep. Yeah, because they know it's rigged. Exactly. Yeah, make it too big to rig. I don't know. We'll see what happens. As I said, I've said before, I think Trump's going to win this, but, you know, maybe not.
What?
I just got here. Who's winning? Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea. People are still most confident about Trump winning, though. Like, if I look at this, Trump going down by a lot, people trying to vote for it. He's at 58% even now. He went down by 4%, though, because he was at 62 whenever we started a few hours ago. Uh-oh. It's over? Uh-oh. We'll see what happens. Gabor is betting big on orange. That's right. God help us, we need Trump to win. The fix is in for Kamala. They're rigging Poly Market. People crashing out. Stop the steal. The machine has spoken. XQC making bank? Yep, true. PA called early for Harris. We'll see what happens. Save me, Donald Trump. I'm sure he's going to save you, bro. Yep. I'll turn this down a little bit.
See, when he says cheating, it means indefinitely lots of love going around in Philly. That's why it's a swing state. My joke was so bad he left. Oh my God.
And whether they lean Dem, lean Republican.
Oh my God, dude, that's hilarious.
About trying to snag.
Sorry, I just saw the chat.
Because clearly Harris has her followers and Trump has his followers.
They do.
And so now you're really playing on the margins here. And it's a matter of people who just couldn't get behind Kamala Harris, who are down.
Guys, join the Discord.
Vote for Trump or
join the Discord. You can come hang out with me in the round table, dude. And raise your hand and talk on stream if you'd like.
Those independents may very well decide this tonight.
Brian, I wanted to ask you, and this is somewhat of a long-winded question, or maybe the answer will be long-winded. Let's talk about the campaigns themselves. In the last week, or maybe the last weekend, in your view, what did the Trump campaign do right, and what did the Harris campaign do right, and vice versa? What do you think they did wrong?
Well, I think both campaigns really grounded out to the end. They were in a lot of places. They kept hitting these high swing state states to try to secure votes there. I think Donald Trump actually remained somewhat disciplined down the stretch and Kamala Harris stuck to her message points. I think those are the positives. The negatives are that if you're not a Trump fan or you're not a Harris fan, nothing they said in the last few days will change your mind.
No, I don't
Harris
think so.
didn't really get into specifics through the entire 107 days of her campaign. Donald Trump kept with the same themes that he has talked about: the economy, immigration, these other things, right through to the end. So in the last 7 days, I was waiting for something to kind of move the needle here a little bit. I didn't really see that.
It is very close, Austin.
Yeah, so Brian, we saw, and I was asking Keith about this earlier, we saw Trump making appearances in New Mexico and in Virginia. We saw Vance in New Hampshire over the weekend. We haven't seen Kamala Harris making any appearances in any of these states that we don't consider battleground states. What do you think they're seeing, and what do you think they're relying
She
on?
thought it was,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut everyone off here or interrupt. We're going to be doing this a lot. We do have some of these live events right now. We have some of these election officials, especially in Georgia. The Secretary of State there, Brad Raffensperger, speaking live. Let's just take it.
Was there. They brought in dogs, and they're doing a sweep there, so we're not concerned about anything like that. The area was fully secure.
Do you have a sense of how long the delays were?
Typically, what you saw, anywhere from 20
like
minutes to 40
bullshit.
minutes in that range. And so, we'll just be following that precinct by precinct.
Yep.
How much later will they stay open?
Well, that's as we were just saying. If you had, they were doing their work,
So
say
didn't you
20
fucking
minutes
listen?
to 40 minutes, something like that. I think there's one that might be 50 minutes, but in that range, so less than an hour. But we'll get those to you as soon as we can.
You said experts were there and that they sniffed the areas. Is that the case for all 12 of those locations where?
And typically, I know that in Atlanta, they also just got a whole bunch of bomb threats come through, and Atlanta Police Department, they're keeping everything open. All the precincts are staying open, and they're just sending dogs around to sweep it to make sure that they're safe. But we know where it's coming from. FBI knows where it's coming from. But we want to make sure, interest of public safety, that everyone, make sure that it doesn't, slow down anyone from voting. And like I said, if you are in line at 7 p.m., you can continue to stay in line until you exercise your right to vote.
Do these seem to be coming from the same source as the earlier threats? And are they connected, do you know, to threats coming in and to other states?
We don't know that. And best
They have
we
no
can
idea.
tell,
Yeah, how can they possibly know that?
Same source.
Are there any indications of threats coming into places where the ballots are being counted?
No.
How will the how will the extension of the hours impact the counting of the votes coming in to you guys?
Just a little bit slower because you have, I think that was 15 precincts plus the 2 in Cobb. It's a total of 15 precincts, so it just extends it out for there. But all those early votes have already been, all the early voting has already been done. There's no reason for that should not be tabulated and, uploaded quickly. And then all the other votes for the absentee that have been accepted, so that should come quickly also.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any frustration seeing some of these threats come in after you guys have done so much?
Well, it's fucking annoying, I'm sure, yeah.
To try to change the election process and make it more secure?
I'm frustrated as an American that people would threaten other Americans.
Because they're stupid.
Or threaten, just to question the safety. And so that's what frustrates me. But we work through it. But, our heart goes out for our voters, and that's what our concern is, and our poll workers.
You said early results will be in by 8 p.m., but that's a huge chunk of the total votes. So we're going to see early results in Georgia, 4 million votes by 8 p.m.?
Oh, some of the precincts maybe extended a little bit now because, they have, this situation going on. But that's in 4 counties, 5 counties. So really then over 150 counties, yes, by 8 p.m. by state law. They are required, when they close on time, to have it 1 hour after they close. So yes, you'll get a lot of results really quick. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. We'll be here. I know you will be too.
All right, so Brad Raffensperger wrapping up there. You see his deputy, Gabe Sterling, there in Atlanta with all of these questions about when we might know results there in Georgia. Polls close at the top of the next hour here. I'm Andrew Kraft, back out live. I want to just put this tweet up here. This is a really good illustration of what election officials have had to contend with today. Anna Giratelli at the Washington
7
Examiner.
new bomb threats. That's the way, hey, guys. If you're losing, you just call in a bomb threat. Wow.
But there's still a good chance the trailing team can catch up in the next half.
Oh.
But if a team is up by 20 points with only 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, there's just not enough time to close the gap.
Yeah,
That's
Rosie
how it
thinks
is
with
with
the
the
raid.
outstanding vote count.
We're trying to figure out, are there enough votes for the second place candidate to overtake the first place candidate? And sometimes it's mathematically impossible.
Lipinski and his team will also know where that outstanding vote is coming from. Is it from a very blue area or a red area, which adds to their formula? And if a race is really close, that could take days.
Yeah,
you really need all of the vote in to be able to make a call.
That's
be able
too big
sort
to
of be
rig.
Absolutely certain of who the winner will be.
And the mantra of our decision desk is that they want to be right. They do not want to be first. And Savannah and Lester have had a lot of time to spend with the decision desk.
Yeah,
getting
notice
ready
a lot
for
of
the big
people,
board.
watching
for tonight's
today.
election night, I can tell you, they take their
That's
job
an ass
so
load of
seriously.
people.
They're mathematicians, they're scientists, they're journalists.
I mean, we got
Thank
7
God they do the
minutes
math.
until
They don't
this
have to
shit
do
starts
it.
sitting.
And they're getting so much
starts getting
information
calculated
from around the country.
Yeah.
Sometimes the information's
So
changing
why are you
within
guys
a
here?
second.
What's up,
It's
boys?
incredible. But
How y'all
again,
doing?
they want to make sure they're
Make
right
sure to
before they
follow
give
the
information.
stream.
By the way, they're siloed off. They're not even here in New
We
York.
do
They're
this
in
every day.
Philadelphia, so they are doing their work, and they tell us when they're
Unless
ready to
we're
make the call,
banned.
not
And
the other way around.
we are about to see some of their work in action. We're coming up, and the first poll is about to close. Our decision desk is standing by to make its first projections of the evening as we begin to answer
here
the
we go.
question. Who will be the next
Popular
president of the
president
United
vote.
States? Stay with us.
61% Donald.
Damn, look at that. Cool building.
Is this like their last
Yeah.
commercial break until they really start popping off?
I think it was the Empire State Building, if I'm not wrong.
Ooh, they only got a 2-minute one too. Let's see. I'll pause this. I'll put this one back on.
All right, yeah. And of course, got to remind you, we're not in a pandemic like we were in 2020. That's a major
really?
difference and mitigating factor as well. Brian Sobel, thanks so much. Also, we'll check in at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. We got a lot more in store. Many states' polls are closing in just about 7 minutes' time. And some of those battleground states we're watching, including Georgia and North Carolina. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
You about to get that fucking information? I'm ready, bro. Like, this is gonna be wild. The funny thing is, like, no matter what happens, everybody is gonna lose their fucking mind.
True. Right back, guys. I'm gonna go feed the dogs.
Yeah, if Trump wins, people are gonna be like, bro, like Handmaid's Tale. If Kamala wins, it's gonna be rigged again. It's gonna be crazy, yeah. I don't think this one is gonna be as crazy as the last one. To be honest, it probably is not. Like, the last one was, what the fuck? But this one's still gonna be, it's gonna be a lot to it, for sure. It's all, guys, it's only rigged if the person that you like loses.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
All right, we're back at 6:55 in the East. We are just minutes away from the first poll closings of the night.
And that also means we are minutes away from our first calls of the night, including one of the biggest battlegrounds of all. At the top of the hour, the first polls close. Our decision desk able to make its first calls of the night.
6 states and 60 delegates up for grabs, including one of the biggest battleground prizes in the South, Georgia.
The polls showing a race down to the wire, the state key to former President Trump's strategy for victory.
We are going to win the state of Georgia.
And if Vice President Harris wins it,
The path to the White House runs right through this state.
she opens up another path to the 270 Electoral College votes needed to take the White House.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this
Let's
critical
get it.
battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make the first calls on the road to 270. So let's get to it. Who's ready to count some votes? Blaine Alexander is in Union City, Georgia for
All
us
right.
tonight. Polls just about to close in that
New
battleground.
Elon tweet.
Hi, Blaine. What do you see?
Let me see.
Well, Savannah, really, this is the nerve center for Fulton County elections. This is the elections hub. I can give you a quick look inside.
He posts
right
dark
over my
MAGA
shoulder. This is
assemble.
where we're going to see the tabulations. And I
Nice.
spoke with a top county official who tells me how this process will unfold through the night. Basically, what happens when the polls close here in Georgia, about 3 minutes from right now, poll managers are going to take the memory cards and they're going to take the paper ballots. They're then going to drive them to one of 7 check-in centers that spread throughout the county. And then all of that information, all of those things are going to come right here. It's going to be an interesting thing. We're going to see each one of those precinct managers walk in escorted by a law enforcement officer to bring those memory cards and the paper ballots, and that's when the tabulation process will begin. Now, of course, the big question is how long is it going to take? Well, we know that Georgia law now requires them to start being uploaded, the early voting ballots and the absentee ballots to be uploaded within an hour of polls closing. So around 8 o'clock, we're going to start to see those results. They'll be shown on a big screen that's not too far away from where I'm standing. And certainly all of this is going to start to come alive once the polls close in about 2 minutes, Savannah.
All right, Blaine, thank you very much.
Now to our panel. Hallie Jackson is our senior Washington correspondent. Kristen Walker is host and moderator of Meet the Press. Hallie, let me start with you. We're about to get our first characterization.
Finally.
What are you thinking?
Listen, Georgia is going to be a critical state here. This is a place that had a very, very close razor-thin margin back in 2020. Yep. So what happens in Georgia is going to matter. A couple of things that I'm watching as I'm digging into those exit polls, which we'll get to after the polls close.
I think Trump's going to lose
who's doing
Georgia.
well there. Non-white voters, black and Latino voters, especially when you're looking at places like Metro Atlanta. We're always looking at young voters, and we are always looking at the gender gap, of course. We know that is one of the dominant
the headline of the night.
Yeah, exactly. And so we'll see if it continues to be.
All right.
I think a real tell for that is going to be after 8 o'clock when polls close and we can start to report out more.
Georgia was one of those traditionally red states that Democrats had thought about and dreamed about for many years, and not until 2020 did they finally get it. It was the swingiest state of the 2020 election. Trump won it by 200,000, I think, in 2016, and then Biden barely eked by. So what do you expect tonight?
Well, I think there has been so much focus on African-American voters and black men in particular. I think about former President Barack Obama, who was out on the campaign trail with that very blunt message for black male voters. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get out and vote.
The countdown.
So
Let's see it.
See if in a place like Georgia, the Atlanta
election alert.
All right, we are having an election
Turn 'em
alert
off
now as we approach the top of the hour, and things
All right, let's get it.
Getting interesting.
All right, who won? Who won?
All right, 7 o'clock in the East.
Oh,
and
let's
we
hear
will
it.
not waste any time. This is the moment where we move from those months of speculations to actual results.
That's right. The polls have just closed in 6 states, and NBC News is ready to make our first projections
Who
of
won?
the night. Here
Let's
we go.
go.
We start with the state of Kentucky. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Kentucky tonight. Let's move to Vermont. NBC News projects that Vermont will go on the Kamala Harris column this evening. This is where it brings us on the road to 270 right now. The early start, Donald Trump out in front with 8 electoral votes, 3 for Harris. A long way to go to get that 270, but that's where we are right now.
Well, polls closed in a handful of states, and these are the ones we haven't called yet: Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, and that all-important state of Georgia. And here's how
Trump's
we're projecting
winning so
it right
far,
now.
guys.
Too early to call. It may come tonight, but it's not coming this exact moment. So we will continue to watch. We don't have any results yet to show you out of Georgia. It is simply too early to call. But Georgia is one of the faster states to count. So as I go over to Tom Yamos, who's starting to pull up the big board there. And
Or my wife, a new TikTok I made yesterday.
That we're looking at. See, you've got Kentucky up on your map.
Or this morning.
This is the earliest data we're having so far. We've called Kentucky for former President Trump so far. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land to see, how is it looking compared to 2020. Again, a lot of that vote is still out, but we were able to make the projection as we explained to you. I also want to talk about Indiana because we're getting some vote data here. Still too early to call. Remember, only 14% of that vote is in right now. We also have this great feature on our board where we can show you where the remaining vote is. So obviously, the bigger the bubble is around those counties, that's how many votes are still outstanding. So here in the Indianapolis region, still a ton of votes weighting there. This is a state that Republicans have really done very, very well in elections past.
Damn,
If you go back
Indiana's-
here, Trump in 2020 won
Bro,
by about
he's
16
leveling up.
points. Before that, it was even higher against Hillary Clinton.
Jesus.
This is a state that Republicans are going to be safely in the win column, most likely. One of the places we can start to get data from is
It's
Hamilton
over.
County,
All right.
with 60% of the vote in. This is not a great sign for Trump right now, but again, I want to be
What?
very clear. It's only 60% of the vote
Oh,
in.
it's
And
rigged.
this is what I'm talking about. 52% is what he won in 2020.
This is what he's
She's on
talking about,
top
how
right
it's
now
rigged.
with about 49, 50% of the vote. There's about 1,300 vote difference right now. Again, still very early, but this is the first data we're getting tonight. So we're kind of parsing what we can so far. There are big areas like South Bend, Pete Buttigieg, who was the mayor there, obviously, where Notre Dame is as well, and the big city of Indianapolis, Evansville. There's a university down there. A lot of if we look at the map in 2020, these are mostly rural counties.
Trump
red
came out
counties where
ahead
Trump can
last
really run
time.
up the vote. But again, in some of these smaller counties, he wants to be 60, 70% to make sure he can overcome what she's going to get in Indianapolis. But still very early tonight, Savannah. We're going to get a lot of data as it's coming in hot and heavy throughout the night. But right now, still very, very early.
This is when we get the tea leaves out. This is the tea leaves portion of the night. And, you have the red state. You know that Indiana's that Trump will prevail most likely. Same thing with Kentucky. But sometimes we can look into those counties and particularly the suburbs, because that is where we're starting to see a trend. Did I read your mind? You're giving me that
Savannah,
look.
we're mind melding because I'm looking at Hamilton County and I'm going, okay, people at home are probably going, wait a second, Hamilton County, was I supposed to know about that one? Was that one of the big ones? Here's why it's so interesting. It's because of the tea leaves, Savannah, and because of the trend lines as well, right? This is a county where Republican margins have been shrinking over time. Democrats have been making inroads. It is a suburban county. It is something similar that we see in places like Georgia, right? In some of these places in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. And that is what's so interesting about Hamilton. Let's not over-index on it. It's early, so that's why we're interested in it, because it's at least some data that's coming into us. But that's part of the story here.
You can see the importance of some of these places by how many times the candidates have visited Donald Trump. 8 trips to Georgia, 7 for Kamala Harris.
That's a lot.
We cover it every night, them in this state and that state, but when you
Yeah, it
see
is,
it laid
dude.
out, it's quite amazing.
It really is. And when you think about the state of Georgia, we'll be looking at those Atlanta suburbs. What types of margins do we see there? That's how President Biden wound up eking out a
president
victory.
vote.
And then the exurbs. That's where Donald Trump does well. Forsyth, Cherokee. Can he run up the margins there? If he's going to win the state of Georgia, he'll do it in those territories.
Let's take it a step out, because these are themes that will run throughout the night.
I think this would be better so you guys
to
can
get the
see
turnout
these.
up in the cities. She has
Indiana,
to get her margins even higher in the suburbs, and why she has to make up for the rural vote that is expected for Donald Trump. And he has been very good in past elections at finding these voters who aren't traditional voters who come and vote for the first time.
Absolutely. That's where the ground game is so significant. And tonight will be, to some extent, a test not only of their campaigns, but of the ground games. Was the Trump campaign able to get out some of those voters who don't typically go out and vote? One note about Pennsylvania, one of the biggest states we're going to be watching throughout the course of the night. Joe Biden won it, not just by running up the margin.
Guys, it's over.
County, but in the suburbs of Philadelphia, those collar counties that
Associated
make
Press.
all the difference. Hallie and I are both in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That's our Bucks County in the house, folks.
Yeah, what do the exit polls tell you?
Okay, so let me disengage myself from the chair here, because we can start to get into some of the vote breaks here in Georgia. And here's what's really interesting. We've talked about people who identify as independents. This is a category, right, of voter that Vice President Harris really extended an olive branch to. She wanted to win them over. But look at this. Based on our exit poll data, it is Donald Trump winning
Donald at
independents,
19 already?
nearly a double-digit margin over Vice President Harris in the state of Georgia. Here's your great small caveat. These are early numbers. They may shift a little bit throughout the night, but this is really interesting here. And if you're wondering, well, how does this compare to 2020? Let me pull that up here, because he is overperforming. Donald Trump is overperforming his numbers with independent voters in Georgia.
Dude, I didn't realize just how much Asman reacts.
Margin by about 10 points.
He's literally just
The other piece of
constant.
this too, let's look at the gender gap in Georgia. The gender gap. It exists here, folks. We are
Let's
seeing, and I'll pull up this
see.
board in a second here, Kamala Harris winning with women, Donald Trump winning with
Men.
Dude, my monitor's so
Walk back
Look
over
at
to
that,
here. That is something else
55%.
we'll be watching here throughout the night. She's got to do really well with women. He wants to do really well with men. And in my conversations with
my like
campaign
above
sources
monitor
just in the
that
last couple of hours,
my
they're
stream
looking
stuff
at
is
that.
on, guys.
This election, perhaps
Is
the
like
parallel
has
to
like
Texas election, so we'll
I
see
need
how
a new
plays
one
out. I
because it
think
like
we've got a winner
flashes
to
and
announce.
stuff.
Key projections
And sometimes I can't see where my mouse is.
Indiana And no surprise
So
here,
frustrating.
Donald Trump will win that state again. Here's the data that's just coming in. See if we can get some numbers. And you now know, because we've taken you inside the decision desk, how is it that we can project this with just 15% of the vote counted? It is because we are confident that the margin is sufficient to make that call. So let's let's go to the 270 map. We
Wow.
see this a lot, and we start to fill in some of the gray. Indiana, red for Donald Trump. Let me go right over to.
No, you need to get
Tom
down.
Thomas,
Too big
who's
to
looking
read.
You're welcome.
at Florida. So Florida had
Oh my
poll
gosh, you're
close.
too cute.
Or is it about to poll close?
Yeah, they've closed. We have some voting
Yes,
data.
okay.
And we have an Osceola County. I wanted to show this why this is important. So here in Florida, we have the I-4 corridor, right? And this is kind of the central part of the state. It cuts right through here. When you think about Florida, you can think about it in three parts. The Panhandle, it's very red. That's Trump country in a lot of those counties. South Florida, usually reliably Democratic, but Republicans have made some inroads. And it's this I-4 corridor that is really the swing region. It's also the area where you find a large number of Puerto Rican voters as well.
Yeah.
So when we come into Osceola, I wanted to highlight this because we have 71% of the vote in. This is usually a reliably blue county for Democrats. Again, not all of the vote is in.
I
It is
will
still
say
early,
Trump
but
is
you can see Harris is
overperforming in every
underperforming
category
in what is
compared to
historically a
where
blue
he was
county
at
for
in
Democrats.
2020.
56 for Joe
Have you
Biden
guys
in
noticed that?
2020. 51 for Harris right now with 71% of the vote in. Again, it's still very early. So how is Trump doing? Well, in a county that he usually does very well in, Volusia County on the East Coast here, 56% in 2020 with 70% of the vote in.
Project
He's now at
2025.
59%. So he's overperforming. Again, still a lot of vote out. Still a lot to do here and kind of see where the vote is going. But those are good signs for the president. Listen, Florida has been trending red. Trump won it in 2016. He won it in 2020. Actually, in 2016, when that political earthquake happened, it really happened once we started calling Florida. 30 electoral votes. The map gets very,
I'll be right back,
very
guys.
hard for Trump if he doesn't win Florida. Without
sure.
Florida,
He's gonna
his
win.
sort of strategy in the blue wall and
He's
everywhere else
100%
kind of
gonna win
collapses.
Florida.
He
Everybody
needed
knows
this in
that.
the win column. Still very early right now statewide. Only 18% of the vote is in. We
Yep.
can find out where that remaining vote is tonight. So you can see in the major cities, Tampa, we're still going to find out how that hurricane, both Milton and Helene, affected voters there. Pinellas County, just to the west of that, a big swing county. Orlando, that's a hub for Democrats. Duval County, we actually have some vote in Duval County. I want to take a look at this. This is Governor Ron DeSantis' old district when he was a representative. This has been a swing county. Biden won it, but Trump won it in 2016. Look, Harris is doing pretty well. In 2020, Biden was at 51. She's now at 50%.
Ooh.
66% of the vote is still out. This
Refresh
is a county
Google.
that Republicans had hoped to flip. We're going to have to wait and see. But again, that vote's trickling in, but we can start to kind of read those tea leaves, Savannah and Lester, and kind of see where the vote's going. Again, still very early, but this is going to be, this has to be a win for Trump. If not, it's going to be a very long night for Republicans.
And a rapid pace there as well in the county. We're seeing that in some places tonight.
We anticipate, of course, as Tom's just saying, that Florida is a good state for Donald Trump. It is also the first test of Trump's strength. So that is why all of those areas that Tom is just laying out, these are, again, very early data so far, but significant nonetheless, because it will help us once we get in more understand how strong he's
Fun
running.
fact alert for those who remember the hanging
Fun
chads
fact
of
alert.
2000.
What?
Florida, in the wake of that debacle, has some of the fastest vote counting in the country. So I tell you, you will not be waiting for Florida for very long tonight. They really get that vote counted very, very quickly. They have the modern machines. They're allowed to pre-process the ballots. So you won't have to wait too long for that.
Trump's still ahead on the
Are we
popular
seeing
vote.
anything unexpected, though?
So far, I do think the independent numbers are going to be really interesting to watch throughout the course of the night, especially in what we saw in those early national exit polls that a lot of people were identifying not as Republican, not as Democrat, but as independent. So that's a storyline to watch. I'll tell you another trend as we're talking about Florida. Osceola County has a large Puerto Rican population, the biggest of any county, I believe, in Florida. And this is something that I've heard in my conversations
Minus 700K.
with Democratic campaign officials and those close to the campaign, that they feel like that is a part of the Latino population that they can really try to move the needle with here after those controversial comments from that opener for former President Trump.
Well, actually, let's go over to Tom on that. I should say the polls close at 8 o'clock in Florida, but you do get some information for 7 o'clock poll close timings. I think that's part of the confusion here. But we're talking about this Osceola County. It's a third
Split
Puerto
poll
Rican.
close, right, yeah.
Right. So it's interesting because you have the Latinos down in Miami-Dade. I know. Go ahead and give your shout out. Miami-Dade is the greatest.
Just the greatest county, greatest people. I mean, I could keep going.
But obviously this is, Latinos come from different backgrounds and have different voting patterns here.
Yeah, it is not monolithic. Just like really every minority group, it is not monolithic. The Puerto Ricans have tended to voted more Democratic. Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans have trended lately more towards the Republican side. But I do want to remind you, too, during the Obama years, Obama was able to pull back some of that Cuban American vote. It has changed in recent years. We're getting more data. As you mentioned, Florida's very fast in putting in their data out. So we were talking about Osceola again, their big Puerto Rican population. The same with Orange. This is Orlando. This is a big Democratic stronghold here. Again, 60% in. Look, I don't want to draw too many inferences from this, but you have Biden at 61. Harris is at 58. You could say she's sort of underperforming, but I also want to say it's only 60% in. A bigger number that's coming in that I think is more important, guys, I want to talk about right now is Broward County. This is just north of Miami-Dade. Think about Fort Lauderdale, think about Sunrise, all those areas and those big cities that have been growing over the years, especially post-pandemic. This needs to be a place where Democrats really drive up the vote, right? Hillary Clinton won big here, 66%. Biden did the same at 64.
Oh, shit.
Tonight, Harris is at 60. Again, I always point to this
Trump
number.
going
All
back
the votes
up
not
on
in,
Polymarket?
But if you were to call it right now, she is slightly underperforming. We'll wait for that other vote to come in. Guys, over to you.
Tom, thanks very much. We are just minutes away from polls closing in Ohio and battleground North Carolina. We're standing by to make some new calls in the race for the White House. Stay with us.
All right. All right, let me see. Georgia's blue. Who would have said, who thought that? Who said that? Damn, I thought I was stupid for saying that. Wait, what? Oh, wow. Who knows? It's real close. I mean, it's 51-48. It's 3%. Oh, yeah, but I think he's going to win Georgia. Or sorry, I think she's going to win Georgia. He's going to lose. We'll find out, though. I mean, he's winning right now. I'll tell you that. Yeah, none of these are like massive margins right here, at least. Trump's going back up on Polymarket. Let me see. Oh. They doubted Orange, man. Uh-oh. Wait, Jill Stein hasn't got any votes so far. Damn. So I guess probably that's not going to happen, right? Yeah. I feel like, guys, I feel like it might not happen for her. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, bro, he's still tweeting. Jesus. GA is reporting an early vote. It will change. Okay. I already made my prediction. I'm guessing. I could also be a big stupid idiot that's wrong. So I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah, who knows? Yup. True.
We have choice, yeah. Yeah, we do.
Set Chrome to your default? Shut up, idiot. Yeah. Trump is chat's president. Popular vote Trump. 150 wins 600. I missed your reasoning. Can you explain why you think Trump loses Georgia? I just think it's gonna happen. Yeah. I just think it's gonna happen straight up. Atlanta? Yeah. Was that Pope Francis? Why's he got yellow teeth? Bro, his teeth are more yellow than mine. Can't God do something about that?
Closer to the Gaza border. story. It's
He's 70? Oh, really?
Please take care of yourself.
All right, we got it.
And each other.
Let's see it.
Welcome back. We're going to be taking you to this view and these numbers here as we continue throughout the evening on the road to 270. Donald Trump out to the early lead with 19. Harris with 3. Let's look at a couple of races that have uncalled so far. We will start with Virginia. 13 electoral votes, just a percent in there in Virginia, but you can see Donald Trump at a widespread right now in Georgia. That's, of course, the big first big prize in the among the swing states. Right
this
now,
is Georgia.
Donald Trump with 90,000 votes. Kamala Harris, 86,000, but that's too
Dang,
early.
dude, that's crazy.
That's 3%.
We have some of our first poll closings. We await Arizona in a couple of hours from now. 11 electoral votes. We've got Gotti Schwartz there in Tempe, home to Arizona State University. Big lines there. A real split that you're seeing, that gender divide, Gotti.
Poll chat. Already did.
Damn, dude, there was a lot of people that voted this year.
Like Trump, 70, 80%.
Line, that's where the line starts. And let's take a walk, because this line is about 75, 77.
The amount of votes, like at 12%, just coming in from Kentucky.
All the way down, and you're seeing so many.
Like, dude, Kentucky is where
we were just talking about that
Wizard of
gender
Oz
gap,
happened.
and we've been talking to a lot of the students here, a lot of the female students. They say that
There's
they've been
nothing in
driven to the polls
Kentucky.
by the issue of abortion and the issue of how they think Donald Trump treats women. And then you see a lot of males in this line, young guys here at ASU. Many of them wearing those MAGA hats that have been given out along this line from organizers here. And they have been telling us that the reason why they are turning out is because of the economy, because of masculine identity. And they've also said, interestingly enough, people have been talking about the podcast wars here in this line. And
they watch Joe Rogan
podcast, the appearance. We were talking to a couple of guys just a little while ago.
So you need to go.
They were open to the possibility of voting for Kamala Harris. But when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their vote. So it wasn't necessarily.
Your dog's awesome. Hey, thanks, man.
But it was the idea that that Harris was not going to sit down, not going to show what they said was
See, they know
true
they're losing, so they go to pull out any trick in the book. Hey, man.
Gotti, thank you.
I think that's probably why Aspen's watching this, watching NBC. You know?
36 million in the U.S.
I want to see kind of like the more left side, because if the left side is
about Georgia here is
I'm struggling, then
the polls have closed, so we can report out some of this exit poll data. Again, 600 polling places all across the country. It's early vote, it's mail-in vote, it's in-person day of, but it is early, right? So these numbers could shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting. It is Kamala Harris who is winning the Latino vote, 56%, to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He is slightly overperforming with that demographic group. And Jose, you know, and Savannah and Lester and Kristen, this is something the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters.
Oh my God! Damn, he's up
into this conversation, because you know, this effort to
try
to win over
2% in like 2
Latino
minutes.
voters on behalf
Damn,
of the
dude,
Trump
that's
campaign.
crazy.
It's never been about can we win the Latino vote. It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference, and are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino. But we're talking about Georgia, for example. 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania. More than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And then, you know, Tom was just talking about Florida, 3.3 million Latinos are eligible to vote there. I think that it's a situation where it's the Latino population, but 36 million strong, is participating maybe in historic numbers tonight in the American democratic experiment, our American democratic
and what's
experiment.
driving that?
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters, each with their own individual American dream, with vicissitudes and barriers.
Imagine that people think for themselves.
The best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight will have a direct impact on what Latinos
refresh the map.
come out to say tonight. And in Arizona and Nevada, yes, but also in Georgia and in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's early on, but we're starting to see this flesh out a little bit. Jose, stand by with us. We're moments away now from another round of poll closing. Some big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds, North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump has won this.
Dude, he's almost up 3%. Holy shit, just like within the last, like, 10 minutes.
North Carolina, we will win. Kamala Harris is making a serious run for its 16 electoral
What's the TLDR of the election right now?
North Carolina.
People think Trump's going to win.
Down to this.
Plus 2 major wild cards. Hurricane Helene decimating the western part of the state. And the Trump-supported candidate for governor.
Now to the scandal that's rocked the governor's race in North Carolina and could have national implications.
A possible drag on the Republican ticket.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information for the Tar Heel state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road.
We're going to get on to Google again. Let me see what the Google says.
So that sets us up for
It's still
nice
at
things,
19.
Sam Brock. Hard hit Asheville, North Carolina. This was the part of Western Carolina that were really hurt by Hurricane Helene. And you're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this precinct. And what's so interesting about this particular location,
wow, dude, that's really close.
Wasn't intended to be the voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed to be had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah, that had to shake things up. And as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Buncombe County alone, you had 116,000 people early voting and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence. And the western part of the state, Savannah, and this is really what I want to drive home, outperformed the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7%.
So Mrs. Trump is doing his acceptance speech?
Then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people even came on Election Day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable water. You're staying at hotels where families are still displaced and they are just wondering, when are they going to get their loans for their businesses? When will their employees be able to have stability? These are all the things that are weighing on folks' mind as they're still voting. Now, we talked about North Carolina as a wild card, as it projects strength in terms of some of the turnout here in the rural communities. You also have a scenario where women, 52% versus 41% for men. There was a big gap so far in early voting of women who are voting. And the conversations I'm having, many of them tell me that they do think abortion is front and center for them. We'll see how that plays out here.
It's a huge mistake for them.
Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina, part of the region that has just been through so much, and yet so many people came out
Trump
to exercise
had locked
their right
that
to
down,
vote. I want to go over to Tom Yamas because this is the battleground in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won, and he wants to try to hold on to it.
Savannah was the only one that he won in 2020, but it was his closest margin of victory. Let's take a look at North Carolina right now, and I'll take you back to elections past. So as we just mentioned, Trump wins here, but barely, right?
VA.
He won in 2016. He had a higher
VA
margin
for
there.
Kamala Harris.
Romney. I want to go all the way back to Obama's first race. Obama won North Carolina, right? But since then, Republicans have been able to flip the state, but their margins have come down just slightly. I spoke with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn out the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The 3 places they have to do it. The first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority minority
I'm almost at
county,
62% on Polymarket.
Voters, you have about 16% in Mecklenburg
so there's
County.
not a lot of white people
there. 30% black voters there.
What Polymarket is?
Out those voters. The second place,
So it's like where you can go bet on
which is known as the Research Triangle. The capital, Raleigh. You have schools like NC State in Raleigh. Just next door in Durham, you have Duke.
Like cryptocurrency and shit.
That in Orange County, you have UNC Chapel Hill. And finally, the Triad. A lot of people, if you don't know North Carolina very well, this is sort of the forgotten metro area. You have places like Greensboro and High Point, Winston-Salem,
it's probably
along
above
with those
South Carolina,
black
right?
Universities. These are the areas, guys, where they have to run up the vote. How does Trump win? Well, look at the state. You see how red it is.
It is?
And here's the
Okay.
issue. It's one of the most rural battleground states. So Trump has to run up that rural vote.
clues.
And then you were just talking to Sam Brock about the
He's
issue
smart.
of hurricanes. Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot
Trump's
of them
62?
are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe, where you have Appalachian State over here, where Boone is. Those are Trump countries. Hopefully those people are going to go out and vote for him. That's what they need. Back to you guys over there.
All right, Tom, then the Democrats have put on quite the ground game there in North Carolina to try and flip
countdown.
that state in their direction, which would make their path considerably easier.
Let's see what this is. We're going to look at the Google. It's looking like, oh shit, New Hampshire. 2% as well. That's new for Kamala Harris. Georgia is 16 votes. Ooh, Virginia, bro, that's like 1%.
Huh? Yeah, I did.
Refresh. Oh, bro. Oh, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, God. Virginia flipped again? Uh-oh. Bro. Kamala should have gone on that podcast, man. Oh, that was so stupid. Why did she not just go on the podcast? Oh, man. What a fucking mistake. This is bad. Probably would have been worse for her if she did. I don't know. You think she would have lost by even more? Landslide? I mean, like, we're looking at like 3%. Like, I mean, obviously, we like goofing around, right? We all like goofing around. We're looking at 3% of a report on a handful of states that are not always instrumental in deciding the election. Oh, VA flipped again. This is going to be tight. This is going to be real tight. Ooh. Jill has 25,000 votes now. Jill Stein with 25,000 votes. Wow. Damn. She can still win. She's still got a chance, yep. VA's red again? Yeah, it's going to be back and forth. If Trump loses, it's rigged. I've been hearing that a lot. Yep. Yeah, that's what Trump said. Yeah. Arrests already
remastering
good.
Warcraft 2.
Bro, people start. If anybody is doing any kind of civil unrest because they're mad that people
Boys,
didn't
they're
vote for who they
remastering
wanted,
Warcraft
put them in
2.
fucking
How cool is
jail.
that?
Get the fuck out of here. I want to see that shit.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism. A chance to start
Ooh,
fresh.
hope and
We want to
optimism.
welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day.
MC is
because every
closing
day
now?
deserves the best start.
Uh-oh. We gonna get back to it. Election alert.
And welcome back to our NBC News election coverage. It's 7:30 in the East. We've got some new results to show you. West Virginia, Donald Trump is the projected winner in West
Country
Virginia with 4
roads.
electoral votes. Here's where it puts us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 23-3 for Kamala Harris.
Polls just closed in a handful of states. Here are ones that we cannot call yet: Ohio and the battleground of North Carolina, which we've been talking about. Here's our projection.
Hey, thanks for the like, guys.
Too early to call, just not
good.
ready.
Great projection,
to release
guys.
Any information about that yet? Georgia is also too early to call. Polls closed about a half hour
Wait,
there now.
58% Donald?
Projection. This has to do with the United States Senate.
58% Donald?
Is Jim Justice, as expected. He will go to the Senate. This is a pickup for Republicans. This was
Boys, we're almost at 260 subscribers on YouTube. How freaking cool is that?
The Democrats, well, now the Republicans have picked up.
That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for watching.
As I turn to the table here, and Kristen, just so people
Bro,
understand,
his name
right now,
just
Democrats
Jim
hold a very
Justice?
narrow
Well, of course he
lead
won.
in the Senate.
That's not
But
even
they're
fair.
looking to, the Republicans are looking to flip that tonight. They need a net pickup of 2.
You can't name yourself that.
They just got one, so it is significant. We are looking at, and this was expected as.
So who's the guy on the bottom of the screen?
So
of the other guy that's talking on?
They turned to the state of Ohio. Sherrod Brown.
Is that your friend of yours? So I'm actually the one streaming. So the one waving at you right now. I'm the one streaming this stream. And then Asmongold is a very popular World of Warcraft streamer that I really, really enjoy watching. And so I like reacting to stuff with him. So that's what I'm doing. It's kind of like hanging out with your buddies.
What scenarios do you think could
And
possibly
you guys can kind of my own little podcast.
17
Civil
states
War.
had different
What are you talking
people
about?
vote for president versus Senate.
No.
That was down to one state last year, the state of Maine, when Susan Collins won, but the state went for Joe Biden. So we'll have to watch that very closely. But again, we were expecting that result out of West Virginia.
Ticket splitting has become more rare in the Trump era. However, it's making a comeback.
Yeah, people.
in some of
That's a
these
good
Senate
point.
races
People
where
are too fat.
Might vote for a different party for president.
We can't have
than
civil
they
wars
do
anymore.
For the Senate.
Because everybody's too fat now.
And how are you doing some more exit duty?
Yeah,
on,
dude, we'd have to
North
like
Carolina?
That's right. So now that North Carolina
have to go on some walks and shit.
some of what we're seeing from these exit polls numbers, and it is interesting here, right? First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black voters and Latino voters that Tom was talking about in some of those key counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie.
Where was
Let
that
me show you the
before?
comparison.
He's
is
leveling up.
outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in North Carolina. He was at 19% in 2020. However, two things are also true here. Let me show you white voters here, and we can take a look at the comparison here. You can see that it is former President Trump winning with white voters at 61%.
Hopefully Jasmine's eating
Kamala
Reese's.
Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the comparisons to 2020. She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina.
All right.
So you might look at that and you might go, as we take a walk back to the desk here, you might go, okay, well, those two things, do they balance out? Not really, because white voters make up a larger share of the electorate in North Carolina than non-white voters. So she might be willing to make that trade, essentially.
All right, Hallie, thanks. I want to go back over to Tom. Tom, you've got some more information in Florida, but before you get into that, just to be clear, there's 2 poll closing times in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's what we call a split poll closing. So on the eastern portion of the state, we have data coming in because the polls have closed there. We can tell you about the data. And some of the further parts of the panhandle, they haven't closed just yet. So we won't be giving you that data just yet. We'll probably wait another 30 minutes. I want to show you something that's somewhat surprising. It may surprise you if you watch presidential elections and you follow election nights like this one. So Donald Trump right now with 73% of the vote in is up 55% in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is where Democrats find their votes in the state of Florida. Biden won Miami-Dade County by 53. They've now flipped those numbers.
73.
This is pretty astonishing when you think where Hillary Clinton was in 2016. 63%, 53. Now tonight, 55. Again,
Dang,
still 73%
dude.
of the vote left.
That's
This shouldn't be a complete shocker because Governor Ron
crazy.
DeSantis won Miami-Dade 2 years ago by
Holy
about 11
crap.
points, which was a surprise at the time. But this shows how Republicans are expanding the map and how Florida is becoming more and more red. I do want to show you some potential good news, possibly for the Harris campaign.
What is
if
it?
they're watching tonight.
What is it?
So we're watching some of the vote come in Georgia. Remember I told you more than 50% of the vote from Georgia is going to come around the Atlanta metro region.
Big surprise.
Let's take a look at some of these counties around Atlanta. 74%
Harris.
in Douglas County.
Farming.
Look at her number. 65%. Biden was at 61.
Damn,
So this
dude.
means
She has a
she's
huge lead
overperforming
there.
in the exact counties
Huge
where
lead
Trump is
in
done. Let's look at another county.
Georgia.
Right now we have Gwinnett. We don't have any.
That's
any
Georgia,
votes
right?
Just yet in. Rockdale County.
Yeah.
That's another big one. She's at 75%. Biden was at 69. So she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys, this is where she has to drive up her vote. If she can expand the map, scale the Democratic vote there, they can hold Georgia. You remember, this was such a close race
gonna win, bro.
4 years ago. Any votes they can find in that Atlanta region is going to help them. Guys?
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
It's
We've
over.
got guests over at our Insiders desk today, and we also want to ask them what they're thinking of some of these early returns. We're starting to see some themes come out. We've got Cornell Belcher, we've got Mark Lauder. Cornell, I'll ask you what you think about what Tom just talked about. You had the story in Miami-Dade where it's potentially a big victory in that county, signs perhaps that outreach to the Hispanic vote is working for Donald Trump, and yet in Georgia you're starting to see some of that
Adam, what do you do,
vote
dude?
really being ramped up for Kamala Harris.
No, I think that's right. Look, Florida is. I think Democrats are going to look back at how we've not invested in Florida since the campaign I worked on, the Obama campaign. We've not invested and worked Florida well. And Florida's like a country. It's really big, expensive state. I think we've taken those resources and we've moved them more to battleground states like Georgia and North Carolina, where you see a sort of a difference. But Florida, you know, it's a state that Democrats did not invest a lot of money in, did not run a lot of advertising in.
Yeah, and do shit.
And it shows.
Let me bring in Mark Lauder, Director of Strategic Communications in the Trump 2020 re-election campaign, former spokesperson for Vice President Pence. Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now thinking?
Right now, they're looking at turnout. I think, and really for both sides, it's going to be all about turnout. Do you get your voters out? I've seen some, I've heard anecdotally from some of my colleagues on the campaign that turnout is not where it needs to be.
68% North Carolina
for Kamala Harris.
Ooh.
It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane impacted areas. So I think it's a good sign for President Trump. We're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing I'm watching, and I know Tom alluded to it with Miami-Dade.
Trump is fucked.
I also looked at Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay in Florida. It was both Hillary and Biden, both +7. Right
That's
now,
the rig.
it's
Yeah,
only
it's getting
Kamala
rigged.
That's the rig, dude.
And Hillary Clinton actually did some campaigning there for this particular election as well. Mark and Cornell, thank you. We'll be back early and often as we go along here.
And we will take a break here. I think we're going to come back with more on the make or break state of Pennsylvania as the polls get
2%
ready to close
Trump,
there.
it's over. Yep, that's right. 2% in. Let me see where we're at. I'll do a refresh just in case.
Ooh, golly.
Florida's got 30 votes, though. That's a lot. That's an ass load of votes. And, like, it's, like, pretty definitively Trump. Like, because it's 73%. Like, I mean, you can pretty much assume it's going to be like that the whole time. Like, uh-oh.
Dude, this is crazy to watch.
I'm looking at the rest of these, too. Georgia. Trump is in Georgia. What the fuck? 60% in Georgia. Oh, my God.
You warming up the oven?
He's up by over 100,000 votes. Check Polymarket. I'm going to look at it right now. Polymarket. Where's it at? 61.5? Oh, my God. Uh-oh. Trump tweet? Oh, he tweeted?
Man, let's see what Trump tweeted.
Oh, shit. What did he say? I'm trying to find. Give me a minute. Yeah, he did. Where's it at? Give me a minute.
Hi, Republicans. We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay on the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
We're going to win it big. All right. Let's see where we're at on the next one here. Yeah. 23-3. It's not looking good for Kamala Harris. Uh-oh. It could be over. Guys, this might be it. Trump is already back up to 65% on Polymarket. Who'd you vote for? I didn't vote. I thought that they were both clowns, so I didn't want to vote for him. Straight up. That's really what it is. Yeah, I didn't vote. I'll tell you this, it'd probably be better for me if Trump wins, because I have to pay less taxes.
Oh, there you go.
You really staying up all night for this? No, I'm staying up all night jerking off. Yeah, I might pay attention to the election too, but it's not really why. Yeah, no, I mean, but I'll be awake, yeah, for sure. I was too lazy to vote. Yeah.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
To win? Like on a personal level, it would definitely be better for me if Trump wins. Like, absolutely, it'd be better. However, what would be better for like the country? I really can't say. That's why I didn't want to vote. Yeah. Here we go. Let's get to it. Trump, we're going to find out.
We're back with our election night coverage, and with Tom Yamas at the big board talking about the road to 270, waiting for North Carolina right now. The polls closed there. But how important is that to either candidate in terms of making their path to 270 easier or tougher?
Yeah, let's start with former President Trump, because he really needs to hold North Carolina.
Trump is 65% on Polymarket?
He won in 2020.
No way.
So let's give him North Carolina. If he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia and Pennsylvania, he gets to 270. That's his easiest path. But Lester, if he can't win North Carolina, his whole map changes. And why do I say that? Because he can no longer win just 3 states. He has to win 4. He can do it by winning Pennsylvania and Georgia and keeping the blue wall, or I should say tearing down the blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin. If he can't go there, he has to go
tear down the wall. No, he's supposed to build the wall.
In Arizona, that puts him over the top. But again, without North Carolina, for his scenario, he needs 4 states.
Harris has put a lot of money and time and people on the ground in North Carolina. What does it do for her?
Well, look, if she wins these 16 electoral votes, it eases some pressure off her, right? Because her easiest path is the blue wall. If she can win Pennsylvania and North Carolina, look how close she is. She only needs 9 more
Mexico builds the wall,
Pretty
idiot.
much any other state with the exception
we build the
of
wall.
Nevada
Mexico
gets
pays
her there
for it.
if she's able to win there. So if she can take North Carolina, the Trump team gets much more nervous, and the Democrats become much more optimistic because she's won out east. If she can win in the Midwest and pick off a state out west or hold it, she's going to be the president.
All right, Tom, let's go back to Savannah.
Haley, look at this.
Wisconsin is a big part of it, and our
at 66%
in Milwaukee with some
That's so
breaking news,
crazy.
and it's a possible issue with absentee ballot counting. Hey, Shaq, what do you know?
Uh-oh.
Hi there, Savannah. I want to first start with what we're seeing at these polling locations, because locations are open for about another hour. I want to let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera go inside there now, where we've seen a steady flow of people at this location. There was a line that went on for more than an hour this morning. You see things have slowed down a bit. The reports from around the state is that the vote process is going smoothly, but where we are seeing hiccups is with the vote counting. We just learned from the clerk in Milwaukee downtown, where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't properly closed on them. And after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior
hear that?
here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is
because the seniors knew he was fucking cooked.
Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again,
68%.
Not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a
up
slight lead.
2%.
Wow.
Jesus.
We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves as they're called from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right, well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been
Still
tracking
23 to 3
leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first, I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men tonight. 60% in our NBC News exit poll there say they support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll. 58% actually supported Biden.
Is that just North Carolina, or is that a national
That's just
poll?
North Carolina. That's our North Carolina exit polling tonight. North
Well, I'm glad two people with two different political views we have a good conversation and talk nice with each other.
But the college
My
Democrats
bad for the
were
mistake.
so organized in this state.
Oh,
Like,
I don't
what
think
they
you
did
made
on
a
these
mistake.
campuses was really amazing. They lobbied the state.
I want
to have
Jasmine all the
polling places
time.
on campuses. They even had it be made that the student ID could be an acceptable form of ID on several campuses, which was not the case prior. We're also seeing this kind of play out to be right. What we're seeing with that young men appeal for Trump seems to be working in some places.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see if that continues throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier in the night.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that.
Logan
This
Paul,
seems
that's
to be
right.
where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters
Nobody
in
gives a fuck
Pennsylvania.
about celebrities,
Jennifer
bro.
Garner as well.
Keep
It
them in line.
matters, but not really.
Stay in line.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC
Exactly.
Chapel Hill
It
right now.
speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia. Yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out, they're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those not always voters into voters every cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys. If they can get this demographic out to the ballot box to actually show up, whether that was early or whether that's now, they're feeling like they're going to have some wind at their back.
It's, you take a step back, the story of this election is the gender gap. It's the battle of the sexes election. And whether you want to say it's young men or senior women, or it's men and women. If Trump turns out more men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women, she does. It's kind of as simple as that.
No doubt about it. And what's so fascinating is that the Trump campaign tried this sort of unusual, unconventional tactic to get out the vote, which was to outsource it to Elon Musk, to other outside groups. And they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well.
That's
They brought in President Obama to make the case. Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated into votes tonight?
Well, that's one of the things that she has talked about on the campaign trail. I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male votes just as much as Joe Biden would have. That's why you saw when we talked about podcasts, doing like an NBA podcast, a football podcast. Sure, she did call her daddy to try to reach out to those young women. That's the name of course, that very popular podcast with women. But she also was trying to extend an olive branch to men. I would just say this. Two things are true, right? Kamala Harris, let me say it this way. Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight.
And that's why that moment with former President Obama was so significant when he called on them not to stay at home.
All right. Well, we're just a few minutes away now
I don't
from
know
a
if that
big
really moved
batch
the needle.
of poll closings at 8 o'clock
There's
Eastern
nothing
time,
yet.
including the one that everybody's been watching, Pennsylvania. And we'll be right back.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. Damn, it's already been an hour. I didn't even fucking realize this shit. God damn. Damn. Let me go and look at this. Where are we at on this?
I have to get up early in the morning. I still vote.
Oh, bro, it went down.
You got Miami stuff?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh.
Go over it.
Not
1:30.
good. Bro, he's going to lose. It's over. I've never voted until today, and I voted for Donald Trump. Man.
I have one bite.
This is the same as 2020. It was going very well for Trump, and then they rigged it. I think that it's going to be different this time
I'm gonna take it out of the
because like if I remember the way it was last time, the reason why it took so long is because of COVID. It was like COVID and mail-in ballots.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's
why.
not a factor this time, so it's a totally different system. But I guess we're going to have to find out. That's cope. You think so? The burn ballots? I saw they blew up that one ballot. Yeah, exactly. Watch out for 150K votes in 3 a.m. Look up Google Trends for did Joe Biden drop out? Let me see. I'll pull this up. It's not giving me any information. Yeah. Yeah, I can't.
Dude, look at this one.
It says no info.
Look at
Yeah, it
this.
doesn't say
And
yet.
then look at this. So
You
presidency.
gotta watch the video Elon Musk
Stand
just
it.
posted on Twitter.
That's crazy.
This is just some shit about like dark MAGA. There's nothing else really crazy about that. Yeah. Dark Gothic MAGA. Yeah, exactly. Let's see where this is. 66.3. Ooh, he's going up again. Oh, Trump's gonna win, guys. Where are we at here? Yeah, none of the other ones have been called yet.
What?
Georgia, bro, 20% reporting in. Trump ahead by 200,000 votes.
Maybe Phil.
Uh-oh. That's a whole lot.
Oh, yeah.
Trans Google, let me see. I see this.
No. I didn't know. Pumpkin.
Everybody thought I was crazy. Everybody thought I was stupid.
News lives in the now.
Why? Because people are stupid. You have no idea how stupid people are.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They're so
No.
stupid. There are people that never think about politics until they open up the ballot box and they see, oh, who is it this time?
On the 8 o'clock hour here in the East, you are looking at vote counting centers across
Yeah, let's
the country
see.
in this historic election.
Some polls have closed. In some places, people are still voting.
They are indeed. And we're about 6 minutes to the next poll closing, where we'll get our first look at the real vote count from the biggest battleground of all, Pennsylvania, which we've been talking about, states that have been moving quickly.
We are moments away from the
25
polls
cockroaches.
closing
Yeah,
in
you guys can join the
16
Twitter
states
community.
and the District of Columbia.
Join the Discord.
171 electoral votes up for grabs in the biggest haul of the night.
The haul.
Florida, with its 30 electoral votes, could be one of the
Let's
first
see it.
big calls of the evening.
And we'll get our first results from what may be the most important prize this election, Pennsylvania.
We love Pennsylvania.
It is good to be back in Pennsylvania.
The race could all come down to the Keystone State.
Pennsylvania is extremely crucial.
If Vice President Harris loses this state,
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
her path to 270 narrows significantly.
We're going to win Pennsylvania.
So, Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard?
We're standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make
All right.
calls on the road to 270.
Let's see it.
All right,
It's getting
ready for
called in
Pennsylvania.
4
NBC's
4
Stephanie
minutes.
Gosk is in Philadelphia.
Dude, this is gonna be
Stephanie,
crazy.
This is where the Harris campaign really needs to ramp up those turnout numbers. What are you seeing?
4 to
Yeah, they really do. Well, it's
80%.
coming down here in Northeast
80%.
Philadelphia. This is kind of a working class,
A
diverse
Donald blowout.
community. People still getting in under the wire in these last few minutes. But the big question, Savannah, afterwards is how long is it going to take to call the state of Pennsylvania?
Dude, that's so
4 years ago,
crazy.
it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former
It'll take
Secretary of
probably
the
5 to 10 minutes.
Commonwealth talking about the challenges they faced back then. 2.6 million.
like-
4 years later, they have haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit better. There are fewer mail-in ballots.
Trump's ahead by
just under
1.6
2
million votes.
They have new machines to process them and more people. But the optimistic outlook.
Yeah,
from
he's
election
ahead
officials we have
in the
spoken to
popular vote
is
by
that
over
the
a million
majority of
people.
Those mail-in ballots won't be fully processed until Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And if this
Oh my
race
God.
is as tight as it was 4 years ago when Joe Biden
Keep
won
in
by
mind,
about
California- yeah,
80,000
no,
votes,
California is
those
gonna be
mail-in
massive.
ballots will be crucial.
And there's
to
no
make the
shot
call
Trump
there.
wins
So we're still
California,
talking days,
right?
Savannah.
Yeah, and in some of these big jurisdictions,
Yeah, no
like
shot.
Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night. So perhaps it goes a little bit quicker.
Keep that in
check
mind.
back with you a bunch. We have got Tom
New
Yanis
York,
over
yep.
at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
2 minutes
I
left.
want to talk about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2% of 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here when we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way, so I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020.
But it doesn't really
Here's where
matter, though,
Harris is
right?
Tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming
Yeah.
there. We come to this other county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85% for her, so she's holding that high watermark.
ATL
We move
not
over to
counted?
Rockdale.
True.
Look at this. 69% for Biden, 75% tonight for Harris. They're looking
Ooh.
at these numbers tonight, and again, there's still a lot
Ooh,
of vote
Trump
out.
is
but they're
done.
looking at these numbers tonight, and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top, but again, 25% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out. These giant bubbles, the bigger the bubble,
Yeah,
that's
see?
how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some in the rural county that are out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about Pennsylvania, guys, because we're getting close to getting some information in Pennsylvania.
Let's
and
see
remember,
it.
this 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the keystone state and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016. The difference, about 40,000 votes.
That's really
in
close.
2020, he wins
That
by
is
about
so
80,000
close.
votes. Biden does. The interesting that has happened, and we've learned a lot
Refresh
about
the map.
Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia, places like Chester, places like Montgomery
Ohio.
County.
Oh,
Those
shit.
people we know call it Munco. We'll talk to Hallie about that, as well as Kristen Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens. And we are so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about Eagles fans. They
This
know
is
about
pretty
steaks. Come
crazy.
on. How good is Wawa?
Phillies.
Wallace the best.
Always.
But Tommy forgot to ask them cheesesteaks, wit or wit out?
It's for her.
Okay,
Whiz without, babe.
Okay.
They used her husband.
We have a lot of time to
Then
do
just toss him to the side.
Pittsburgh out, but we got we're coming up on a poll close.
Yeah,
here.
21 seconds
All right,
until
let's see
the top of the hour.
Pennsylvania.
Poll closing. We're going to hear from about 17 states here.
It's about to happen.
Top of the hour, and there's our election alert as we stand by, and the drama building now because as we've been talking about, we're going to see Pennsylvania. Those are the other states that the poll closings are about to occur in fact about 1 second, and we'll be able to get some characterizations for you here in just a moment. We'll look at those 8 o'clock poll closings. Here's an NBC News projection. State of Florida, NBC News projects
of course,
that
it's
Donald
going to be
Trump will
Donald.
win Florida and
Yep.
take its 30
100%.
electoral votes. The state of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris, the projected winner tonight with 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Tennessee tonight.
You are done with
11
it.
electoral votes there. In the state of Maryland, NBC News projects that will go in the Kamala Harris column. We move on to the state of Missouri. NBC News projects that Donald Trump is the victor in Missouri.
Ooh,
with all the
wow.
votes counted
Alabama.
here, but Alabama looks like that will also go to Donald Trump. State of Oklahoma, this will be projected
Refresh
to go
checks.
to
Give me a
Donald
minute.
Trump. And
Damn.
in D.C., District of Columbia, 3
3
electoral
votes.
votes at stake. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win there. So where does it leave us now on the road to 270? There it is, 90 for Trump right now, 27 for Harris, 270, of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
But we await calls in those all-important battlegrounds, and there are still outstanding states. Just as polls closed at 8 o'clock, we will wait for New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and of course Pennsylvania as well. Let's show you what we can right now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here, it is too early to call. North Carolina, same story.
Nobody
They do count
knows.
fast there, but
Let me
not
see what
fast
the other
enough to call
information
it. It's
is.
still too early.
Refresh
About just
map? Okay.
5% of the
I'm
vote
doing it.
in,
Thanks, sweetie.
and in Georgia, we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make a projection. Let's go to Tom, who's starting to look at some of the numbers here, and I see you've got Virginia up there, which is a potential bellwether, something that might give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now.
Just keep
Biden
refreshing.
was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually
Pennsylvania.
see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming
Texas
a little
is
bit
green.
there. As we keep going here, Fairfax
8%.
County, 45%
Hello?
in. She's at 68%. Let's
Get
see
down.
what Biden was doing
You can get
there.
down.
69, about the same. Something else that's
down.
interesting that's happening in Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it
Hello?
tonight. Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%.
No worries.
80%.
So if she'll hit
41%
input
of the vote is out.
at the top
Underperforming slightly. I
and
guess
go
it's
to
gonna
an
shake out
antenna.
which it's too early to know if it's a red flag. But Loudoun County, again, you know, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in
Of the
Virginia.
control.
Not that Virginia
Top
is
left of the
in
control.
danger for Democrats
Here we go.
because they were able to run up the score in 2020.
Texas
But
Blues
Trump
so far,
in
yeah.
2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit. But I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C.
Cancel on what?
Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris is not performing as well as Biden did in some of those suburban exurban
You know what? It's not totally screwed up. I can get you back to no problem. So if she'll go and she'll hit the input button at the top and just make sure that she's on an antenna for me.
Okay. Democratic state, not even a swing state.
Okay. Now you should be able to use that channel, the channel up and down to choose what number the station that you want to be on.
More uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense of.
I'm sorry.
That's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing.
Yes. Go ahead and push antenna.
We're in the middle. We've been in the middle of a
Check
political
poly
realignment
market?
for a decade,
Okay,
and
I
every
will
one
right
of these
now.
presidential elections, we're like, hey, look at this. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump's
70%.
of his
Gotcha.
Holy
So
shit.
she needs to go ahead and
2016 or 2020.
hit Netflix
Something
real
like
quick before you guys get to
95.
Netflix.
and geographically. So it looks like
At the
Donald
top?
Trump's going to be stronger in the Southeast.
There's a
Why?
Netflix
Because he
button
is
on the
leading
remote.
Hispanics.
That's right.
Yeah.
And there is a larger population
20
of Hispanics
wait,
in the
27 to
Southeast and the
90?
Southwest than any other
Okay.
part of this country.
Now that you're in
Exit polls
Netflix,
this
I
is
want you
trying to
to.
do better with older white
Okay.
women. I've been messing
What
around with
thing?
Indiana. Indiana's not gonna. It's a red state. Donald Trump's underperforming about a point or two in almost even in the rural counties. Indiana's a very white state. That's a tea leaf.
Okay.
I just throw it out there. It's a tea leaf. They obviously border
where those voters go.
No, that
So go ahead and click that.
Better. These so clearly
And
there
that's where
are
you
some
think it's the
older
older-
whites, and we could really see this country divided
Yep.
by
Sophie.
regions where she's
Sophie.
stronger in the north because
No.
she's improving with white voters.
No.
And he's stronger in the south because
Go
he's
to bed.
improving with voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing
Texas
as much
is red now?
evidence
Let me see.
among African American voters, but
I'm checking
definitely
right now.
Hispanic voters. It's not just Florida. I think
It shows it's still blue.
Georgia,
Nationally.
we're seeing it as well.
Well, we're seeing it nationally too. And you look at some of the numbers here, he is plus 10 specifically with Latino men, according to our exit poll nationally, a demographic group that Joe Biden was plus 23 with 4 years ago. So it is definitely a shift, and it is definitely
It's massive.
one of the headlines that we're watching as we're seeing these exit
Ban
polls.
that guy?
Okay.
Yeah, I
And
know.
we see that. I mean, the Latino vote is not just concentrated in the Southwest.
That's exactly right.
It's not just the Southeast.
Okay.
It's also in Pennsylvania. There's a huge
So I tell you,
population in
no, you're
Pennsylvania.
fine. You're fine.
Have been talking about the
So,
ground game.
so are you guys
It's
in
been
net
heavily
Netflix right
focused
now, or are you in a
Pennsylvania
separate app?
on trying to energize Latinos on both sides. Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump really focusing on that in places like Allentown.
Okay,
in
so go
places
ahead and
like
turn off
Reading,
the
Pennsylvania, trying
TV.
to make sure
Ooh.
that they are getting them out.
That's
to
in
vote
Pennsylvania.
and flipping them if
Kamala
necessary.
Harris is
Let's not forget Kamala Harris
78%.
wrapped up her campaign last night
Uh-oh.
in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Once again,
Jeez.
demonstrating the importance of that
Or,
state
just
as we are
give it
gonna
a few
find out
seconds,
in
maybe.
months to come and perhaps days.
Only
And Holly, you
4%
got
in
some
though?
more
Yeah,
from your
true.
exit polls.
You know, it's interesting. Chuck's talking about the graceful removal from the chair. Thank
Then
you.
you
all.
turn it on when you're
He's
ready.
talking about the realignment here and where people are sort of politically. One of the things we're watching on that front is this idea of
Okay.
independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc here. Vice President Harris had made overtures to this group in the closing weeks of her campaign.
Oh my God.
Really trying to win them over, to get them over to her side. Look at how they're breaking nationally here. She is winning independent voters nationally. 51%, Donald Trump 44%.
Not a surprise.
Here's the thing. Nationally is not
Did it
how
turn
you win
back
or lose
on
the
yet?
White House. You win
Yeah.
the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states,
That's okay.
Pennsylvania, right?
So
with
go
the
and
most
tell her to go ahead
battleground
and
in Pennsylvania,
hold down
it's the opposite. It's former President Trump
turn
who
on
is
button
actually
until it turns on.
leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%.
And yeah,
Again,
Trump
that's
is
in
still ahead with the
Pennsylvania.
popular
so you might
vote.
ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how
That's
he did 4
crazy.
years ago? He is overperforming generally with independents now in Pennsylvania. You see in 2020, 44%.
doing all right.
He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah,
You may have
Lester, Chuck,
accidentally
Kristen,
turned it
I'll
on
toss
and
back to
turn
you
it
at the
off.
table. This could be
So-
really interesting as we watch this develop throughout the course of the night, not just in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other key battlegrounds as well, like Michigan and Wisconsin, which we'll get to later.
Actually, I think Chuck wanted to weigh in.
No, I just think it's.
Oh my
seeing
gosh.
Something else happen, which is you have a country that's really sour about our politics, sour about the direction of the country, and we now have fewer people identifying with the two major parties, according to our exit poll. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing flock. Now, it's very rational. If you don't like the direction of the country, you don't like what's happening, and you think there's a threat to democracy, do you have a lot of faith in the
Yeah,
two
so
major
go ahead
parties?
and hit
Probably not.
input.
The lowest share of major party people identifying with the two major
And then
parties
go down
in
to
at least 4
antenna
elections
and hit the middle
means these independent
the
votes
middle
are gonna be
button on the
a
remote.
ball game. They're
Holly,
gonna
mark it
decide
now. Okay,
who's
let me see
president.
it.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things
Ooh,
stand. We just
uh-oh,
had a really a
uh-oh.
change of characterization.
Yeah, you
here.
kind of gotta be
Trump's
patient
down
with
now.
when you're hitting the buttons. You got to be firm with them,
37%
and
with
then
Georgia.
do it once, give it a second, and
Texas
if
is
it
red.
doesn't
Let
go,
me see.
then try again.
It still shows Texas is blue.
Too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors.
All right, and then let it load. Once you're on antenna, should be a little circle that pops up.
And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming.
All
And as
right,
you well know, the
let's
suburbs
go.
in the battleground
I'm so
states
glad we got
are
it.
key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. You know, this is
the witching hour.
Well, thank you. I've been there many times, you know, on not only on her stuff but my own. So you guys have a wonderful night and enjoy hearing about the results. Okay.
And wait for the actual numbers to come in because
okay, go ahead and turn up the volume.
Maryland 0%. Kamala wins already.
So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs.
Yeah, probably it's usually like 30, 20, 25, 30, 35 is a good number for in there.
Independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate independent voters.
There you go.
I'd be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves.
All right, I love you guys. You guys have a good night.
Don't vote for Donald Trump.
Bye bye.
All this, do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Well, listen, I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those 2 states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then obviously Pennsylvania becomes even bigger.
Yeah.
And let's don't sleep on Nevada. I think that may be the closest
Where's
margin
Pennsylvania?
in this race. I think
5%. Kamala Harris, bro, is blowing Donald Trump the fuck out.
To 2,000 votes separating the two
Jesus.
candidates. I think it's
Look at
that
that.
close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls to close there in less than
Oh,
an hour.
Donald.
Nevada and Arizona, those big Western battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, for days. So I guess Senator McCaskill is going to be holding her breath for a very, very long time. We've got Sarah Fagan
It's only
here,
5%.
too, a veteran
Yep, true.
of Republican campaigns. And again, with all the caveats, we are reading
As much
tea leaves
farming,
right
so
now,
yeah,
Sarah.
yeah.
What are you looking at?
A little
What are
bit-
you
we
noticing?
like to have a little bit of fun.
And how do you see this?
Of course, why
So
not?
if you look at Florida, you look at Virginia.
So entertaining,
Donald Trump
man.
is running about 4 points better than he did in 2020. But then,
All right, sorry, Adam. I was on the phone fixing a TV for my grandma.
less of the
What do you think the future will look like for Kamala? And do you think will get any worse?
that says to me, perhaps,
You know what? I think Kamala, after being a vice president and you know running for office, probably wants to probably sit back and enjoy some of the fruits of her labors and enjoy her grandparent or her grandkids and her kiddos and that type of stuff. That would be my guess. But who knows? Maybe she wants to still do some stuff. So
hold you by the hand and take you to the polls. And organizing is the key to any successful campaign.
Absolutely. And you have the Harris campaign touting the fact that, for example, they knocked on 3 million doors over the weekends. It winds up being numbers, though, until people actually go to the polls and vote. And I do think, just bouncing off something that Chuck said earlier, it's just to zoom out for a moment. Remember that one of the biggest issues of this campaign was change. What people really want is change. And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments was an attempt to argue they're the change candidate. And so what we are seeing, for example, with
Pennsylvania, bro, like Trump is,
because
he is
I
way
think the person
behind.
who winds up winning this race will be the person who ultimately voters say that's the change candidate.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have a former president, so there's a certain incumbency.
Check Fox News, they're dropping bombs.
And there's certain incumbency
I don't know
there.
about
There's
that.
something baked into Donald Trump's call for a change here because he was already in the White House for 4 years. Same thing for Vice President Harris as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question, is that going to be a drag on how she does? To your point on the get out the vote effort, this is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns with some 79 million people voting early.
Bro, can you please stop yelling Trump as fuck? Every time you do, my dad flips the fuck out. I don't want him to die.
To get them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment because we do have another call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald Trump when all the votes are counted later. And here's where
South Carolina, Trump.
Right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner. 24% of the vote in there, a vote difference of about 104,000. But again,
it's
Donald
over?
Trump will pick up South Carolina. Here's where it leaves us.
Wait, guys, is it really over?
Donald Trump out in front with 99. Kamala Harris,
27 versus. Oh my God.
Battlegrounds where polls have closed. They're counting, but we don't have results yet. So either too early to call.
It's NBC. I don't know exactly how they do it,
Trump
but
headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, Mar-a-Lago.
they can probably knock out like the most
what seems to be
populated
calming
counties.
nerves down the street at Mar-a-Lago is
And
what
then
they're seeing
top
out
of
of
that.
Georgia right now, a state you were just discussing, where their key to victory was essentially blowing the
Would be
doors
my
off
guess.
in rural turnout and improving their margins among minority voters, Latino voters, black voters. The campaign is seeing, in the same exit polls we're looking at, improvement among black voters, particularly black men, who the Trump campaign has spent heavily for months and months and months to try to win over, even just a few percentage points, the kind of thing that could make a difference in a state decided by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. The other thing that I think has accrued to Trump's favor in Georgia is the resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there, after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail. The two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina, the governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial candidate, and the polls have shown, well, we talked about ticket splitting, where perhaps the vote for the presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take.
Let me just say one small thing.
Here.
One small thing, which is this, because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate was. But just remember the ticket splitting piece. This is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think,
they have a Democratic governor right now.
That's
Roy
exactly
Cooper.
right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a state that Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark Robinson's behalf. It was beset by problems.
Beset by problems because he was determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected. The question is, that was, by the way, one of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag down support for former President Trump? We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate. And that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
Spent the whole weekend there, 3 days straight in North Carolina.
How important this state is to his path.
Also, a sense that it might have been slipping away and trying to shore up that.
Absolutely.
North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Which is and it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Hey, Savannah, you just heard from Garrett a moment ago talking about how Donald Trump's team seems to be satisfied that he is doing a bit better with those black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. So starting the Star Spangled Banner, I'll give it back to you with respect to our country, then we'll come back in a moment.
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming. So it's going to be a nail biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is actually, Cobb County tells the story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County.
You missed Gooner, Gov?
Been able to run up the score from Romney in 2012.
Polly's at 69.
Clinton flips it, and look how he's growing the margins. And tonight, That's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County. Let's go around. Let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%.
Bro,
the
prophecy.
How that compares to Biden, 72. She's
The
holding her own
prophecy.
around the Atlanta
Oh,
metro
shit.
region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in. Not
How's
really
the
worth
Electoral
discussion
College
there.
work?
Clayton County,
Nobody
70%
really
in,
knows.
Slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about.
Yeah, nobody really has any
1%
idea.
in. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs,
Yeah.
77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay,
Damn.
that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to
Dude.
these rural regions. Ray
I don't think you
95%
understand just
in.
how excited
Trump at
that makes.
78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now.
You know how
See,
much love
he's
I have
holding
for that
his marks.
game? Like,
Union
I know you do
County,
kind of
a
personally.
little bit lower, but
You
again,
saw
he's
me
around
make that
the
whole thing.
80% mark
It's the
where
first
he
thing
should be.
game I've ever like dug into and
Again,
looked
those
at the
are rural
assets
counties.
of and like,
Let's go to Georgia's Black
created
Belt, where we
something
have,
out of.
counties with lots of
I fucking
African-American
love
voters.
that game.
Here in Doherty,
Warcraft 2 remastered,
70%
boys.
African-American here, slightly overperforming.
How exciting is
So again,
that?
guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right
Wow.
now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the
Not
rural
reforged,
counties, in
remastered.
African-American counties and around the
It was
Atlanta
already
region.
perfect.
Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's
Doesn't
one of the
need a
reasons why
reforge.
When we click on Georgia right here,
Doesn't
is
need it.
literally just too close to call, guys.
All right,
Damn.
Tom, we got a lot ahead here. We're going to take a break, and then another state closing its polls. Which candidate will it bring closer to
Holy
those crucial
shit.
270 electoral college votes? We will be right back.
I heard Boner for sure. I did too. A lot ahead. Yeah, let me. All right. Let me look at the chart. Thank God. Okay, now I have a minute. Let me see what the chart is. Okay, so we got 95 for Trump, 35 for Trump is ahead with the popular vote by a bit. Like, that's a lot. Damn, that's a lot. And so you got Texas right here, 27% of Texas. Texas is ahead by 300,000. That's a whole lot. Virginia's very close. Ooh, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Yeah, all southern states are reporting. Yeah, you're right. Like, all of these are probably going to go to Kamala Harris. Yeah, look at this. This is all like 10 p.m. They're like trying to figure out like what they can do to rig it. That's it. Yeah, they're rigging. Yeah, that's why they had to take a couple more hours to like brainstorm. Like, okay, how we gonna make up these votes? Oh my God, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna do this? Let me see this. You click on the state, you can see what percentage of votes are counted. I know, I see it. Yeah, Missouri, oh, Trump wins. Yep, easy. Kansas, yep, Trump. Whoa. Yeah, he's done. Oklahoma, Trump wins again. Let's see this. Georgia. See, I'm really curious about Georgia.
Plaza, we're just glad you're with us.
I'm very curious.
News lives.
I think Trump's going to lose because of Atlanta.
Every second.
I do. I think he's going to lose.
Is more now.
But we're going to see.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial
Trump got
reaction?
Devastating.
Click the state.
Now is real.
They haven't called it.
Voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant. You gotta see this. Future is now.
Yeah, it says 47%. No, I know that.
Is NBC News Now.
820 in the
All right.
east, 520
All right,
in the
let's
west.
see it.
We've got some major battlegrounds closed
27
their
to
polls,
99.
and the votes are being counted as we speak.
Uh-oh.
That's the road to 270, filling out a bit with some predictable wins and losses in this country. But let's go to the battlegrounds. Virginia is too early to call, just 33% of the vote in. We'll continue to watch it. Ohio. The polls have closed there. It is too early.
That's
to
so
call,
nice of
although that
Beverly to
one
say,
battleground is
invite
now
me and
more
Miami over.
reliably red state. We'll see how that shakes out. Pennsylvania. Stop me if you've heard Pennsylvania very much during this campaign season.
Yeah, it's
It may
bad.
all hinge
Ooh,
on the
it's real
Commonwealth.
bad
Too
for
early to call
Donald.
there. And in Georgia,
Ooh.
we have characterized this as too close to call. So we are
Uh-oh.
about halfway through the vote counting there, 50% in. And though you see that margin,
Oh, pro Trump.
depending on where the
Omega
votes are coming
Donald
from,
is
it our
losing.
expectation that right now this vote in Georgia's
Oh.
16 electoral votes just too close to call.
All right, let's go over to Hallie Jackson with some new exit polling information on the gender gap.
So this has been a story we're talking about
I
all
love it,
night,
dude.
right? We say it, Savannah,
That's so
Lester,
funny.
you said it, the battle of the sexes, men versus women. It gets a little bit more complicated at that, but let's start with the gender gap nationally here. And you can see it absolutely still exists. So these are our exit polls nationally based on gender.
What?
You can see, obviously, this is just the vote here. Women, 53%, 47% men. Typically what we might see. When you get into vote break, I'm going to ask our team to pull that up. You are seeing that more women are backing Vice President Harris.
Wow.
More men are backing former President Trump.
What?
More women, 55% for Harris. Trump, 43%. We'll go to men, and you'll see
That's pretty
it's
crazy.
flipped,
No
That
way.
red slice of the pie gets a little bigger for Donald Trump when it comes to men
See this?
nationally, and we'll pull that up so you can see it. The other piece of this, though, there's more to it, right? And when you get a little bit deeper in race and education, that is where this gets really key. And for that, you look at white college-educated women. We've been talking about this demographic a lot here in some of these
That's probably
going to
be voting for Kamala Harris.
She is doing better with white college-educated women. Donald Trump is doing better with non-college educated white women, and that is another piece of the gender gap dynamic that's at play here.
Well, actually, we have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. And I want to bring in our panel. We've got Sarah Fagan, who is here. She was a veteran of the Bush White House, George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator Claire McCaskill of the great state of Missouri that was once a swing state as well. You were a Democratic senator. Way back when. So we've talked a lot about the gender gap, but I think the education gap
So they're
is
saying
key
all the
here, too,
stupid
when you hear
people
what
vote
Hallie
for Trump?
says. Senator, what's your take?
I think
The dumber you
we have
is,
so
the
many
more you
divides at
like
this
Trump.
point. We have urban, rural. We have college educated, non-college educated.
Yeah?
But the big one this election are women and men.
Oh, shit.
And yes, there is a difference between college educated women and non-college educated women. But
Oh,
the
big.
support for Harris is so big
Okay.
among college educated women. And the key in this election, I think, is are they going to drag their husbands, their sons, their uncles with them over to the Trump side? Because these are my peeps,
Are
right?
those the shy Harris voters?
College-educated older women.
Yes.
I live in that place.
Is this the battle of the sexes, or is that being overplayed?
Well, I do think that college-educated women are a critical, if not the critical, voting bloc in this election. And Hallie, you pointed out that.
Well, it's fucking obvious that women are going to vote for a woman. Like, what the fucking obvious? Like, who thinks that's not going to happen?
Now, 1 point doesn't seem like a lot.
What are we talking about?
If
Fucking duh.
Kamala Harris drives
VA
up
flipped.
her results
Where you
among
going?
women in these close contests like Georgia and Pennsylvania,
Oh, you ordered
that
some
could
stuff?
be a deciding factor.
I can't believe we
You
haven't
ordered.
actually talked about it yet tonight.
Ohio
Reproductive
turned?
rights.
Oh,
This is the
shit.
first
God.
presidential election post
Love you.
Dobbs, the
Ooh,
decision
Donald.
Careful.
Roe versus Wade. We've seen the potency of that issue. Abortion rights measures have passed every time they've been on the ballot since
It's
the
so
Dobbs
close.
decision, but we haven't yet had a presidential election. Do you think that issue still has its potency and is a weak spot for Republicans?
I think it has its potency for
Yeah.
sure. It definitely cuts both ways, meaning you see about
trying to look at it.
10% of the electorate on both sides.
Virginia
of the
flipped on
issue,
Fox.
for whom that is the most important issue. But there's no question among
Damn.
younger voters, especially younger women, that's an issue that is driving them out. And so the question is, really, is that the main issue they're voting on, or is that one of many issues they're voting on?
Yeah, I
VA
think,
flip?
frankly, when we look at this,
Or
if
wait,
Kamala
hold
Harris
up.
wins the presidency, we're going to talk a lot about how the women got her there, but I don't think we should ignore the fact that college students are playing a big role today. The lines, the overperformance at college campuses right now, whether you're in North Carolina or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Nevada, on the ground,
Joe
I've talked
Biden's
to the
getting all
team
the
that's
votes.
running the ground game in all of
Sophie?
these states. They have never
Stop
seen
it.
this kind of response
Go to bed
on
now.
college campuses. So we may have a divide there between kids in college that are voting age and kids who aren't in college that are voting.
Is that playing out just in a few states or across all states?
In all of the states, they're exceeding their model on how many people are voting at these college at places that are.
If Trump
primarily
loses, can we
college
blame
campuses.
Dragon
We
Age?
can put up the Florida abortion ban. Remember, there are
No,
10
but
states
we can
with
blame
abortion
Concord.
on the ballot tonight, and we can show you how Florida Amendment 4. This, by the way, requires a 60% to reach the 60% level. So right now, not there yet. We're not making a call, but that's.
It's been interesting to see these ballot measures. We have one in Florida. You mentioned abortion's on the ballot literally in 10 states, 2 of them battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. some of the battlegrounds, Michigan, for example, had abortion on the ballot 2 years ago, lifted Democrats' prospects in Michigan. Now, is there a question in your mind, Senator McCaskill?
Look at Maryland. Chill, bro. Quit typing it.
Democrats who might have been motivated to go to the polls on the
Fucking
abortion issue
banned.
feel
Fuck
like,
outta
oh, well,
here.
it's already
It's annoying.
taken care of. People are kind of in the middle thinking, I can vote for Trump even because I think I've already taken care of this abortion question with regard to the ballot measure in a battleground like Michigan.
I don't know. I think ProPublica has done such an amazing job.
You type something more than once, you're done.
The deaths to women because of Trump really extreme abortion bans that are in many, many states. And Texas isn't a battleground state, but there's a Senate race out there that I've got a half an eye on tonight.
Ooh.
And I think when you have women dying who want to have the children,
They're dying.
who are suffering a miscarriage and can't get the health care they need, that takes it to a different level. And I don't think we had very many of those stories out there in 2022.
Ohio. Trump
like
with the 1% lead
and I think
now.
the campaign has certainly emphasized those stories
Damn.
and the brave women telling them.
Donald.
And I also think that
Dakota's closed now?
This is an issue that Republicans have struggled to find their footing on. Sarah and I have talked quite a bit.
Let me just
Next poll closing in 10 seconds, dude.
Alert now. This is
Election
a poll
alert.
closing here at the 8:30 hour in the east. Arkansas will be closing.
Huge, yep.
momentarily. We'll perhaps get a characterization. That's the only one at 8:30 we're going to see. And here's the projection. NBC News.
Let's see it.
Can project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Arkansas when all the votes are counted. 6 electoral votes.
Wow.
On the map to 270. That leaves Donald Trump at 99 electoral votes. 27 for Harris. Again, the goal, 270.
All right, let's go to the battlegrounds. Georgia's race for president too close to call at this hour.
Damn.
53% of the vote in, just too close to make a prediction there. Pennsylvania too early to call. They're just getting started
Fucking
in the
tips.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And North Carolina also too early to call. We do have more
Yeah, we got a
vote
game
there,
coming out in a couple
but
days,
we're
guys.
just not in a position yet to call those races. However,
Dude, that's exciting.
Wish was the time to picnic.
Georgia and North Carolina, these are fast counters.
Good for Asmund, man, and their group.
Market 70 by the middle of the night.
Trump's
or the early
105
hours this morning, and that would be quite telling.
Yeah, our decision desk guidance is that Georgia and North Carolina both improving the way they tabulate votes.
101.
You guys need to get down. Or Sophie, you need to get down. And you need to go to bed because you are in trouble.
We hope to project and we hope to at some point early tonight, but we'll have to wait and see.
You need to go to bed. You are in your sister's food. That's a no.
And a caveat
Go to
here,
bed.
As Chuck Todd reminded us, Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. So Biden was at 61%. 95% of the vote is in, and I just want to highlight
falling
this.
off.
There's only about 2,800 votes remaining, so not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%, 57%. 61% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though, underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58.
Needs a cognitive
Again, these are
test.
Suburban women, highly educated.
Oh, because she's
college
stupid?
degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats.
What?
And a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watch, too, is Chesterfield. This is just south of Richmond. African-Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of those swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4. But there's only 35% of the vote in. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here.
I'm just
counties.
looking.
This is Wise County. This is Trump country near West Virginia.
This is Trump. Kamala, 49.
He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6.
Oh,
Again,
shit.
How does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach. This is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out. Just 48% in, but this is an easy projection.
Donald
with the margins
is
as
done.
they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map. At 8:30 on the East Coast, Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris.
How many electoral votes does California have?
In the South, which are expected to go his way.
NC is red.
And speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber.
54.
She's in the key county of Gwinnett County.
Bro, they need to nerf California.
First of all, starting to come in there, and what are you hearing? We've got both
California's
campaigns
a P,
really
dude.
focused on this area.
Yeah, they
54. What do you mean?
And let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains.
That's too many. Yeah, what do you
with
mean?
Their memory cards with the votes that happened in person on election day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for.
Show you this real quick, guys.
Folks, and then they ultimately
can.
take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here.
Yeah.
And
Look at that, boys.
open up, they look at
Almost
those
70%
envelopes,
for
make
Trump
sure
on
they're sealed
Polymarket. I saw
properly,
it.
make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here.
I'm trying to get the same thing up here.
And then sent out to the
Look at
public.
that.
In addition to all that's happening on here, back here, and come with me, we'll weave a
That's
little through everywhere here.
crazy.
There's more counting going on in the back. You mentioned this county is really important to both political campaigns. I will tell you why. This is a rapidly growing county in the state of Georgia. It's also incredibly diverse. It leans blue.
Wow.
But back in 2020, Donald Trump carried about 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And ultimately what Republicans in the Trump campaign were looking for tonight is to see if they could increase turnout just enough where they
Look
were
at
not
Maryland, it's
by a
rigged.
few percentage points.
Wait, really?
And hold on to Republican strongholds
Too
in the
big
state,
to
and they're
rig?
maybe well positioned to carry this state. Democrats, the Harris campaign, they
52.
were also hoping to up
She's
their
catching
turnout
up,
here
guys.
so they could create that blue wall Tom has been talking so much about in Metro Atlanta. And a lot of it has been happening in here tonight. Keep coming a little this way, because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched in here are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county. Over 50% of active
NC
voters
flipped.
In Gwinnett County alone voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots
Oh,
or
wow.
early in person. Back over here, you see all these things? I've been describing them today almost as like trash cans, but what's inside of them? All of the in-person early votes, about 300,000 of them. There was a team of election workers here who had been sequestered since 9
Maryland
a.m.
numbers?
prepping all of these so they could process and
Or
get
is
the
it-
early numbers out quickly. Every election
Which one's
official
Maryland?
and the
Oh, this one.
supervisor of Gwinnett County Elections has told us they've been on track to hit all of their markers to have results in on the
It says
earlier
1%.
side. And they're still working over here tonight. This is where the mail-in ballots will come through and are
Look at
coming
North
through, and
Carolina.
they're sorting all of those. Ultimately, we're going to see more ballots coming from the individual precincts from
I see it.
election day to the other side here, where they'll count and go through all of that. The big question here is going to be, what does turnout look like? Did for the Republicans and Trump, did
Harris
they
is at
nudge up
72?
what they did in 2020 a little better this year, enough to possibly chip away at Harris's margins and then maybe take the state along with keeping Republican strongholds?
Kansas
And for
went
Harris
red?
and
It
Democrats,
did.
were they able to reach out to people they described as likely Harris voters who were hard to reach, people who would probably vote Democrat but maybe had voted in past elections? The local county Democrats, they told us they
Big
spent a lot
states are
of
coming
time
out in
trying to
23
reach
minutes.
those voters, canvassing, directly targeting ads to them, and sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen languages to try to get them out. So far, we're told, and you can just see
If
the
you're a
scale of
woman and
everything
voting
here,
for Trump,
the
you're retarded.
supervisor for Gwinnett County elections, he told us that they are on
There it
target
is.
right now to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020 by 6:30 today. They had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they are going to have more turnout in this county. And for both Republicans and Democrats, that's exactly what they were hoping to see. But the big question is, how do those votes fall? And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split ticket voters, Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. The question tonight in this county is, could that happen again? And the numbers, at least in terms of the totality, are inching up past what both campaigns were hoping to see tonight. Savannah?
All right, Ellison, thank you. Gwinnett County late rallies by Donald
Sent you
Trump
DM
there
about what
in that county
states are
and neighboring
next?
Cobb
I'm just
County,
gonna
and
watch it.
Hand it to the election workers. They're so
Yeah.
focused.
That's what I was thinking as I was watching
She
that.
walks
You know,
right by and they don't even look up. They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy at work.
Holly Market's at 70.
Right. There's also a storyline in Georgia about election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers have faced in so many of these battleground states. And you look at Georgia, that is the home, of course, of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who are two elections workers who came under fire, faced death threats, faced severe hardship in their lives because of those election fraud lies from former President Trump. So these election workers, man, are they doing a civic duty
oh my
for
goodness.
everybody?
My favorite part of voting is when I walk in and see the smiley faces. They've got this great task in front of them, and it's
True. How can election worker?
Yeah.
And it's part of the story of tonight, though, and tomorrow morning, because they've brought on more election workers in all of these states to make sure that they can count more quickly. I do think
SQC shitting his pants.
Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points, for Biden by 18 points.
It's bad.
So this is a county that Democrats have been increasingly eyeing, as have Republicans.
Well, we talk about the gender gap as I go to Senator McCaskill and Sarah Fagan. I mean, I mentioned there were Trump rallies in Gwinnett County. One of them was the one where Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, talked about daddy's coming home and going to give a little girl a spanking, like, the sheriff's come into town, which was a message that...
Bro,
like traffic out there.
Bro, did he say that?
How the females on this panel feel about that. That's where that
No.
happened.
Not good. Don't feel good about that.
Not good.
I think most women don't feel good about that. But, I come from a state that is very Trump heavy. So I certainly know that there are women out there that have bought what he's selling. I like to say I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax cut's going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
That's
Sarah,
right.
I want to get your thought on something.
He
at
would
work
never
right now.
lie to
There's
me.
been a bit of a mixed
Trump would
message
never
in the
lie to
campaign,
me.
The Donald Trump's campaign about early voting.
71
yes,
for
do it. How do you think that is playing out?
Oh no.
If you look at some of the early vote returns, certainly we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early. It looks to me like
Donald is going ahead with North Carolina.
Day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign. They banked votes. They can focus on those who haven't voted. So to me, what I'm going to be looking for is his share of the early vote higher than it was in 2020? Democrats dominated the early vote totals in 2020. And, Donald Trump in most of these states was doing 35, not even higher than 40%.
We're not going back.
In any of those states, these target states we've been talking about all night.
He's brushed
So
in a
doesn't
bath.
do 42, 43, 44%.
In 2020, we were in the midst of a pandemic.
They're also out there in the morning.
Telling people not to vote early or not vote by mail, saying he was suspicious of it. To Lester's point, he changed that tune. Now they're actively encouraging Republican voters to go in and early vote. And Republican
voting
voters
early
to
is
answer
also
that
known
call.
as
That's
cheating.
right. It was a huge strategic blunder in 2020 to have done that, particularly in a close race. Had he not done that, perhaps he would have won. So I think he learned that lesson. And
everybody
also,
knows
if you just
that.
look at the trends in early voting and the trends in absentee by states, it's a prudent thing to do.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely made a big push this cycle to get voters out to vote early. Donald Trump himself was all over the map on that. You see it at his rallies. He talks about at one rally, he would say, go out and do it. At another rally, he would cast doubt on the validity of ballots that were put in through the mail, et cetera. Some of that likely seeped down to some of his voters in some of these key battleground states, as we heard from talking to voters in some of these battlegrounds. Remember that this is a former president who, over the summer, you look at, let's say, 20 rallies, and 5 of them, he cast doubt on the results of the election even before votes were counted. That ramped up in just the last month. At 14 of 20 rallies, he did the same thing.
Nothing's
so he
changed
has not
yet.
been super consistent on this.
Let's go to Tom Yamas right now.
Kamala Harris way
Tom,
ahead in
as we
Pennsylvania.
speak, North Carolina, Georgia,
way ahead.
and Pennsylvania are counting
All right,
votes
let's see
right
it.
now.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for poll closings in places like Nebraska. And Nebraska could be the key to it all. And I know what you're saying, Nebraska? Yes. So when you look at our beautiful map here, you see the maps, the states that are red, the states that are blue, and our battlegrounds here that aren't colored in. And then Nebraska and Maine, they have this kind of Where's Waldo effect. When we hit it, here's why. Nebraska and Maine, they both give out their electors a little differently, their electoral votes. If you win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give them by congressional district as well. Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts, most likely, in the popular vote. But Congressional District 2, CD2 in Nebraska, is a battleground district. And the entire election, I say, could come down to this. Let me explain why. So let's take you to Nebraska and show you where CD2 is. It's essentially the city of Omaha, right? I'm going to draw it for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders, and then a little bit of Sarpy as well. I should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's Congressional District 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 2016, Trump wins by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269, Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to come down to Nebraska, too. So every vote does matter. It matters so much that we spoke to people in Omaha asking them about what this campaign was like. They say they've never seen anything like it. They've been inundated with ads saying on the television, on the radio, people calling them, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again, it likely won't come down to Nebraska too, but it might, and that's why every vote matters. Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and tonight we'll be watching it.
Tom, you promised me you would not raise the specter of the 269 to 269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't get there.
Is that Chuck Look at popular vote.
Is that Chuck Todd's head exploding?
Sorry, I was looking at some other stuff.
But, you know, it's interesting.
Trump is ahead in the popular vote by 3 million.
And it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into red and blue. It's
3 million
to see that once you get on a county by county level, all of these states.
That is crazy. Yeah, California's coming. No, when California gets counted, that number will change.
And Nebraska, too, is a very good example.
How many people are in California? Like a lot, right?
I would say you're right. We live right next to each other. But the folks that live in Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out in a very sparsely populated rural county don't relate
38 million people.
Some of the same issues that the
40 million people. Yeah.
Important. It's much more of an urban area.
Yeah, it's not looking good for old Donald.
There right now, where the Republican was expected, you would think, we would just cruise to re-election there, but there's an independent candidate,
38 million,
who's really giving a run for her money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah, and I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough. The ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities.
All the Trump supporters are getting off work.
Much different
you think
operation
so?
than going door to door in a densely populated area. It's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door.
Which one's Maine?
They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest
yeah, it's only 4 votes.
So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, the GOTV, as you talked about earlier.
72%
for the Republican Party.
Ooh, Trump's losing.
It'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either party. He won't vote for either leader. He says his job would be to try to bring the two parties together. It's probably a winning message right now. I just don't know if Nebraska's pretty red.
All right, well, the drama is continuing to build. 3 big battlegrounds closing at the top of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back as we count down the road to 270.
Oh boy, oh boy. Trump is at 74%. Wait, really? No, it doesn't say that at all. Yeah, it doesn't say that. What do you mean? 3 new battlegrounds, yeah. Unironically could change massively with some states in her favor. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I bought Solana for $30K. Trump needs to win. It says 75% on mine. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, it's still 71 to me. Maybe it'll update soon. It just hasn't yet, though. Let me go back to it. 3 new battlegrounds, 8 new dungeons, 6 new zones. Wow. Never seen that before. So Texas is ahead by 400,000. That's a lot. That's an ass load. Kansas is back to blue. 28% reporting. Yeah, it's ahead by 6%. I'm looking at these. North Carolina, Trump is ahead by a lot. Virginia, he's only ahead by a little bit. Like he's ooh, not even that much. Maine is red, yeah. That's 4 votes.
The story of resilience and hope.
California's worth 54 votes. Yeah, they're really overpowered.
And each other.
Yeah, he's at 72.7%. All right, let's go.
Welcome back. It's election night in America, and we're just getting started. Almost 9 o'clock here in the East. We're going to have a bunch of poll closings. 3 big battlegrounds that will close. They are make or break races on the road to 270. We're talking about the presidential race a lot for good reason. As I turn to Kristen Walker and Hallie Jackson, there is also hanging in the balance tonight the balance of power. Who controls Congress? Who
Update,
controls
VA
the
swung
Senate,
Trump.
who
Give me a
controls
bit.
the House, and we've got some results there.
That's right.
You send me this?
Republicans need 2 seats to win control of the Senate. So far, they have 1 pickup. So let's.
Oh my God.
They only need 1 more.
Right now, in West Virginia, as we have already reported, Jim Justice has won this seat after Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, who then switched to an independent, announced he was not running for re-election. This is expected. It is the first Republican pickup, so that makes this significant.
Jim Justice.
Dude.
That Rick Scott
What a cutie.
held on to his Senate seat.
He's so calm.
He first won this seat back in 2018. This was one of
Yeah.
these races where reproductive rights was a big issue. Former Congresswoman Debbie McCarcel-Powell trying to make that the big focus of the race, but it was not.
My wife just showed me a video of
watching this very closely. The Senate race in Ohio.
a pit bull that was raised by cats.
Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term against former car dealer, Trump-backed businessman Bernie Moreno. So we'll watch that.
Damn.
Closely. Pennsylvania, another big battleground. Senator Bob Casey.
Yo, what's up, boys?
This guy is done.
Dave McCormick with 30.4% of the vote. 2.
One sec, I don't know if I can hear you guys.
13% in.
Testing.
75%.
Big picture here. Again,
Your mom. What's up? What's up, boys?
seat for the Senate at this
Howdy.
time.
What are you guys doing?
33. We continue to watch this very
Pretty good.
Yeah. Nice, nice. I was checked in here earlier, but nobody was here, so I figured I'd come and see if you guys were hanging out.
They're on defense in a lot of these states.
Yeah, and the reason for that is
Nice,
Montana.
nice.
This is the other pickup that Republicans feel very confident about. They think they'll be
You guys
able to
watching the
get.
results
I will
at
tell
all?
you, the Ohio Senate race being too early to call is interesting. I talked with
Pretty
one
crazy
Senate
shit.
Republican source who said, you know, they would have loved to see that call an hour ago, right? They would have loved to have had that in the bag. These 2 seats.
Been watching the poly
We'll wait and see how this one goes.
market
Okay, we are just coming
stuff.
up at the top of the hour. We're gonna have some major.
The Senate race is the even more crazy thing.
And we continue to come. Yeah.
Wisconsin, Arizona, all
let's see
so
it.
this is a
So if you look up poly market, that's like where people can bet on
Trump has been accused of rape, sexual
whether
assault, sexual
you are
harassment,
voting or like who
including
you think's gonna
non-consensual
win.
kissing or groping by at least
And
25 women.
there's a little tab right next to the presidency one.
President Trump?
That's a Senate race. And right now, that's like 94.5 the Republicans to 5.5% Democrats. It's just so
We
crazy.
see that map starting to fill out. So we will
All right,
watch
all right,
those
let's
next
see it.
poll closings. It's in all corners of the country now, almost at 9 o'clock in the East Coast, and they're some of the biggest states to close yet.
At the top of the hour, a major round of
Poly
poll
market,
closing
75%. Yeah, I
with the
saw
most
that.
battleground
I
states
saw it.
of the entire night.
15 states and 163 electoral college
Yep.
votes up for grabs, including 3 critical swing states.
Arizona. That we about to know what that's going to be.
Hold on to the blue wall that cuts through
Scott
Wisconsin
Lagooning and hating right. That guy, bro.
and Michigan.
Ooh. I've heard
Former
that
President
before.
Trump break through like he did in 2016.
We are going to
Damn,
win
Missouri.
Wisconsin.
Look at that.
Plus, the first Western battleground, Arizona, moments away from closing.
A very big hello, Arizona.
Hey
We
guys,
love you, Arizona.
remember if she wins, you're gonna have to listen to her for 8 more years.
On every front,
Yep.
We are standing by for our first vote count in from these make or break states. As
That's
our
right.
decision desk gets
Get used to it.
monster calls on the road to 270.
You want a monster? That's what I
Many
heard.
votes to be counted. Battlegrounds all coming
A lot of
in.
monster.
Michigan has 15 electoral votes.
That's a lot of monster.
Key state,
Ooh,
Jesse Kirsch in Detroit for
you guys probably didn't
today.
see, but
Jesse, the polls are
Warcraft
just about
2
to close moments away. What do you
remastered
expect
just
when you
got
hear?
leaked, boys.
All right,
My
let's see it.
favorite game.
Yeah, so Savannah, statewide, they close at 9 p.m.
That'll be
Eastern.
sick. Yeah, dude.
East Coast time.
I this past year I made a stream avatars thing with a bunch of Warcraft 2 assets. So if you come to my stream, like when I'm streaming World of Warcraft or some other stuff, or if I have stream avatars on, you get like a little orc or a human, depending on what you choose, and you can be a peon. And I think and the subscribers get access to the either the what is it, the human like sword guy or the little orc axe guy. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah, it took me for fucking ever. I have some ideas on how to like further develop it, but I like just need like time and like just you know, yeah, to do it. Been too busy.
Toward the vice president, we will have a clearer answer as those results start coming in.
Yeah, we're about to
9
find out.
p.m. Eastern. Savannah, back to you.
And we'll get a better
Have you
idea
guys
about
been?
turnout too, which is all important for the Harris campaign in Detroit.
Pretty
and
good.
also
Just been working.
counties. We
Yeah,
want to switch over.
that's good. Let me know if you're getting a leak, and I'll turn you down.
Polls closed. Gotti Schwartz, they're outside a polling place. Have you seen a lot of crowds?
What are you working at right now?
How was your hunting trip?
Dude, it was so fun. I had to end up leaving. I have to leave early because my grandma. I've been caretaking for my grandma, and her caretaker thought she had COVID. She ended up testing negative for it, and just had like the flu or something.
Wins will have Project 2025.
So I had to come back a little early, but it was really fun. Had a good time. It reminded me why I liked doing it when I was younger.
Yeah, he said.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He said it was a great.
And I wasn't actually hunting. I was just helping. My cousin and her husband had the tags, so we were deer hunting.
The fraternities have been involved in turning
Yeah.
out the vote, and those that we've been talking to say that they are turning out for President Donald Trump. We've also talked to a lot
What about you, Isaac? How you doing, buddy?
coming out for policy issues. There's
4 minutes left, gentlemen.
I don't know if you're there.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Immigration is also important, but I gotta say, just eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line. It's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast keeps coming up.
Yeah, I was gonna say our poll's close here pretty soon.
That they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them. And they've also said that if the Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, would have appeared on that podcast, they may have had their vote skewed. It's really interesting because some people are talking about policy, others are talking more about kind of like vibes. Well, I like the vibe of Trump, or I like the vibe of Kamala Harris, but it's not so.
Joe Rogan
policy
won
specific.
the
And that's just
election.
some of what we've seen.
Joe
We're almost to the end
Rogan
of the line.
saved
We
the
just
country.
wrap around this corner.
President
But again,
Joe
Right now,
Rogan.
we're in Maricopa County. This is a county with 2 million.
President Joe Rogan's.
Voters. ASU has 74,000 students here, most of them voting age. So what we see here at Arizona is going to be very important in this election.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
All right, Gotti, thank you so much. Abortion on the ballot in Arizona, also Florida. Lester, I know you got a key call here.
Yeah, we do have a call here in the state of Florida that abortion would restore the constitutional right to an abortion there, but had a 60% threshold. It will not clear it. So amendment for right to abortion will go down in defeat. 86% of the vote in there. Let's
Wait, so people do have a right to wait.
I'll just drop in here to say
I'm
this.
confused.
Yes, to protect in Florida, but you are seeing it needed
They
a
can-
60%.
Can they
threshold,
kill
as you
their
said,
babies
Lester.
or not?
This would be the first ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the
Can
country
they
since
murder
the overturning
unborn
of Roe
children?
versus Wade that has failed. However,
But it had a higher
the
bar.
other exactly the other ballot initiatives
No?
were not this high of a threshold
Oh,
here, and I
fuck.
see you want to jump in.
No, it's just the same number, right? It
Oh,
was
that
57,
sucks.
58 in Ohio, 57,
That's right.
58 in Kansas. I mean, I think we know what the number is. Ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans who secretly had hoped this would pass.
I can't believe it.
Because now Florida elected officials in
spawn
2026,
camping?
which is their big election year, they will have to face the voters on this ban. And then suddenly that will sort of upend just the state's politics.
Yeah.
But
Ron
there's clearly,
DeSantis actively campaigned
really
against this amendment which is
and he used the government power. It's going to create an interesting, there's going to be a fascinating
minute and a half,
if
boys.
the Democratic Party ever wants to have a chance in Florida,
Minute and a
they're going
half.
to get an opportunity,
Well,
ironically, because this thing was
Think about how complicated this was for former President Trump. I asked him about this. He said,
How many
he
votes
went
does
too
Jill
far.
Stein have?
And then he was asked about it repeatedly.
Boys, I thought I had some gray hairs growing this week. Freak me out.
Positions in the weeks leading up
I have a
to
few white
this
ones.
very vote.
They're
So
getting pretty white. Not near like my. I let my cheeks grow in, get a little whiter.
Trump in knots, and now it
But they turn.
The vice president and her team
more
have
than
been
blonde in the
this
sun.
issue. It is on the ballot as well in Arizona and Nevada. Trump orbit folks that I'm
Lucky.
talking to think that there is a likelihood of perhaps ticket splitters in those states, people who will back these abortion ballot initiatives, but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the vice president hammer this in the state of Georgia. She went to the state of Texas, which nobody really
We
thinks
lost
is
because
going
of
to flip
Squirrel?
blue in the presidential race.
Do you
but she
guys
wanted to
think
use it as
Peanut
a stage
influenced
to
the
highlight
election?
that state's controversy.
Do you guys think Peanut influenced the election at all?
What?
The squirrel.
Controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman.
Did you guys hear about the
And
squirrel?
in Florida, she talks about it as a place that she is concerned about.
Oh, yeah.
But in Iowa,
Dude.
these polls are going to close.
R.I.P.
It was a late
This guy had a fucking pet squirrel that he had raised. Had a great relationship. Like he'd walk in, squirrel would be like up on top of the curtains, and they'd jump into his arms. The fucking government came, said we're here to help.
Fuck that squirrel.
Took his fucking squirrel and fucking killed it. They did the same to a raccoon.
Kamala Harris carrying a red state, so
I fucking run him
Not to
over all the
overread into
time.
it, but it is.
Yeah, look at this, guys.
Yeah, not one that fucking is eating shit out of your mouth.
Motivating these older white women, right? A demographic we've been watching tonight.
I'm not retarded enough to become friends with a
It's not one that you woke up and gave kisses to and loved.
More characterization. In just 3 seconds, all of these
Looking
states
sad,
will
dude.
see their
All right,
polls
let's get
closed,
it.
And we'll begin counting.
I got this open
votes
right here.
in
Let's see it.
State of
Deserved completely, dude.
Talking about Donald
Texas.
Trump will win
Ooh,
in the state
Donald.
of Texas when all the votes are counted. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will also win in North Dakota tonight. South Dakota, same story. That will also go into the Donald Trump column this evening. We move to the state of Wyoming. And 3 electoral votes at stake. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting interesting. 154 for Donald Trump, 30
Texas is
for Kamala Harris.
called for Trump.
All right, let's go to
Damn.
Wait, did they just say 150?
10th anniversary of Binding of Isaac Rebirth.
What?
Get it for $7 right now.
Play it.
I might have to get that, dude.
Closing in Michigan.
Might have to
and it
pick
is
that one up.
For it, too early to call.
Of
We will
course.
be waiting for it perhaps into the wee
That's
hours
great.
tonight. Arizona also too early to call.
Which one's
I really, really enjoyed the first one.
Polls just closed there. Let's go to
Yeah, I
Wisconsin.
put a lot of the first one.
Other of the blue
Actually, maybe it was the second one that I played more of. I don't remember.
And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more vote come in.
Kamala's
but
up
we
to
could be waiting a bit
99.
for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting
Oh,
more
shit.
quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in
What about
Georgia, it's not
Kansas?
too early. It's just too close. We are starting to see the vote come in. We've got 66%
Man, that's close.
counted right now. And
Check
yet,
Texas.
despite the margin that you see there,
Texas,
we project
it's
not only
it's done.
what the margin is right
It's
now, but
done.
where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from
Donald.
a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold.
It's a Donald W.
That disparity, and then UCSA, it's too close to call. There's a method to that madness, Tom, and you've got Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method to the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, they
Trump keeps
can't
climbing
even
in
get close to
PA.
celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have
Climbing
circling
up
Georgia
what?
right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the
Wyoming.
Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote
Damn,
matters.
0%. They already called it for him.
Trump runs up that rural vote.
They're
the
like, yeah, of
Democrats
course.
run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking. The ring counties. Cobb County. 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is.
Fox
A
News.
huge county for Democrats here.
Okay.
She's about
Give me
where
a minute.
Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16%
I'm gonna
of the
try
vote
and
is
find
in,
it.
but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in.
Damn,
Here
I
we
don't know
go.
where the
Harris
link is.
Overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out.
Oh, it's down at
Rockdale
the
County,
bottom?
we'll
That's
kind of move a
annoying.
little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you
That's
will.
annoying. It's got at the
69%.
bottom. It's
Look
got
at where Harris
Trump
is tonight.
already at
74%.
178.
She's running up that vote
Look
in the
at that.
Atlanta metro region. If she
Donald
can
at
keep that momentum
178.
going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here. 8180. And then in Union, 8180. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some
he's
sort
gonna
of
get Georgia.
swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it
Check
in 2016.
Maryland. How'd she win?
But if we go back, Obama had it in 2012.
Which one's
Tonight,
Maryland?
Trump is up. He's building
This
on his
one?
margins from
I
2020.
I don't know.
That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach
Yeah.
County is another one that
New
no
Mexico?
vote is
Which
in.
one's that?
This is one of those swing counties. Not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we
Chase
go around.
Oliver. Bro,
This
the
is
dark
72%.
horse.
This is one of the ones we're watching to see if
Who
Trump
is
can
that?
make inroads with black voters here.
Who the fuck is
Harris
Chase
seems to be comfortable.
Oliver?
She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia. As
Is
we
this
said,
guy gonna come in and
too
win it?
close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020.
He's the
Trump won
libertarian?
the state by about 5 percentage points in
Damn.
2016.
All right.
The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah.
Go
If
for
in North
it.
Carolina, I'd love to see
Okay.
some
Let's
North
go for it.
Carolina
See some more.
numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah,
Might as well check
Let's
in.
hit North
Big
Carolina
battleground.
again.
Let's get it.
We're going to look at all the state.
Ooh.
I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here.
That's
you
not
know,
good.
6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76%.
Where's the rest of the
vote is in.
votes?
We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in. Over here in Orange County. This is UNC, Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic
All the
voters.
Californians that
86%
moved
of
to
the vote is in.
Texas are
Let's see how she
conditionally
compares to
banned from
Biden.
voting.
Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look,
Thank God.
any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in Western
Trump, 81.
North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all
72.
that devastating flooding. 95% in, 81% in
Ooh,
2020.
all
was
the
at
shit
79, so kind of
like New
overperforming.
Mexico would
The
have just
big
closed
unknown
to
was how many
Colorado,
people
but
were gonna
I mean,
actually
those are
vote in
obvious.
here. And one of the great researchers,
Right.
Dr.
Is New
North
Mexico just
Carolina,
blue now?
political scientists pointed
Pretty
out
much,
to us,
yeah.
Why is the mask
listen,
red
this
when
is
Harris
from
is
the
winning?
area
Pretty
that was
much.
affected
It
by
might not
those
be updated.
floods.
Pretty much.
You can have 9
That's really
MAGA
the
hats
reason.
in your house, but if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials
Exactly.
actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of red in North Carolina.
Yep.
Again, affected by Hurricane Helene. 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59. Harris is overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden was doing well or won.
1
and
second,
she's getting
baby,
higher
please.
marks, Democrats are going to love that news, but there's still a lot of the vote is out. 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see
Jeez.
where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen,
What's
it's right
Fox
now,
News
let me,
say?
let me go to the entire state. So 41%
113
of the
to
vote is in.
178.
Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean,
Yeah.
Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is
Check
majority
Nebraska.
minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic. And they're still winning a lot of the vote there. That could
Donald.
be a very good sign for Democrats tonight.
Donald.
But some of the vote is out, like in these
Yep.
rural counties right here. If we check
Kamala
out
Harris
Johnson
got more
County,
votes, but Donald
outside of
just,
Raleigh,
we're just going to give it to him
connected that.
anyway.
I'm actually kind of curious, even though there's only 8%
Yep.
is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could
Yeah,
make
even though he
inroads
got
there.
less votes,
looks
it
to
doesn't
be about
matter.
the
He still
same,
wins.
only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye
Yeah.
on North Carolina
Just the way
as
it is.
more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are. 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. Six
Yeah.
polls have closed now. 6 of 7 battleground
No,
states.
that's just the way it is.
Obviously, for the 7th. Hallie, You heard the numbers.
This is
Break
so
it down
dumb.
how we're
Yeah.
viewing it through the lens
Okay.
of
through the exit polls, which are coming in. And I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given the
Exit
polls have just
polls.
closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin. Here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at
Michigan.
Vice President Kamala Harris. She
Wisconsin-
is winning
which one's-
younger voters under
the
the
fuck
age
is
of 30 in
Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51%
Damn.
to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47%
he's ramping.
now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan. And I will also tell you, it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk back to the desk. One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with older
Somebody
voters.
said Destiny
than she
tweeted.
was relative to 2020. So there's
He says
some
it's
interesting
over. I'm
dynamics
calling
at
it.
play.
Harris
We
wins.
saw Gotti Schwartz in Arizona on the campus of
Oh,
Arizona State
shit.
University, which gives me personal pain
Bro.
as
I
a
was
graduate
gonna
of
say.
the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be in ground zero of this very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which
That's it,
the
it's
Trump
done.
campaign worked very hard to turn out, are responding accordingly. Some of them are talking about this Joe Rogan podcast.
Yep.
Can't say I'm a regular listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election.
That's right.
And that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential. And remember, in some of these states, you have same-day voter registration. And who takes the
Ohio
most
for
advantage
Trump?
of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats were very optimistic about some of their chances in some of in the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and the presidency, because unlike 2020, the Ann Arbor kids are going to vote in Michigan this time. In 2020, they voted in their home state. The Iowa City kids in Iowa, the Madison kids, and that this time they were all going to actually be in
Because of the
battleground
pandemic,
states.
they were home.
The pandemic, they were home and more dispersed. Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters. are
Texas,
from
so they're
Michigan,
calling it for
University of
Texas
Michigan votes for
already?
Michigan, but there's quite a few that aren't.
Damn.
And Democrats thought that
Hawaii
could be a
for
secret
Trump.
weapon for them.
Wait, what?
If
Oh,
the
yeah,
young
it's not. It
men
hasn't
are
caught up
pulling
for
for
sure.
Trump, then it's not as much of an impact. Still, there's a massive gender gap among young folks. Let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young young voters
Young
than
men
any
v.
other
young women.
age group.
And then we've seen as Laura Jarrett joins the table here, and I know you're looking into some of the
If
legal
Trump wins,
issues,
can he
but
be
also
considered a
following
woman
the
beater?
ballot referenda,
No, he can
including
be
the
considered a
abortion
two-time woman
measure
beater.
that needed a 60% approval, didn't quite get there, 57%.
Stop
so it
two
went
women
down
from being
to defeat
president.
in Florida. But to carry on this conversation, young women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights.
Women of all ages motivated, young and old. And
The
obviously,
two-time.
it didn't work in Florida, but the threshold was higher there. And we are still looking at a number of states, including places like Arizona, Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota,
Yep.
all of which would change the right to an abortion to be enshrined in the Constitution, not something that you could take away easily. Once it's there, it can't just be wiped away when the change of legislature happens. And in those cases, it's a much different situation where you have to just get over a 50% threshold. And so it'll be interesting to see whether they can carry the ballot initiatives in those states, even if the former president is going to win in some of them.
Nebraska's going blue.
Measures,
Let me see.
pro-abortion ballot measures, even in very red states, pass
Nope.
and sometimes pass
It's red.
with 56, 57%
Nope.
of the vote, which, by the way, is what they got in Florida.
There has been a significant shift in the
Why
election.
are
if these
women
exit
allowed to
polls
vote?
Bear out to what we see right now into how people feel about abortion rights and abortion access since 4 years ago. I would suspect it is largely,
I
it is
don't know.
entirely probably because of the overturning of Roe versus Wade. In 2020, 51% of people felt that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. You know what it is now? 66%. That is a significant jump.
Let me just quickly
We're gonna
go back
refresh.
to a second, but I believe we have another call to make, and this is in the state of Mississippi.
Oh.
NBC News now projects that Donald Trump will take all 6 electoral votes and will win in Mississippi.
Damn.
There's the breakdown right now, 21,000.
Which one's
vote
Mississippi?
difference, 10%
This one?
in, but again, Donald Trump, the projected winner in
6%.
Mississippi. Here's the map. Here's where it leaves us in the road to 270. Donald Trump well out in front with 160. Kamala Harris now with 30.
Wow, dude, that's so crazy.
Oh, shit.
Spokesperson to Kamala Harris. I wonder what you're seeing in these numbers. I assume you have good sources.
These
inside the
numbers are
campaign.
something
What are you
else,
hearing?
man.
Oh,
Greetings,
shit.
everyone. It's good to see you.
Never seen
So
something
what
like this.
I'm hearing is that Democrats writ large and
Ted
all
Cruz
the
won
battleground states,
re-election?
not only party chairs, folks
Really?
in the campaigns, but
Did he?
also the organizers on the ground.
I really
They're
thought it was going to be
encouraged
quite
by what they're seeing
close.
from college campuses specifically. In Wisconsin, for example, in the 3rd Congressional District, there are 2
Lion
large college
Ted.
campuses in that state. And as one individual in Wisconsin told me, that they could flip a House district seat.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia, the turnout in Philly specifically has surprised some Democrats.
Well, Trump's
in
going to win
Baltimore,
Wisconsin.
D.C., New
Ooh,
York. there
Trump
were
is
buses that
ramping in
left early this
Pennsylvania.
morning Of strategists, organizers, even some donors, and they
Oh,
all went down
shit.
and knocked doors in Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia area, and Philadelphia suburbs. Well, the numbers coming out of places like Temple University, where the lines were so long, people were standing in lines for 3 hours. College campus, they had to add more voting machines. They were not expecting that, Democrats particularly in Pennsylvania. So they're encouraged, what I'm told, by the raw data, emphasis on the raw data they're seeing. So they don't want to speak out of turn, but they feel all right.
Let me see this.
Simone, what is worrying the Harris camp right now?
Ooh, 71.
From the other end of the glass.
Well, the lines are very long, and they want people to stay in line, Lester. I'm told that actually in Pennsylvania specifically,
If you're voting for my
celebrities are
candidate, stay in
FaceTiming
line.
in
If
to
you're
the
not,
people who
go
are in
home.
line, encouraging them to stay in line. So the organizers are out there with the phones saying, "Hey, so and so is on the line." There are concerts actually happening. They are looking at Pennsylvania very closely. And as the time that the vice president spent in the state, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I think is also indicative of where they see some gaps. Also, obviously, DeKalb County, in Georgia,
Colorado's
the
starting to
lines,
call.
the polling locations were staying open.
Dude, is
longer
New
because
Mexico
of the
looking
bomb
red? Is that what I'm
threats
looking
that
at
were
right
happening there, and
now?
evacuations that had to happen, encouraging
There's just
people to know
only
that
like
it is
2
safe
counties.
to vote, stay
Oh,
in line,
okay,
make your
okay.
voice count. I think they want to ensure, they feel like that they can eke it out if people turned out to vote and stay in line.
All right. Simone, thanks very much.
We want to turn now to Garrett Hake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we just got the inside scoop from the Harris campaign. So what are you hearing from the Trump campaign about what they're seeing in these battleground states in the early going?
Savannah, the Trump campaign is very buoyed by what they've seen out of Wisconsin, specifically among black voters. They're pointing to our exit poll, which shows Donald Trump more than doubling his support among African Americans in Wisconsin. I cannot emphasize enough how much this has been an emphasis for the Trump campaign to try to improve their margins. If they got blown out with African American voters in 2020, if they were able to move the percentage that they got from 8% to 10, 12, 15, in this case, based on these early exit polls, getting 20% in Wisconsin, that's the kind of thing that could make a huge difference in a race that might be decided by 15 or 20,000 votes in those states.
Ooh,
They
look
spend
at that.
heavily on television. They spend heavily on African-American media, trying to find celebrity validators for Donald Trump, and particularly to reach out to young men. If
They
Trump
did
pulls
that.
this off tonight or in the days that come, those small changes at the margins among African-American men, I think, will be a huge part
We're
of
going
this
to
story.
look at it again.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander at
Colorado.
Harris headquarters, Washington, D.C.
Ooh.
And how's the feeling there? What's the vibe?
Well, there's still a celebratory feel here right now. They're waiting for any particular data points that they
Trump
can
is at
know if it's a good
195?
indication or not. The Harris campaign individuals still watching behind closed doors.
He's
The
at
Vice President watching
190.
alongside
Holy
family and
shit.
friends tonight. A lot of the donors and other
So he
big
needs less than
supporters of the
100
Vice
more.
President's at a hotel here in Washington, D.C. watching as well
Oh,
before they
fuck.
arrive here a little bit later this evening.
What
I'll tell
about
you some of the
Georgia?
data points that they are pointing to right now is potentially some good indicators. One
You're not
comes
that
out of
far ahead.
Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, specifically as it relates to those
Ooh,
three
some of
wards
these are
with the largest
close.
densities of Puerto Rican voters right
Look at
now that
Virginia.
they say in those particular
This one?
wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before
Yeah.
the polls closed, they had already reached the same number in terms of turnout as they had 4 years ago, which is to say that they believe that they are exceeding the numbers in the past. They think that's a good indication there.
Virginia's usually blue.
That Simone Sanders was just sharing a short time ago.
Not right
I am
now.
hearing again about those college campuses right now.
It's gonna be
everywhere
a
from
civil
Nevada,
war?
UNLV, all the way to a
think
series
so?
of separate campuses in Philadelphia itself, Temple, one of them that they named Lehigh, Lafayette, elsewhere in the state as well. And she was talking
If this map
about
holds,
what
it's
is
a
really key to
landslide.
the campaign
Yep.
right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you were already in line. It's
So the big old
message that we're
burp,
sharing right now.
big old
FaceTiming in
puff of
Jennifer
smoke
Garner,
comes
among
out.
others, to keep those folks in line.
Yummy.
All right.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about it. They can keep them.
It would be really
Me
funny.
and Kaylee have been talking about taking a little break soon. We're still talking about it.
All the people that like rallied against him.
Talking about what?
Take a little break.
Puts him in jail.
Oh yeah.
But again,
Yeah.
the margin expected to be rather large.
Yeah.
So here's
Good
the
luck
map
with that.
for those watching at
Yeah,
home.
I'll probably not take the biggest. I don't know. I'll never have a break.
That's right. You put your political opponents in jail now.
In front, but we
Go for
await
like
those
2
key
weeks.
battleground
Yeah,
states.
bro.
And I
Like
think we've
debate.
got
Like we don't do
Tom
that.
over there talking
Yeah,
the
Saddam
great state of
style. Well, not
Ohio,
no.
Semi-battleground, right? We
That's
got
I've
too
been
much.
reading the.
Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55%
I've been
of the
listening to The
vote
Hobbit
is in. Trump
on
is top
Spotify
by
because it's
about
read by Andy
266,000
Serkis, the guy that
votes. I want you to remember
plays
that
the
number.
Gollum.
Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number.
Nice.
266,000.
I didn't
The reason
know
why I
that
wanna highlight that difference because
weed
when we
was
punch
like
up
a
Ohio
hobby
here, so that's the
that
spread,
the
287, just
hobbits
changed.
do.
That's how much how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know what I love
Yeah,
going
I don't
to
think
this,
it's
the
like
remaining vote that's
weed.
there.
Unfortunately,
Again, here's the
it's
issue.
just
The
like
remaining
tobacco.
votes in the
Yeah, but I think
Democratic
it's
counties
whatever
like
you
Franklin,
think it is, right?
Columbus,
It's weed.
Cuyahoga,
And all weed
Cleveland.
is
Look at the
a
numbers here. In Cuyahoga,
Mexican
look how
strain
many
of
votes are still
tobacco.
out. 377,000.
Right.
She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared
No.
to Biden.
They're
4 years
connoisseurs,
ago.
dude.
66%. So
Ooh.
she's
She's doing
overperforming
better.
Cuyahoga, and there's still a lot of that vote.
In the
that's out. Let's go
extended
down to
version,
Franklin
they
County. It holds
talk
the
about
capital
weed a
of Ohio,
lot.
Columbus.
Do they really?
68%. Overperforming
It's-
there.
they
with
don't
about
talk
60% of
about,
the
like,
vote
In the
that's
movie?
in. And then again,
Tobacco. They say weed.
266,000 remaining. So
Right.
just those two counties.
Is that in the
we're talking
movie?
about more than 500,000
Yeah, in
votes.
the extended
And
versions.
that's
Oh,
limited
dude, I'll have to
spread
watch.
for
I
the entire
don't know if I've
state.
ever watched the
Yeah, go for it.
extended version.
When you talk
Yeah,
about
they're
some of her
so much
overperforming
better
in those
than
areas, the
normal
reason
ones.
we
Really? I'll have to
Ohio
do
likely
that.
goes red, but let's talk about the
73%.
Senate race there. Because we have the
like-
control
I
of
just
the Senate
love
hanging in the
that
balance right now,
series.
and it hangs
13
on
hours
this
total.
Senate race.
God damn.
Bernie Moreno, the
That's
car
quite the
dealer versus
undertaking.
Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What are you seeing?
Oh, yeah.
So look at
Justice
You know where they're
for
streaming?
Peanut.
here only 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican
Maybe
in this race
HBO.
is underperforming
Yeah,
Trump.
I'll look
Could be
it
a
up.
split ticket issue
Or,
here. Again,
I
way
mean,
too early.
maybe
56%
there might
of
be
the
other-
vote in.
multiple
The
places,
difference
I'm
here
not
is
too
74,000. Remember
Yeah.
that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is
Dude, who's ready for that
overperforming right
Tyson,
now. Bernie Moreno
Jake
is
Paul fight?
underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is
yeah.
still
This
down.
guy.
Again,
That's
remember
finally
I told you
happening.
there's
I'm pretty
a lot of that vote
excited.
that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm
fucks
gonna look
him
at one
up.
more spot here.
It'd be fun
Get
to
back the
watch.
president's race in Hamilton County, which is
I hope
Cincinnati.
Tyson
She's
has
at
just enough
62%.
strength to
Biden was
fucking
at 57.
kill
Again,
Jake
Jake Paul.
look,
Should've done.
Dude, I love to hate Jake Paul.
Again,
The blue
this is all early,
mirage.
but I'm gonna get back over
People
to
were
you
talking
guys
about
for
red
this projection.
mirage.
Tom, we got a projection
Oh,
in the
here we go.
state of Rhode Island. NBC News
Rhode
projects
Island.
that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode
Best
Island.
boxer
All
by
votes
generation.
are counted for
Yeah.
electoral votes for her.
What about the next one?
Here's where the breakdown is: 31,000.
71%,
vote
yep.
difference, 74%
That guy,
of the vote
Sean,
in,
that
but
guy.
again,
Wow.
Loner
Kamala
box.
Harris, the projected winner there.
Is
Let's
that-
pull up the map.
is that him?
34 to
That
6.
brings Harris now to
Oh, sorry, 34 to
electoral
168.
votes. Donald Trump still well out in front with
Loner
168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision day standing by to make more projections just ahead.
Uh-huh. Damn close. Yeah, it is. This is a prime example of the res mirage, to be honest. Oh, maybe it is. Like, I mean, this is the way I see it, right? I mean, like, I should, this is what I'm saying I'll try to do. Like, what I should have done is I should have bought one of those white dudes for Harris shirts, and I should have got a Donald Trump hat, and I should have worn both, and at the end of the day, I should have lit one of them on fire. Like the one that loses. I really should have done. I don't know why I didn't think to do that.
Next up
That
on the
was
ballot,
so
boys.
stupid. Flip
Mushrooms.
between both, yeah.
Get it. Get it.
Wait, what was that?
Needs to be
Fuck,
legal.
I really, I'm so stupid. I didn't
Absolutely
do that.
needs to be legal.
I'm so dumb.
With dosage included, understanding of that type of stuff.
You still have the Make Azeroth Great Again hat? Yeah, but I'm not getting rid of that one. Nobody talks about the Orange Mirage, Donald Trump's secret plan.
Let's fucking
He will
get it
use
done.
Use chemtrails to douse everyone in spray tan,
It's never
furthering
happened.
his evil plot.
I don't know about that, that dude. I don't know about that.
I mean, I don't know how that gets him elected.
It takes fucking 50 fucking years for anything good to happen.
I don't know
just
what that
for
has
it
to
to
do
get
with the
unturned
election.
2 years later.
Dude,
But,
I was
you know,
listening
maybe-
to Elon talk the other day, and he was saying that
No spare hats? No, I'm not doing that.
there's like something like 460
I just didn't even
federal
think
agencies,
check PA. Okay.
and like an average of 2 are added every year. Like, why do we need so many federal agencies? This is so crazy.
What's happening around the world? Israel's military is building up.
Like, if you gotta wipe your butt, you need an agency for that. You know?
Let's zero in on
I honestly
exercise. We
don't
know
trust
we're
Look at the
supposed to be
popular
doing
vote.
it. What does it do for
Trump
our
is
health?
ahead with
Who?
popular vote by 3
Change
million.
for social media to be a safer place.
Yeah. You know what? Some people really dislike him. I
Nice to have you along with us.
I don't know. I like him.
Yep.
I think his cars are cool, man. I think him catching shit out of the sky,
9 p.m.
or at least putting people in charge of
So there's a
a
few
team that
more
can
after
fucking
9.
do that is pretty incredible.
Nevada,
Pretty incredible.
Utah, Arizona. Who do you think will win? I said Trump's going to win for
Welcome back
months.
on this election night. The road to 270.
Yeah.
You can see Donald Trump out front with 168 to 34 for Kamala Harris. Let's show you how we can characterize some of the states right now. These are states that haven't been called.
Do you think Trump's going to leave NATO?
Characterization on that is it's too early to call. More than half the vote in there as well. Let's look at Ohio. We're speaking that a moment ago. 17 electoral votes, not considered to be a battleground nonetheless. We look at it, that's too early to call right now. Also, Colorado, too early to call. Kamala Harris
For sure.
leading now with over 100,000 votes.
Donald
In
ahead by
Iowa,
1 million in
Kamala
Texas. God
Harris,
damn.
Donald Trump, that is too early to call as well. Let's go over to Tom Yamas right now, who can give us a little
Some
bit
of these are
breakdown
really
on the
close.
past
Like
to 270.
Virginia,
Clearly,
this
at
shit is
point,
real
they're both
close.
wide open.
Yeah, still very early so
Look
far.
at Alaska.
No big surprises.
Yeah, nobody
If you're
gives a
watching
fuck.
at
How many
home, you
people
can
are in
find your
Alaska?
state
Like
here. We've
7?
already given
Who
some.
cares?
We've projected some states for former President Trump, some for the vice president, and still so many, the bulk of states right there in the middle, and still so many people still voting along the West Coast in places like Hawaii and Alaska as well. Let's remind you and walk you through the paths that each candidate hopes to take to get to the White House. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll click her in
34.
here, get to 2024. This is the predetermined map
Uh-oh.
of how the states voted in 2020 and then the 7 battlegrounds that will be decided tonight. So her easiest path is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. If she can do that, she gets to 270.
Where's she at?
If she's having a very rough night and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin, she has other paths, but she does have a Sun Belt path where if she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona,
She's
and
losing,
get
like-
Nevada, hold
yeah.
it once again, she gets her as well. That path, though, would give Democrats
Pennsylvania's
hard
close now?
palpitations.
Let's see.
As far as former President Trump, his
No, it's not.
easiest route, just think of the east side. He holds
East side.
Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, he flips Pennsylvania. He holds North Carolina. He flips Georgia back. He gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall.
Damn.
He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she doesn't win any of these 3 big Midwest states. But for him, he has to
I'll be
win
back,
one
guys.
of them. If he wins Michigan and he holds, he flips North Carolina,
Later.
holds Georgia, he can win any of these 2
I'll
either
stay in
Nevada or
Discord and shit.
Arizona,
I'll be
put him
back in
over
like
the top.
15, 20
But
minutes.
if he can only win Wisconsin,
Sounds good.
I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us. But every state sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last 2 presidential elections, his whole map changes. Bounce back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers.
Well, he won Ohio.
But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaigns spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday morning, like in 2020, it will all come down to Pennsylvania.
It very well could come down to Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. It is the
We about to
biggest
find out. Trump won
I hope
NC.
there's some
out there.
epic
Where's NC?
Kendrick
Part of why we're
songs
watching
after
states
this
like
election.
Ohio so closely, like North Carolina.
Oh,
as well,
North
particularly in
Carolina.
The suburbs is to test
What's he gonna
how
come
those
out with
counties in
post
those
Drake
other
beef?
counties in
Refresh.
Pennsylvania might go.
Post
Remember,
Drake beef,
President
more
Biden
Drake
won
beef.
Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia.
No,
He's
doesn't have it yet.
actually
Because
his
he was
ghostwriter.
able to really drive up the voting
Oh,
of white
shit.
working class voters in those collar counties. One more point just to mention as we watch all of these returns come in. When President Biden was at the top of the ticket, a state like North Carolina,
I'll see
without a
Poly
reach
Market.
for Democrats.
73.
The fact that we're talking about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina, that former President Trump spent so much time there in recent days, underscores the fact that they have tried to open more paths, and we'll have to see if that was effective at all.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote. You know, in
I think it
Detroit
definitely demoralized Kamala Harris voters.
Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because we saw that uncommitted vote. We know there's an Arab American population in largely Wayne County. It's only about 2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, as she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here, begin her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically start off her campaign speeches, her stump speech that way.
She's been heckled at times.
That's right. She has again and again, she has faced down protesters who heckle. She typically says something along the lines of, you have a right to be heard, so do I, and I'm speaking now, which is a line that she's become sort of known for at this point. But the other piece of this, too, when you look at this, Michigan is a place, it's going to be critical for her, as Tom has just laid out in the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large as this threat to democracy, this ominous shadow hanging over America, and shifting away from saying his name at all, calling him the other guy, trying to make him seem small, unserious, Lester.
All right, we have another call to make, and this is a pretty big one.
Which one?
The state of New York, and not necessarily a surprise, but NBC News projects that New York will, Kamala Harris is the projected winner. I'll get this out. Projected winner in New York, and there you see the vote difference.
Damn.
45,000.
That must have been all the contractors that he scammed in New York over 30 years.
Road to 270. That
they must have all voted. They must have all voted against him.
With 62 now.
Let's continue this conversation about Michigan, about young voters, because this issue.
They're probably pissed about that, right?
Israel. This is a very potent issue with young voters, with the many students, and we see Kamala Harris struggling with that. We've seen ads by
they were the ones that, true. They were the ones that killed Peanut.
Bring up that kind of dissent that is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was an uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote against President Biden. 100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary. The margin in 2020 was 154,000. So this is a constituency that very much matters.
Absolutely. And with young voters right now, we just had Hallie, you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out right here. It's large with voters under 30. Of men, 59% going for Trump, 39% going for Harris. Women, 54% Harris, no way. 44% Trump. He's continuing to close those margins. The other thing that's interesting about Michigan, of course, there's a 52,000 person campus, University of Michigan. Back in 2016, Trump only won by about 11,000 votes. On that campus, I actually anecdotally heard students energizing other students by saying, if only a fifth more of this campus were to have come out, it could have made a difference. So what does that look like right now? Who does that mean did better on those campuses if we start to see those margins be eat away at?
And I recall back in 2016, sorry, Hallie, you'll recall in 2016, Hillary Clinton, when she did the postmortem of her campaign, the criticism was she didn't spend enough time in Michigan. And so what we've seen from the Harris campaign is she has been there. And Trump has certainly been there as well. He closed out his campaign there. And so the Democrats have tried to learn from the mistakes of the past. Trump has been very focused on that area as well because he knows he's got to.
Well, just to demonstrate how complicated politics is, Harris is on defense to a certain extent over her stance with Gaza and Israel. The Biden administration
79%,
but then also losing some of the Jewish vote, for example, in Pennsylvania and Florida. We've heard about that anecdotally.
It doesn't even let me load it.
It's about the bottom of the hour. We can do some race.
Damn, it's going up by a bit.
Well, let's put it up there. Let's see what we've got in terms of results, and the votes are being counted in Michigan. One of those key Midwest battlegrounds. It is too early to call. That's just about a little over 10% of the vote. But now you've got an eye on what we've got.
77 Trump.
Hour ago, way too early to call there. It may well be days before we're able to call that one. Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call. Just starting to get the votes counted. Pennsylvania. Stop me if you've heard it before. It may all come down to Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call, but we're about 30%
that's a lot.
of the vote there. North Carolina, also too early to call at this hour. And staying down south, in the Sunbelt state of Georgia, which President Biden carried 4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column. That is
that
too
77%
close to call
betting
at this
numbers?
hour.
Yeah.
So here is the road to 270.
Damn,
That is
62 to
the magic
168.
number that a candidate needs to win the White House, and that is where we are in the early going.
I always wonder what it looks like from the other side, from the candidates, when they're doing the same thing we are, essentially, pulling up these numbers, trying to weed through them, trying to figure out where you can be optimistic, you know, when you don't have the pressure of people looking at you.
You want a fun fact? Fun fact alert?
We love it.
The last election was decided in 4 states by approximately 79, 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters into Cowboy Stadium.
Wow.
Okay.
Girl. Let me tell you.
Wow.
That is a good. That's
My
a good
husband's
nugget.
going to be very mad at me that I
You
didn't
brought
say
up the
Eagles
Cowboys.
Stadium, but it wasn't
Uh-huh.
the right number for the stadium. I tried.
You stick with any stadium you want.
Yeah, you got exit polls?
He's sad about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're
Just a minute.
some of these issues in these key battleground states. Nationally, we saw something
Really well. Republicans were doing really well. Stay online, don't get offline, and vote. Make sure you get
on the
vote.
internet.
We're gonna have a big victory tonight.
We are online,
Republicans were
boys.
doing really well. Stay online, don't get.
I don't know what the fuck. Like, I mean, couldn't you just retake that and say the right word? I don't know.
Number one, 34% of voters say the state of
Yeah, instructions unclear. Exactly.
issue to them. Put a little asterisk next to that. We're going to talk about that
Hold
more in
the
just a
line.
second here. 31% of voters say the economy is the most important issue to them. That is typically what we would see in other elections. It's what we've seen in the past. I would also note that just because a candidate leads on the top issue doesn't mean that they would win the election. Abortion is right there at 14%. Immigration trailing at 11%. And why do I bring that up? That was key to former President Trump's close. When you look at the vote breaks for this, which just means who people supported when they said this was their top issue, on State of Democracy, voters broke for Kamala Harris. So she leads on that issue. More people who said that democracy was their most important thing backed Kamala Harris than
no
did
shit,
Donald
because
Trump.
of January
She is also
6th.
leading on abortion
Duh.
as well. It's the flip when you look at economy and immigration. More people who said
Fucking
that the
obviously.
economy or immigration were their most important issue backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we had been seeing over the course of many months since Kamala Harris got into this race in public polling. But here's what's interesting, and let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats who believe that the state of democracy is under threat because of former President Trump himself, if he were to be back in office. So this is a tricky one. It's not like it cuts obviously one way or the other. So there's some unpacking to do.
It's a Rorschach test. What is the state of democracy?
That's exactly
It
right.
would probably be better framed as, what do you think the state of the country is? Do you think that this is a high-stakes election? Do you think it's a do or die? Is it existential? I think that's what people are responding to, and perhaps why we see that being the top issue.
Well, and it's so
Google,
mirrored
yeah, I'll
in what
open up
we
the
saw
Google
in the
one again.
closing
Sorry.
arguments of both of these campaigns. You saw Vice
We're gonna
President Kamala
refresh.
Harris try to argue that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. You saw Donald Trump make arguments that his political rivals were the quote-unquote enemy from within. And so it is a Rorschach test, and it also just speaks to why, as we watch these states come in, the battlegrounds seem to be very sharply divided, as our polls indicate.
Right track, wrong track always kind of leaves you with that question. Is, are we judging a president, or are we judging just the overall sense of
Trump is
of
gaining in
life these
PA?
days?
Absolutely, and the fact that you have this significant majority saying that the country's headed in the
Yeah,
wrong
a bit.
direction.
You know what it is?
a challenge.
It's interesting because we haven't talked that much about that thing that happened this summer where Joe Biden had a terrible debate and he was expected for 18 months to be the candidate and then he wasn't. Do we have any indication in any of these early numbers how Kamala Harris is performing compared to how he may have performed? I mean, it's a hypothetical.
I was going to say favorability is probably what gets us there most
I'd say
closely.
Kamala
I don't
Harris
think we
is
have
doing
those graphics
better.
ready to pull up, but Joe Biden, if my memory serves, is something at like 41% favorable based in exit polls, which was a question that was asked. She is
not
at
even a
something like,
question.
I want to say 48%, so she is, or 49%. She's outpacing where both Joe
I wanna
Biden
see her
and
lap
Donald
him
Trump
by
were. But
100.
Savannah, I'm so glad you brought this up. We called Delaware like an hour
she even
ago,
do that
right?
at
Joe
this point?
Biden's home state, and it made me think about what a different race this would look like, how different tonight would look if Joe Biden were still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She
No,
told
it's
me in
nothing.
our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket, which she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she has not distanced herself in a super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him. Of
Well,
course.
the ads that have been run to great effect in a lot of these battleground states tie Kamala Harris directly to Joe Biden. The Trump
She's
campaign
catching
thinks
up? Yeah,
that
she is.
Biden is a clear drag on the Harris ticket.
It's been one of the biggest challenges of her entire campaign, including in her interview with Hallie, has been asked
That's
over
bullshit.
and over again, how
Kamala
will
Harris
you
got a
govern
0%
differently
in the
than
primary.
President Joe Biden? She
She would
struggled
have
to
never had
answer
a
that
chance
in
if it
part,
wasn't
I'm
for
told,
being
because
on
personally
Biden's
she
ticket.
did not want to betray him, but it
Yeah,
has
bro,
been
she got
something
kicked
that's
out
been a
so
challenge
fast.
for
She also cited, I think it was your interview, she cited history, the fact that
Let's be
typically
real.
vice presidents, don't.
Yeah, that's right. That was our colleague Peter Alexander, I think, if I'm remembering that one correctly.
if it wasn't for
I had a pull
Biden,
aside
like,
with her
people
several
wouldn't
weeks
even remember
ago.
who she
But
is.
she said, listen, typically vice presidents don't go after, their boss, if you will, their president. She talked about this issue of loyalty, but at the same time, she also says, my presidency will not be a continuation of the Biden administration.
The problem that she had was when asked specifically, I believe on an ABC program, what would you do differently? She said nothing comes to mind. And boy, that Trump
Keeping in mind,
campaign.
her campaign's been, 108,
Well, right, but that's
days,
about,
yeah.
that question's coming when you have an
Wow.
unpopular incumbent. We want to go to NBC's Sam Brock. He's in Asheville, North Carolina,
That's
where
a
I
lot.
understand the counting is wrapping up. What are you hearing?
Were they at?
Savannah, it's done. Look, I have it fresh off the presses right here from Buncombe County. The official results are in. First of all, they had a 73.69% turnout, which is almost their record high. It was 78 back in 2020. But considering everything that happened in Western North Carolina about a month ago, this is extraordinary. And the results are almost exactly the same as they were 4 years ago as well. It was 60-38 in favor of Kamala Harris for this county, which is about 140,000 votes. It was 59-38 back in 2020. This was not, however, your grandmother's democracy process being sort of a fly on the wall to watch all this happen. Walk with me here for a second. So these are the tabulations that came out. These receipts, guys, were so long. They were strewn across this entire table. I watched as the board went through line item by line item to authenticate it for the unofficial results. There's basically a caravan of cars that comes in. They're all holding from each of the 80 precincts these thick orange cases that have flash drives in them. Bobby, who I'm told has been here with Buncombe County for generations, a 70-something-year-old woman, takes the flash drive out, comes in here and brings it into this room. In the room, it's unencrypted, and so they actually get the data up there and they upload it directly to the county site and then to the state site from this room, and then all of the day of votes get tabulated over in these machines. Fascinating to watch. It is actually now done. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. Got a projection to tell you about the state of Illinois. Kamala Harris, as expected, takes it.
Kamala
so that's
Harris.
a Midwest hold for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Let's look at the
40%.
breakdown here. Half the vote in.
Ooh, he got
and
his
it looks
ass
like it will
beat.
be an easy victory as expected. And so we can fill out one more state on our road to
Ooh,
270.
81.
The state of
They're way
Illinois
behind.
going to Kamala Harris. Let's go to Tom Yamas. You're in North Carolina. Where we
rigged.
just heard straight from the horse's mouth. Buncombe County, right there. Asheville. It's been through so much with Hurricane Helene, and Sam Brock had the poll results in his hot little hands.
But were you calling him a horse? That's like, I'm not sure if you were or not. Sam's a tall drink of water, but he's no horse. He's a handsome man. So listen, along the lines of from what he was reporting, and I just checked out those Hurricane Helene counties. We can show you the ones that were affected by the floods. Let me go, hold on one second. Here we go. So these were all the counties, the 13 counties that were affected by the floods where people could vote in other parts of the state if they weren't able to vote in their home county. It's interesting. I was going through the numbers. It doesn't look like there's any kind of drop off there. That's actually better news for the president because there are more Trump voters out there in the western part of the state, with the exception of the blue dots like Asheville, places like that. Here's where a lot of the vote is still out. Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Look, Trump is on top right now statewide. Mecklenburg is the place where Democrats, I'm going to keep going back to Mecklenburg when we talk about North Carolina. This is Charlotte and then the surrounding suburbs. They need to drive up the vote here. It is a majority minority county. Hispanics and African Americans, they have to drive up the numbers here. When they lose races like Senate races, it's because the turnout is not where it needs to be.
Trump is
in
almost
Charlotte.
caught up
so
in
not
PA.
enough vote there. But the good news is there is vote in other places. Wake County, this is the capital. Raleigh, part of the Research Triangle. You can see Kamala Harris slightly overperforming President Biden with 76% of the vote. Whoops, that was a mistake. Let me go back to North Carolina. Here we go. Okay. Right over here, Durham, this is where Duke University is. 85% of the vote is in. 81%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden.
He's ramping.
Slightly
He could
overperforming
be.
there, and just over where UNC Chapel Hill is. slightly overperforming there. Here's one thing, though, that Republicans have something to possibly celebrate. This is Nash County. This is Governor Roy Cooper's county. This is where he's from. It's sandwiched between Raleigh, Wake County, and the North Carolina Black Belt, where you have those counties with high percentages of African-American voters. It usually, almost always in the last few elections, has picked the winner. 2012 Obama, Trump flips it. Biden it went with Biden in 2020. That wasn't a correct pick. But today, Trump is on top. And you can see that's good news for him, considering that
Kansas
Biden took
changed?
it in 2020.
Really?
We're also watching New Hanover. This is
Ooh,
Wilmington.
Kansas
You have a lot of
yeah.
people who have moved to the east coast of North Carolina, the coastal communities
Damn.
here. Only 5% in, but this is also one of those counties that has always picked the winner, North Carolina. Not enough vote in to even compare it. I do want to talk about the Triad. This is, again, sometimes the forgotten metro area, but huge population center for North Carolina.
New
A lot of
Mexico?
the
Let me
historically
see.
black universities are here as well.
Trump's
Greensboro,
ahead.
Guilford County, 55%
by a
in.
bit.
Let's see how she's doing compared to Biden.
Like, literally
Look, she's holding her
50.1.
marks, so this is pretty good. I want to see how Trump's doing, though, in some of the rural counties where he has to drive up the vote. Robeson, look, only 23% in. He's overperforming there. I want to go a little closer to Charlotte. Union
First-time
County
voter voted
seems
for
to
Trump?
be doing okay. Again, this is along the southern border,
Probably
right
down
above South
3%
Carolina.
Trump.
Seems to be
Ooh.
holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see how this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in
Ooh.
16. Biden won in 2020 with
Trump.
92% of the vote in.
Damn.
Trump is on top right now. Again, not a large county. You're going to see there's only
Wow.
about 10,000 votes here, but we're kind of reading the tea leaves and
flipped it,
seeing
he
where everything's
did.
at so far. Again,
Damn.
statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it so close. It was very close. It was his slimmest margin.
Where's he at now?
63% of the vote is in. We're still watching and waiting here in
61%.
North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too
That's
early.
that's almost
we're gonna
200K
protect you
people,
guys.
too.
Tom, you had
That's
a
a
little
lot.
something for everybody in
Little-
that.
little something.
No matter
Trump up
who
to
you're
47
rooting
in
for. We got a
Pennsylvania.
couple of results to read to you right now. These
Damn.
are ballot measures. We saw the abortion measure go down to defeat in Florida. It had a 60% threshold. In
Uh-oh.
New York, it passes easily. 71% of the vote is the margin there.
No more
We'll go to
woke
Maryland.
video
There was
games.
also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. I'll bring Laura Jarrett into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats
Is he
have
really
hoped
winning a
that-
popular
have
vote?
hoped
Yeah,
that
he
that
is.
would help their fortunes.
He's winning by
especially
4
in these
million
battleground
people, too.
states.
Well,
New York,
not quite,
obviously
but
not a
almost 4
place where
million.
people think of abortion rights
3.7.
under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion.
But, like,
It
in
had to do
California,
with
like,
anti-discrimination
there's, like, 38
principles
million
more
people in
generally.
California.
Reproductive health care a part of that, but it was also about
So, like,
pregnancy
California
and
will
the
probably
like.
completely
and
change
so
it
that's why
just by
it was
itself.
even on the ballot in a place like
Like,
New
I could
York.
easily see him
And you
being
think about a
ahead
place
until
like
California.
South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call on that.
And forgive me. Let's see if the
Yeah.
brain's still working here at 9:45.
You got a big set of
Maine is
cards
split.
You know,
there,
this,
so
is
you
a,
know.
this is a late night for the Today Show.
Oh,
but
wow.
Nebraska has two measures, doesn't it?
It does.
1 for, 1 against.
1 for, 1 against, and so we'll see
Man,
how.
fuck
So
California.
which one wins? The one
Really?
with the raw vote?
The one that has
majority?
the more. The
I
one
don't know,
that
I
has
like
the majority,
California.
but we
I've
don't
been
have
there
enough in to
before.
make a call on
And
that
of course, there
one
have been
yet.
other
It's a
states
nice
that went this
place.
road prior to tonight.
Many states that had went this road and had been able to reach the threshold to pass it, Lester. That's why the Florida situation was interesting, obviously, as we've been discussing, different because of the threshold there. But you think about a place like Michigan, places like Ohio had managed to get it through in the past.
We have another presidential projection here we can put up
Who
on the
is it?
screen here.
Who is it?
And walk you through it. I see it as you see
Donald.
it. NBC News projects Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio with 17 electoral votes. There's the breakdown of 441,000
There
vote
it
difference
is.
now. 64% of the vote in Ohio.
That's a big
And
W
again,
for
Donald
him.
Trump is the winner there. And there's where
Where's he
it
at now?
takes us to the road to 270. Donald
185
Trump out
versus
front with
81.
185 electoral votes. Harris
God
with 81.
damn.
All right, let's go to Savannah Sellers.
You
We always
refresh
need
this?
not one, but two Savannahs sitting at the desk
Damn.
at any time, if possible.
covered.
Let me check
Exactly.
Fox.
Savannah, I mean, you've been looking a lot into the youth vote, and we were just talking about abortion, and for young women, that obviously
Nothing
is a
yet.
galvanizing issue for many of them.
It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue. And that's where we're really seeing a huge gender divide also. For young women, 42% saying it
Check
is their
PA.
top issue to just 10% of men saying that it's
Wow.
their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning
less than
earlier, the
a-
threats to
less
democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain states, too, where we are seeing, I know we were talking about North Carolina a moment ago, where we are seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men under 30. In North Carolina, when I came to set just a little bit ago, 60% said they supported him. That's up from 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing
It's not
to
even
watch that.
close. It's a
Abortion was also
landslide.
one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina.
I don't
Just
think it's
talking
gonna-
about getting out
I mean,
to vote
I
for the
don't know.
presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of
I
course,
always
with
thought he
it
was
being
gonna win,
attached to
but-
Harris and within Michigan, as well as in Arizona.
It's close,
Arizona's
yeah,
an
well,
interesting
I
one, though,
don't-
because,
yeah.
of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but
PA
the
flip?
state of ASU.
Not yet.
Check in on the blue wall here, and we have a new characterization in the state of Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Our decision desk now calling it too close to call.
Let me
You
see
can
what
see
it says.
Kamala Harris out front right now.
It says 408.
23% of the vote in there. But
Yeah, they're
again,
ahead of
too
it.
close to call in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
What about LA? What do you mean LA? Like Los Angeles? That's called California. Georgia's 80% in. Oh yeah, I forgot about Georgia. Where's Georgia? Damn, 79% in with Trump with a that's like a 5-point lead. That's a lot. Of like of over 200,000 people. That's an ass load. Ooh. Check PA, it's getting close. 51.5. But Donald's only 47, right? I mean, like, he got a ways to go. Like, he's less than 100K. Why does blue wall not look like a wall? It's because Trump didn't build it. That's why. Missouri's very close. Yeah, I saw that. Looks like the blue wall is the only path for Harris to win. Yeah, Pennsylvania is a very uncertain thing. I mean, they only have 30% of their people that they even put in there, right? Missouri changed red. Let me see. Which one's that? Why didn't she go on Joe Rogan then?
There we go. I'm back. What's up, boys?
Why would she not have just gone on Joe Rogan?
Welcome back.
Set for the day ahead matters.
Yo, what's up, Absukito?
Because every day
Watching you from France, dude. Thanks for watching.
Why?
Just so you know, they can't hear you guys.
Ego?
All right, as we come out of the commercial
If that was a
break,
question.
new characterization here in Pennsylvania. Our
Yeah.
decision desk now calling this race too
My
close
stream
to
can't hear
call.
you guys.
obviously
Kamala
too
Harris leading right now with 34% in, but again, too close to call. We also have new characterization on the state of Michigan with its 15 electoral votes. That will also go down in the too close to call column. These aren't surprises. These are states that we thought would keep us up late, and they will.
They will. They'll live up to their billing. We're also watching key Senate races, key House races. The balance of power in both houses of Congress are hanging in the balance. We've got Kristen Walker keeping her eye on some of those results.
Yeah, Savannah, and some of these races are incredibly close as well.
Wisconsin
Let's take a look.
flip
We're going to
again?
start
Let
in
me see.
Wisconsin. This is one of those races where
Which one is
Senator
Wisconsin?
Tammy
Oh, this one.
Baldwin, looking for a third term, was out front several weeks ago,
Donald.
but the polls really narrowed, and here we
Donald.
are. This race, too close to call. She's running against Eric Hovde, who is a real estate executive and bank CEO. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. The Pennsylvania Senate race, incredibly competitive. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Trump-backed businessman
Trump won
Dave
Missouri.
McCormick. Again, this
Let me
race
see.
still too close to call with 34%.
Which one's
of the vote
Missouri?
in. Let's head to Texas now.
this one.
Colin
Yeah, that's right.
Allred, former NFL
Ooh,
star, making this a more competitive race
Bro,
than
they
anticipated.
actually thought they
in
could go up
red
against Lion
Texas.
Ted?
Senator Ted Cruz looking for re-election.
Come on,
there.
what do you
We'll continue
think?
to watch that.
Bro.
And the Senate race in Ohio, too
Thought he could beat
early
Lion
to
Ted.
call. Again, this is too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at how the spread
This
is
is exactly
in
like
the Senate.
2020 when Biden
Republicans
won.
again have picked up one seat with Governor Jim Justice winning that Senate seat there after Senator Joe Manchin announced he wasn't running for re-election. The Ohio Senate race really significant, guys, and one to watch.
All right, we've got a call to Kansas presidential race. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Kansas now. NBC News can project. Let's see where that brings us. Here's the breakdown right now. 31,000 vote difference, but again, Donald Trump will win there. Let's take you to the map and see where we are on the road to 270. Donald Trump with 191, Kamala Harris 81 electoral votes. And we also want to go back and revisit, I think we have Michigan and
it's getting
Pennsylvania,
closer.
I think both too early to call.
Let me see.
Too close
Wisconsin
to
went back to Kamala Harris.
We'll pause there. Let some of our other stations catch up with us as we show you the road to 270. The map filling out, but we got a lot of work to do.
In like 8 minutes, they're going to have 4 more states. They're going to have Nevada, Utah, Arizona, and Montana. I said Georgia went red.
All right, welcome back.
Here
is where we stand right
it's
now
done.
on the road to
Like,
270.
come on, Harrison,
the
lose
map
this one for
is
sure.
slowly filling in.
Yep.
I think we're still at 6 of 7 battlegrounds. We've seen the polls close right now, so we are kind of in a waiting game. Actually, we have Kansas now. I believe we can make a call on. NBC News projects the state of Kansas will go to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. Here's the map now to 270 as we add that to the group. And Donald Trump out with 191 now.
Is that?
Versus 81.
Yeah.
You mentioned we have 6 of 7 presidential battlegrounds to get to. Nevada will close here
back
at the top
update.
of the hour. But let's look at Michigan. Too close to call right now. Just 15% in. We
Had
could
to
be
update
up all
Discord.
night and perhaps beyond. Michigan didn't get called till late the next day in 2020. Pennsylvania, need I remind you, we were here till Saturday waiting for its results. But officials think they will be able to move a little bit
XQC's
more
probably
quickly.
not
But
enjoying
at this
this.
hour, it's much too close to call. A tight race there. Difference of 48,000 votes.
Wait.
And we'll see how that shakes
Wow,
out. From
he's getting
9:53,
really close.
We've got more polls set to close soon. Candidates
Holy
hoping
shit,
to strike
Donald is
gold
getting
in
real
the silver
close.
state, Nevada, rolling their dice.
Uh-oh.
We're heading into the final stretch. More poll closings across the West, including
Check Poly
another
Market.
battleground state.
Nevada and its 6 electoral college votes could be critical.
Nevada, get out and vote. Nevada, ours is a fight for the future.
Both sides going all in.
Looks like
trying to
we're
win
going
the
back
state
in
by
time.
targeting its large population of service workers.
Dude, Vegas is such a crazy looking
We will
place.
continue our fight and
I want to go there so
taxes
bad.
on tips.
We're moments away from the first results from
No,
Las Vegas
man.
and the rest of the state.
Haven't.
As our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on
That's
the
what
road
he
to
said.
270.
Yeah. Louie's been a few times. She really enjoys it when she's
Reno,
gone.
the biggest little city in America, and a
Yeah.
swing county there.
Yeah,
Hey, Steve.
Once was for Adele, she said.
Savannah, I
Dude,
have some
apparently Adele was
bad news.
fucking
We'd like to
really
see
good.
We're maybe about
Yeah.
5 minutes before the polls close, or do they? And I say that because the lines are still ridiculously long. I'm in Washoe County, as you mentioned, in Reno. This is the Washoe County complex. It's like where all the government buildings are, the county clerk's office, registrar of voters. If you come this way, you can see this line snakes beyond the county recorder. That county
Stop
recorder
the count.
means you have 40 minutes to go left if you've reached this point. Meanwhile, though,
Oh,
we're
no.
hearing about lines that continue to be long all across the state. Southern Nevada, there's a place called Nye County where we're hearing lines that are up to 3 hours long. They don't have enough machines per people in that county. What that means is, unfortunately, because they cannot really release the data on how many people have voted, who has voted, some of the returns until the last person in line.
Trump is
across
catching
the
up in
state has
Pennsylvania.
voted. It means numbers are going to
Check
be
on- I already-
very
I checked it like a
slow.
minute ago.
They can
I'm not gonna
obviously
check it again.
tabulate sort of in person.
Wait,
They
Trump
can
actually hit
tabulate the
80?
early
No-
voting.
no
They can
shot.
tabulate the mail-in ballots, but they can't release any of that data.
Wow, Trump
until the
hit
last
80%.
person has
Holy
left the
fuck.
line. Which means it's going to mean a lot more coffee tonight for people that are trying to watch the vote. Also, one thing to keep track of, the nonpartisan vote. That's the reason why we're in Washoe County. This is an incredibly purple county. People vote the issues. They vote their feelings. They don't vote party line, which leads us to talk about nonpartisans. It is a third of the electorate in
Speaking
this
of that,
state.
how's Dragon Age
higher
doing?
share than Republicans, higher share than Democrats. These folks, we're not sure which way they're going to
No
vote.
wonder
which has
Trump's
been
winning.
confounding pundits
And it's been really tough for people trying to read the tea leaves and what exactly the
They gotta
numbers
quit saying
mean.
that
I've
phrase. That
spoken
phrase
to
is
both
stupid.
campaigns in the state. Both seem to think that they have a Trojan horse. Of course, Democrats seem to think that nonpartisans are younger, more racially diverse. Republicans seem to think that they're going to skew more conservative. And so we will see. But unfortunately, I think
Trump's
not
ahead by
anytime soon.
over
It
4
could be a
million
minute before
popular
we get
vote.
any sort of results
Yeah.
here in Silver State.
All right. Well, Steve, stand by. Nobody sleeps in Las Vegas, maybe not in Reno either. We know you won't be sleeping tonight. Tom, let's look at Nevada. This is a state where Republican fortunes have risen since the last presidential election.
Yeah, you are completely right. They have a Republican governor there.
Yeah,
Let's
it's about
talk
to
about
happen.
Nevada here. Right now, no vote in. Obviously, still too early for us to even start to get data in right here. But let's go to 2020. Both elections, both in 2020 and 2016, the winner were Democrats. Clinton in 2016, obviously, and Biden in 2020. The spread, though, was only 2 percentage points, a little over 2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground for us. It's one of the reasons why we're watching tonight. I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This is 3/4 of the electorate here. If Democrats can turn out their voters here, there is no way that Republicans can catch up.
Isaac went AFK, looks like.
Las Vegas and Reno, which is Washoe County, this is the battleground county here. About 15% of the vote
If
here.
Kamala Harris
The
wins, she
voting
gonna
in
put him in
Washoe
jail.
actually is more reflective of the entire state, much more than Las Vegas.
Probably.
It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of
I go get
elections
some Taco
now.
Bell if I
they
could
can hold
fucking
tonight
afford it.
and do well in Las Vegas, it's
damn
game over there.
$20
But look
get
at
Taco
all this
Bell
country in
anymore.
the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is rural desert. With the exception of Elko, you have some population
You got
centers there.
cactuses
And
voting
this is
for
where
Trump.
Trump hopes to run up
Did
the
you ever see
score.
my
Something
TikTok
else
on
you
the
have to understand,
$3
I'm gonna zoom out a
and
little
the
bit about
1
Nevada,
cent
is that
taco?
You have people from Northern California who
From
have
Taco
been moving
Bell.
since the pandemic.
Did you ever see my
into
TikTok
right,
on
and
the
then
$3
Southern California, moving to Las
$3
Vegas,
and
people
1
from
cent
California,
taco from
they're
Taco
exactly
Bell?
horrible. They find it that they can get more for their money. Because of that, housing prices have gone
This
up.
was a long
So,
time ago. I'll have to
the economy
repost
and
it,
housing prices
and
are a
I'll
huge
send
issue
it
in
to you.
Nevada. And finally, the
Pretty
last point I want
funny.
to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country.
then
So
they're
the
gonna vote
economy is
for
going to be
Trump.
huge
Yeah,
here.
milk this thing,
You got to
dude.
remember, Trump came out with his plan about no tax on tips.
Yeah.
You have all those service workers and the service
Think about
unions in
that.
Las Vegas. Democrats quickly adopted that plan because they knew it was a good idea. Unclear if it's ever going to become law or if they can even do that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention in Nevada, guys.
And a populist appeal, definitely.
And I think I'm glad Tom was talking through those points here because I think of Nevada and I think economy, right? You talked about the Republican governor, that largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the Strip, et cetera. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's $3.80, just about $3.79. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada, the highest of any battleground state. The economy is a big factor in the state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor that
Democrats
we're watching.
for a long time had a big registration advantage, but that's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican
He is about to swing, dude. What the fuck?
In 2022.
It's also one of these states with an abortion ballot initiative as well, and a state that the Trump campaign believes you could see some ticket splitters on that.
And it's a competitive Senate race in Nevada as well.
It's
we
about
talked
to
about
happen.
the fact that some of these Senate races, if you rewind about a month ago, weren't so competitive. It is incredibly tight. Senator Jackie Rosen looking for another term.
Look, if the way so far that Donald Trump's performing tonight versus Harris, this really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Because you want to talk about Nevada, you talk about the voter registration advantage. Republicans, basically, for the first 3 years of
Wisconsin
this presidential
flip web,
cycle,
red.
just
Which one? Oh, this
destroyed
one?
the
Yeah,
Democrats.
it's
with
going
voter
back and forth.
registration. All across the country.
It's flipped like 5 times.
It'll be
Republican
fun for your
registration
grandma. Do your
the last
part.
3 months, Democrats have
I
done
took
well.
in somebody's
3
ballot
years
today.
versus 3 months. So far, the 3 years is paying some dividends for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We
Oh,
are
you did?
waiting for another batch of closings.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And this
Gotta
will,
get 'em in when you
bring us to
can.
Battleground Nevada, which is our last battleground state we've not heard from, or the last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection now on the state of Utah. NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral votes. And we go further to the west into Montana. 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana tonight. Here's the map. The road to 270. Donald Trump now
81
with
to
201.
201.
Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Oh,
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is as you might expect,
Bro,
too
Donald.
early to call. And if you
God.
remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a
Donald.
while. In fact,
Oh,
you can
yes,
send
we
your-
remember.
You know
Don't
what?
remember. You can
I'm
send your
good.
little bell.
Exactly.
Don't even bring
Don't
it up.
even
They
bring
said
it
that everyone's triggered here. Okay, Pennsylvania, too close to call. Got to say that was a Saturday call as well in 2020. Michigan, too close to call there. Let's see how much vote we've gotten, though, at this hour. Just 16%, so there's a lot of vote to be counted there. We'll move over to the state just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial
They
Midwest
late.
battleground.
Nah. That's not what it says on this.
Dude, my vertical stream looks fucking sick right now.
Ooh, Montana already. Utah already.
Like that?
Number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit with Tom Yamas. He's right over there in North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes, too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona, too close to call.
Little
That's
Warcraft
another one
guys.
that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom. And I mean,
When you
Pennsylvania,
joined,
we cannot
what
talk about
little
it
guy
enough.
do you get?
It may all hinge on Pennsylvania, just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA. Guys, now I have to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming.
Wow.
That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this. Butler County, you'll remember, that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh.
No, it's like
Look what a
hot
different
inside.
place this
It is
Trump
that.
is on top. 71% of the vote is in.
Like it's hot
He
in
got
the house.
65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was
Trump's
a big issue here.
now he's up
Vice President
by
Harris had to change her
9,000.
position on that.
It's over
Washington
no, he's
County,
up
right
by
here on
over
the border.
9,000.
Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the
Wait,
same.
Arizona?
Westmoreland right next
Donald
to here.
with
It butts up against Allegheny County.
Donald with
47%
Oregon.
of the vote is in. He's at 65.
Dude, I'm watching it.
So he's kind of
he's not here right now.
were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better.
Nice.
Here is the one
I'm
that
watching
really
Aspen
is the big
react,
swing
dude.
County. We only have 1% in.
Fucking
The reason why
guys
we're
too
watching this is
much.
because Erie
I
almost
love
always
Aspen Gold,
picks the
dude.
winner of the election here. So
Dude, I
we
hear
only
your
have
guys'
1%
game is
in Erie
getting
County, but we'll be
cucked
watching
over
that.
there.
Let's move east
Oh
now,
my
'cause I know we have a
God.
lot of people from the Philadelphia
RuneScape.
area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening
Scappy.
over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember.
Is that
so
the-
Harris
is
has
that
to
the
drive up
news?
the vote in the suburbs just like
What?
Biden
Bro,
did.
what if
and
Trump-
try to
guys,
turn
what
that
if
vote in
Trump wins
Philadelphia County.
I said,
So Chester's
what if he wins
counties.
California?
I heard your
Over
guys'
Delaware
game.
County here.
RuneScape.
Overperforming there.
RuneScape,
Only a quarter of
dude,
the
is
votes
getting
in
cut
Philadelphia
California.
County here.
by
79%. She's
add-on
gonna wanna
people.
Increase those numbers again. We're still waiting on a
For
lot
sure,
of the
right?
vote. It's still very early. Remember,
No.
some of these counties are going
I
to
thought you played a little bit of RuneScape.
28% in, 69% overperforming
It's possible.
there.
It could
You
happen.
and me,
This is
dude.
what
We're the
we're
two
talking about.
holdouts
You
for
may
some
remember that. He's
reason.
closed out
by
her
5
final
Although I
round
guess
city
now we're
next to
right.
Governor Shapiro.
Almost
Based.
5
I'm sure the
million.
people of Pennsylvania saw that.
Based.
And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and then I want you guys
I
to
guess
talk
they
a
have
little
an
about
add-on
Bucks.
right now
24%
that,
but
like,
this
in
is the
PvP,
county, the ring county around
automatically
Philadelphia, one of
swaps
those
gear
smaller
and
counties
shit
that Republicans
for
thought
you.
they could make some
And that was, like,
inroads here.
always, like, a
More working
skill-based
class in some of
thing.
those neighboring suburb
And
areas,
so people are
counties.
getting fucking pissed
They say
in
Southern
like the
Bucks might be
PvP
a little more
areas,
Trump
man.
country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were with 24% in.
I'm
58%
curious
of
to
the
what-
vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a
Oh,
little
bro,
bit
they're
here.
rigging it
if
Yeah, I'll
he
have to
wants
ask
do that.
Isaac.
I'm going to look at one more area
my
before I send
God.
it to you guys.
Isaac
This
or
is the
Liam?
swing here. Northampton almost always
Oh
picks
my
the
God,
winner.
they're rigging it
in
again.
You talked to
Pennsylvania.
Liam at all recently?
This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole
Oh my
Lehigh
God.
Valley area there. Biden was at 49. Harris was right there. Look, guys.
You
I think
talked
it's
to
tough
Liam at
draw
all recently?
Any kind of information on who's on
IA's
top
red.
or who's lower right now.
Said, have you
Still
talked to
too close
Liam at all
call.
recently?
Trump's on
Not
top
yet.
at only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread
Yeah.
in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So
Ooh.
a lot of votes still out here.
Am I
One
breaking
thing
up?
I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino
Yeah.
voters. And
Okay.
they broke
I
for
wonder
Trump
why.
in a major way.
Wow.
That could possibly be a deciding effect here
That's
in Pennsylvania
surprising.
because you're talking about 600,000
Might be that you're a little
Latinos
too
that
high.
are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk a minute about the
Ooh,
amount
Iowa.
of money that has been spent in some of these races?
Let me know if it gets too bad. I'll fucking fix it. God damn.
$131.7 million.
Is it fine, like, when I speak clearly? Clearly?
Add both campaigns together.
$1 billion if you throw in the Senate
That's
race in
right. That's
Pennsylvania.
right.
No, on one state.
Yeah.
I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had $1 billion.
Can get rid of
worth of
that.
vote campaign.
5.
one state.
Isn't that so
See if
funny?
that
Because
helps
it
at all.
started out as a tie, and now
65
tonight
more.
we're ending up, and it's a tie right now. But we'll
You got
see what
65
happens.
more.
Yeah, we're going to be living
PA
and
red
breathing
again?
Pennsylvania.
That's interesting,
Hold
though, what
Hold
Tom just
up.
mentioned about the exit poll. And
Not yet.
again, do your caveats, but for Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be
Let me hop
pretty
out of my
huge
seat
because
here.
there's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially in that Lehigh Valley.
That's right. There's a big Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania, too, the most of any battleground. So let's talk about where that is. And I want to start with the national Latino vote here. In Savannah, love you for the grain of salt caveat. We know that these exit polls
Bro,
can shift
Arizona,
a little bit.
look
But
at this
here's what's
shit,
so
bro. This is
interesting
neck
Everybody
and
on the
neck.
stream hearing me at least
the
clearly?
vice president who was
God
winning
damn.
the
I hope
Latino
so.
vote over former President Trump, 53% to 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the
I bet Phoenix
overperformance
would
of
be
former
probably
President
already-
Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year.
88%
2020, I
Trump?
mean, this is a
Wait.
double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds, Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada, looking at my clock where the polls closed like 7 minutes ago.
Oh, no.
It is a similar story here. If we can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino
PA
voters,
again.
about 17% of the electorate.
PA.
They're broke for Kamala Harris.
PA,
48%
Donald
to
W.
Trump, Donald Trump,
17,000.
46%.
Holy
But again,
shit,
it's
dude. He's
about
gonna
the
win Pennsylvania.
overperformance. He is doing better with this group than he did 4 years ago, again, by a double-digit margin over the course of 4 years. So as I walk back to the desk, I will tell you, this
That's
is something,
incredible.
and Chris and I know will back me up on this. As
It's
we've been
pretty
talking to
incredible.
our
It looks
sources
like
around the Trump
New
campaign,
Mexico is-
what did we
might
hear
be
again and again? If they thought they were
red.
going to overperform with Black and Latino voters,
So
It's just
landslide?
like
an
something
interesting
else.
and important
It
story
might
here
be.
tonight, guys.
I want to bring in someone from our insiders
It
desk
might
right
be.
now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for President Obama's reelection in 2012. Jim, what are you seeing here right now? And what are the
Come on, Jim, tell us what's going on.
Themselves based on this data.
Yeah, it's a great question. So Tom just showed the most important two counties that I'm following in Pennsylvania. Early vote in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, better for
Look at
Harris than
MI?
expected.
What's
Then you
MI?
look at Bucks County. When I was Obama's
Michigan?
campaign manager, I was obsessed
he's done
with
in
Bucks
there.
County.
There's no way he's going to win that.
And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really, really well. We
PA,
talked about the
Bucks
Latino
County.
vote. That is a very scary number for the Harris campaign, and they're going to want to do better. But the thing around the exits that we haven't talked enough
Wait,
about
Trump's ahead by
is really the
20,000 in
senior vote.
Pennsylvania now.
Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit polls and some of the early results than expected, than a little bit better than even Joe Biden. You'd rather have those much more high propensity voters and a lot of a bigger overall number with those seniors. So those are three things that I'm seeing very early that make her campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers in rural better than he did in 2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who are breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats at some of the long lines at the universities. Is that unexpected to the level of the lines you're seeing?
I think both sides have a little bit of excitement here. I've talked to Harris officials in the last hour who said, look at the lines in Penn State, look at the lines in Arizona, look at the lines in the Philly college campuses. They feel really good about their ground
75K?
operation. They have the best ground operation person in American politics, and Jen O'Malley Dillon is the chair, who has built a $1 billion field campaign for this moment, and they're really going for it on the college campuses, and they kind of need it right now.
Jim Messina, good to see you. Thank you.
All right, we've got a winner to announce.
Damn.
Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected. Used to be a battleground years and years ago, but has really trended to the Democrats in the last
when they
couple of
legalized
presidential
weed
cycles,
over
and here's
there.
how it shakes out.
Yep.
With 54% of the vote counted in Colorado, they vote by
he
mail,
done.
and those ballots get to be counted quite quickly. So we see
All right.
that Kamala
Let me
Harris
look
will take
over at this one.
Colorado, so we can fill out the map just a
It's
little
still
bit
117.
more as we
It's a 205.
lay out the road to 270, but those big battleground states, we have yet to call one of the battleground states for Kamala Harris right now. Her best
Harris
odds
just
remains
catching up,
those
guys.
Three industrial Midwest states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Donald Trump.
Stock
starting with
market is
Georgia
going
and
up.
North Carolina and perhaps Arizona and Nevada. It'll be a while before we get results there. We've got Garrett Haight, who is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. And Garrett, what's the mood there? What are you hearing?
Man.
Sven, I've been talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche on election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic.
Like every
What's
single
happened in
one
the
of
last
these is
half hour
trending
my
red.
sources have stopped using the word cautious
Bro,
to describe their optimism.
they need to
are
bring in
feeling
those mail-in
increasingly
ballots.
confident as more and more votes come in.
Guys.
Despite the fact that no battlegrounds have been called,
Guys,
their
we need
theory of
trucks
the
full of
case
mail-in
is being
ballots,
proven
quick.
correct. And what I mean by that is the Trump campaign set out at the beginning of this race to expand the Republican Party. They knew they couldn't win with their old coalition. They had to get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts, to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now,
Oh,
again,
my God.
none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are
XQC
waiting in
crying?
line. They feel like there's not much else left for them
To
to
be
do.
fair, it could
but
still
watch
turn
and
around.
wait.
Sorry,
And
if
it
you were saying
easily-
anything I missed you.
But there's a chance it can
atmosphere
turn
both
around.
Here at West Palm Beach and at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump and his closest allies, friends, and family
Bro,
are
Trump
What are you
is at
watching?
like 50,000 in Pennsylvania
All
now?
right, thank you, Garrett.
All right, let's go with
Destiny?
Peter Alexander
Oh,
now,
my
who's with the
God.
Harris
Let's go.
campaign in Washington, D.C. What's the optimism level there?
Love Destiny, dude.
Well, I think there's
cool.
certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of the Harris allies with whom I've been speaking
stressed.
to over the course of the last hour or so. One ally telling
Do you think
me,
Trump
just
should
look
put
at the state of
Kamala
North
Harris in
Carolina,
jail
Josh Stein, the
when he
Democrat
wins?
winning his effort to become the state's governor. That we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters there. Some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator
Losers
that gives
lose.
some anxiety right now going forward that North Carolina may not be a state that they're able to win. If that happens, and these are all ifs, it's all very early here, that does again shrink their path to victory to 270. They really are relying heavily on those blue wall states right now. And one of those
that's
key
not
states
going too
obviously
well.
is Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of them all with 19 electoral votes. I
That's doing
spent many of the
that's
last
going
several
very
days
not well.
up there, and I was in the urban centers where the Harris campaign put a lot of its energy, including in Philadelphia, and particularly in places like Philadelphia, where they were sending buses up there to knock on doors to help swell the number. They're really relying on big numbers in places like Philadelphia and the collar counties that surround it. They need to run up the numbers among some of those suburban.
We should have bought some Trump token or whatever this is.
Right now and in Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm speaking to right now. We're going to keep a close eye on that as this night progresses.
All right, Peter Alexander, thanks very much. I think we have a call now in the Texas Senate race. NBC News projects that Ted Cruz will retain his seat again in Texas.
Old
Democrats
Ted
have taken
Cruz.
some big swings in recent years in Texas, but
What a
unable to land
surprise.
a haymaker. Colin Allred will come up short tonight in his bid to unseat Ted Cruz.
Let's go to Chuck on this because, I mean, Texas is the white whale for Democrats. Chuck Schumer, the Democratic campaign committee threw money in Texas at late in the game, thinking maybe there was something going on there. Texas has a very restrictive abortion ban, as we know.
The Democratic Party went way late into both of those two races. They were sent a signal to donors for a year and a half. We're not going to bother with Texas and Florida. They're too expensive
Oh my God.
to do. And they've had too many incumbents.
Tectons, it's official. My cat Edgy endorsed Donald J. Trump.
Then Allred just kept hanging around. So they thought maybe late money, but this is, you don't just flip a, notice we haven't seen
the
any
guy
big
that does
flip
steak and
ideas
eggs
in
with
general. You don't just flip a state in 3 weeks.
Asmongold.
You don't just show up in 3 weeks.
He posted a picture of his at saying it endorsed Trump.
Not with how nationalized our conversation is, not with how polarized we are.
Yeah.
And this is a case where at some point the Democratic Party, if they're serious about Texas, they got to spend 4 years there. You can't just do it in 4 weeks. And it's the same story we just talked about in Florida. And this is the difference. Again, I go back. The